8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. The Good Time Gang settling in. I'm Speedy, Greg Burgess, Michael Helms. We are the Good Time Gang. We'll get you through this hour. And next hour, Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us. It is Wednesday, if you're listening live, the 11th of October. That means that the Bible study is live today, noon Central with Rick. Also, don't forget, go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show, from upcoming events to the store, to show notes, links of the day where we do stories and we have links for easy access for use, plus just so much more. You can also follow all the staff members on social media as well as the show. So there's a lot there at rickandbubba.com. And don't forget to follow us on social media at Rick and Bubba. All right, well, let's get them in here. I just talked about them. To my left, it's Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Boys, gentlemen.
Whoa. What's happening?
Y'all good?
Yeah, we had a big milestone yesterday.
What happened?
This one over here.
Would he go day without drinking?
Well, I'm not sure about that.
That's a joke. Hey, America, that's a joke.
But he has joined Instagram.
Oh, my gosh. Wow. That is a breakthrough.
We sat down and we slow walked through the process.
Yeah, but that don't mean I'll do it. But
no, it's just there.
But you can actually see things we send you now, which is important.
And I sent him a couple yesterday already, and he laughed. And I said, see, then now you're in our world. But on Instagram, Greg is at Real Greg Burgess. And so he is part of Instagram now. So that means that the staff is complete on Instagram. Helmsy, you might have even gotten a notification. He followed you last night.
I hadn't looked at it. I hadn't been on it. So,
me
but
and Speedy we're doing it yesterday, and I just said he just took a picture. I mean, it was horrible.
Yeah,
and I had it on there, and Lisa immediately pulled it off. Immediately.
And
she said, "That's ridiculous." She goes, "Speedy he was messing with you."
Yeah,
but
and I will say this too, that
it was really
was.
This one that's there now isn't that great either. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Well, but I laughed really hard when I saw your picture because I knew exactly what happened.
I could do
and look, let's just be honest with each other. Yesterday when we did this, we said, "Hey, we can change this. Let's just get it started."
I kind of liked looking goofy. Or I could have done people. I put a picture up from 30 years ago.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So this here was kind of welcoming him today to the show. And this is this. I put this on my Instagram.
I got a few ideas.
I put this on my Instagram story this morning. Here. This is
all right. Kickoff hour's about to start. Greg's in here. Hey, Greg, are you on Instagram now?
Kinda.
What do you mean about that?
Yeah, dabbling.
Dabbling. All right.
Lisa didn't like my picture, so she made me change.
She didn't like
it. It was a bad one.
Right. Real Greg Burgess.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. You don't know you're on Instagram?
No, it's very new to me. You know that. Hey, let me ask you this: when you film people, like if it's a good one, do you have to get their permission to show it?
Oh yeah, probably. Well, I mean, you don't want to maybe show them from the back where they can't really be identified.
I might want to go up and talk to them.
Right. I don't know if that's what you want to. So that is.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Some good.
Yeah, maybe so.
I'd like to do a lot of that.
I'm posting this or I'm recording. How you doing? You know, just identify that.
Yeah, I just wonder if there's a law on that.
Yeah, probably. If we play it, I don't know.
I just followed you, Greg.
Yeah.
So now I can send you stuff.
But I just knew you'd be proud, Helmsy.
Yes.
And we had been talking about this, and he knew he needed to do it. Just because look, kind of like the crap run and stuff. On your story, whatever, just to promote what you're doing. If you're at a remote on a Friday at lunch, come on by and see it.
Come on by and get some
pizza. Right. And there's been times that things have happened. You went, see, I should have posted something like that.
Yeah.
You know. And I you know how I best explained the story versus posts? I said, look at a story almost like a location check. Like, this is kind of what I'm doing. It's not maybe a post worthy, but this is what's happening with me today, or this, whatever. So like yesterday, I put us going up to the little snack bar and you buying something. And then this morning, that's not really post worthy, but it's story worthy, or whatever. And he got it, and so we went through, and he could have.
Did he get it? Because I see his eyes over there just to go.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He could have had real _ Greg Burgess Jimmy Jam 35 hashtag or whatever, but real Greg Burgess was available. So we thought that was just the easiest thing to do. So welcome, Greg, to Instagram. He's been holding back, but he's finally in.
Now,
he's
Greg,
all in.
And I don't care if you ever post a picture or story. I'm just excited that Speedy and I get to send you other things to look at.
Hey,
that's what I'm.
Like that.
Sent him two last night. One of them, Terry.
Really
one of them, Terry said I'd probably need to pray about.
That was my favorite.
And I said, look, I don't. I'm just sending it.
That's it.
Listen, if people think they can sing and they put their cell phone there, that's on them.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, that's what you say.
Yeah, well, you didn't go like steal it and go,
I did.
she was trying to hide this.
Right,
And I stole
correct.
Right?
Right.
She seems like there may be an issue here.
There's one more I want to send you in the break for you just to enjoy.
There's two guys that, and I shouldn't be watching him. I just shouldn't.
Hey.
See, I'm going to be able to send you that stuff now.
Yeah, the guy I like.
Yes, let's not talk about it.
Oh, there's this guy.
Hey, buddy, he just said let's not talk about it. Just said it.
Heck, that's worth it there.
Well, that's what I've been trying to get you to do this.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's a big announcement. We just thought we'd start the hour with that. So I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, buddy, and I appreciate.
How it works.
I really appreciate Lisa, and it takes a little bit of time. I showed him how to find when somebody sends you a notification or whatever. How to look through, and it's going to take some time for you to punch through that. But I'm just happy too that Lisa jumped in and help change that picture and get you started.
She said that was unacceptable.
Yeah, and I got it because we took. You know where the picture was? Us sitting right there on the love seat together.
And I was leaning in. Like,
hey, you look real good too, huh? And you want to know his response when he looked at when I said, "Hey, you want to retake that?" He goes, "Nah, it's kind of how I look."
She claimed that you were pulling a joke on me. I said, well, Speedy happened to. She goes, well, he did that on purpose. I said, what are you talking about? I said, I approved it.
Well, Lisa, you got me. All right, so let's take a break. We'll come back. We're off and going here on this Wednesday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget, Bible study live today, noon Central with Rick. A lot of stories out there that we'll get through. Hey, and Greg, we want to give you the exact time of the first pitch of the Atlanta Braves today, so you don't miss it.
I really ought to be able to watch it.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
If you've ever wondered if CBD and other plant-based solutions can help you, well, 90% of customers report better sleep, and 81% say CBD helps with stress and anxiety. If you've been thinking about trying it for a health concern that's not getting better, consider CBD from cbdistillery.com. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code BUBBA for a 20% discount. No prescription required. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code BUBBA, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles, optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, and 32 hours of total battery life, and they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. Right now, Raycon is having their annual back-to-school sale. For a limited time only, get 20% off site-wide, plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com. A new season calls for new taste. There's no easier way to flavor your fall than with HelloFresh. Their fall lineup of delicious dinners is crafted by chefs using fresh produce and the best in-season ingredients. And with a rotating menu of 40 weekly options to choose from, even the pickiest eaters will be asking for seconds. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthy or eat either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 Live Guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please.
All right, 20 minutes. That's 20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, kickoff hour. Roland, Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the hour for the main show. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central, on our YouTube channel. So, Greg, we just want to sound the alarm, not on Beth Mowens. We're not going to do that. Did you like that in the break, what I showed you?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so that's stuff we're going to send you.
See, stuff like that.
Yeah. But we just want to let you know that the Braves play today because, and what we're doing, we're throwing back to the other day when you missed the Braves. They were on, and you missed it.
I missed them now. It was on TBS or something.
Yeah.
Because I hit the guide, and I just had the like ESPN's and the regular networks, and it wasn't on that, so it didn't show up for me.
Right. Well, I
got to go darn.
They play on TBS today, 4:07 p.m. Central Time. It's an early first pitch. They're game one at the Phillies. Okay, they're tied 1-1, but this will be the first game Philadelphia is hosting in the NLDS. So, series tied 1-1. Then the Astros and Twins play, and then the Dodgers and Diamondbacks. Yesterday, the Astros beat the Twins. They're up 2-1, and then the Rangers swept Orioles, so they're moving on. But in the best of 5. But we just wanted to let you know the Braves are playing 4:07 p.m.
The Orioles were like 3 months where they were the best team in baseball.
Yeah.
And here they're out just like that.
They're out. They're out.
You hope it doesn't happen to the Braves.
I know.
We talked about it. You got to be hot and healthy. Not necessarily the best team.
That's right.
Which goes back to, obviously it gets you to the postseason, what you do during the regular season, but that long season they have, like I say, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and then
what you did before now doesn't matter.
Right, and then when you solidify, hey, we won, first place, or we're the number 1 seed so early, like the Braves, you have time off, and everybody else comes in. To Helmsley's point, they're kind of in a groove and hot, and then you got to start. But we'll see how it plays out. But we just wanted to let you know that between TBS and I think FS1 has got one of the games. I think they might have the Astros and the Twins, but TBS
be
is where
trying
you
to
go
watch.
for the Braves today. Just wanted to let you know.
Just like
so-
the old days. Old TBS used to carry the Braves.
Yeah. So you don't come in tomorrow morning going, oh, I forgot.
Well, I may end up doing that.
Well, you said you got in bed early last night, and that helped.
That's good for
That
you.
helped.
Yeah, I got sleepy.
Yeah. I watched maybe
Tried to watch the
3
Gamecocks.
snaps of Jack State and Liberty. Liberty beat them pretty good,
Yeah, they did.
31-17. But
Close early.
it was
Coastal
close.
Carolina and App State were on. I understand that was a good game, but I just didn't give it much last night. We
What,
were
you
pretty
talking about
busy.
Tuesday night football?
Yeah,
probably
isn't that
not.
weird? Terry even said something about it. She's
It
like,
looked like
hey,
Jacksonville had a good crowd, though.
yeah, it looked good. It looked good. Score didn't, but it looked good.
Yeah,
the crowd and
got
everything.
white uniform.
Field looked good.
The whiteout looked good.
I did.
White
I
out.
did. When they'd zone in on those, zoom in on those helmets, it looked really good.
How about I found a hat yesterday? I went to get personalized. Had to drop off something for the women's golf coach, Robbie Fields. Hey, Robbie. And I went in there, and they had a white hat that looked just like the helmet with that Gamecock, and I had to have it. I was like, this is what y'all do to me. I come in here and buy something.
There you go.
So it's in the car. It's a sharp hat.
Oh, I need
a lot of compliments
I
on
need to
that
see
yesterday.
that.
It was
I need
good.
to
It's
see
a
it.
good-looking hat.
I want to see it in person.
Good-looking hat. Started to wear it in this morning, and I thought, you're not a hat guy in here.
Yeah.
It looked good, but the Gamecock was a little cartoonish.
I knew I was waiting on that from you.
It's just a little.
I was waiting on
little.
that from you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it still looked good.
I've had mixed emotions about it, and I've seen it in different areas.
Isn't it a
on different
throwback?
things.
Wasn't
I don't know.
I think like years ago they had. I don't know if it's on uniforms, but it was on signage or something. Maybe I made that up. I thought it was almost a throwback.
I have seen it on things before, but recently I'm seeing people start using it in different sports, and so I've been trying to figure out how to incorporate it
with his
but-
claws. I like the one where he's flying down with his claws. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that one.
You do.
Mm-hmm.
I have a story here that just bugs you. It bugs your brother too, but it happens about this time every year. We have a world record on a pumpkin again.
Oh yeah, we always try to. And
Every
they never
year.
look like pumpkins.
No.
They're out of shape. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That's what bothers me. Hey, giant pumpkin, fine, but it doesn't look like a pumpkin.
No,
it looks
it
like a
doesn't.
blob of something.
Yeah. To your point, check that thing out. That
See,
don't look like,
doesn't
a pumpkin.
like a pumpkin.
No,
I
no.
want the biggest one that looks like a pumpkin.
Right. We've got a Minnesota man. He broke the world record with a pumpkin weighing 2,749 pounds.
Let me ask you this, and I know for people
It's named, by the way, Michael Jordan.
Okay, people who grow stuff will probably laugh at me, but what do you do to go, okay, this is the process to have a giant whatever?
Good question.
You know,
What do I do
don't
different
know.
for that than I do for
Do
a
you
regular?
inject it with steroids?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
I
I'm
mean,
saying.
what do you do?
What do you do? Or do you see it as
Put
it
more-
starts to grow and we go, hey, we got some potential here?
You put
This
some
one here's
special
growing.
manure on it, certain animals'
Yeah.
dung.
I don't know. Michael
Human
Jordan's really
dung? I don't
growing,
know.
y'all. But
No,
it was
not.
the
It's just, it doesn't look like a pumpkin. You put it this way, you couldn't make a jack-o'-lantern out of it.
No.
because it's not round enough.
It did take first place, though, in the 50th annual Safeway World Championship Pumpkin Weigh-Off
All right, let's say I got a pumpkin
in Half
seed.
Moon Bay on Monday.
Let's say I got a pumpkin seed. I said, I'm going to take this pumpkin seed and I'm going to grow a giant pumpkin. What do
Right.
I do different than I put just a
don't know.
normal pumpkin seed?
Yeah, I don't
What's different to make it giant?
I don't know, Greg.
Anyone?
All right, so let me ask you this. Does this help any? He won $30,000 for first place.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I don't know who would give that out for a pumpkin.
Right.
Seems a lot of money. Maybe you win maybe free dinner at some local restaurant, but I don't know about 30-something grand.
It topped the world's previous world record for heaviest pumpkin by 47 pounds.
Oh,
It
ran
says
the score
here
up.
that they planted Michael Jordan on April
Why
the
they call it
10th.
Michael Jordan?
I don't know. It's just his name. They planted Michael Jordan on April the 10th and spent about $15,000 on the pumpkin's care and feeding.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
What
There's got to
in
be
the
a process.
world?
There's a process. I just kind of curious what it was.
He said he picked it Saturday morning, then put it in the truck for the trip to California. He was from Minnesota.
Minnesota.
It was about he said it was a 35-hour drive.
Minnesota's known for its pumpkins.
Kid gracious, you got to be committed. So he so it took 15K to grow it, and he got 30. So after you pay taxes on that and everything, you're not
so
netting a bunch.
15 grand just to get it big like that?
I know, I don't get that.
Come on.
Huh?
I did I did a Google on
Let's say
how to grow large fruit.
What does it say?
Well, there's a video here.
What does it say?
Well, if he spent $15,000 taking care of it, boy, he better be glad he did.
A lot of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium talk.
Little dung in there.
I didn't know what you said. You scared me.
I mean, they're growing things.
There's got to be other, I don't know.
You want to know one reason why we don't get a lot of pumpkins? It's because it's like I really don't know what to do with them after Halloween.
What about when you let them sit and they start slowly collapsing and then they get gross and you forget about them?
We would take them.
I don't like anything.
Sometimes we'd take them out and use them as target practice.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Cutting the top and reaching in there and getting all that crap out of it.
Yeah, I don't like that.
You know what I love?
What's
Good
that?
pumpkin spice latte.
Oh, I don't like you all about that.
Anything.
I hadn't got one. I've got one this whole year.
Did y'all see the other day?
You know what I just Googled? How to grow a gigantic pumpkin.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Grow a big A pumpkin. I saw Wendy's had a pumpkin spice frosting.
Ooh,
no,
interesting.
That's gross.
I don't know. I'm not gonna have it, but that is interesting.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a long time since I've had a frosty. It's been a long time since I've been to
I like a frosty.
Any joint like that.
Yeah. You think a frosty ain't good?
Ooh, hey, you kidding me?
I like dipping the fries in it.
Whatever. Yeah.
I get
I'm
after a
serious.
frosty so much it gives me like an ice cream headache. And I got to slow down.
Oh yeah. When I was a kid, when I would order a hamburger, I used to order a shake with it. I grew out of that.
Did you?
It says it's all in the seed.
All in the seeds,
Yep.
special seeds, magic.
You need about
beans.
100 to 20 days to grow.
So you mean to tell me that
The seed is called Dill's Atlantic Giant, and that's the one you need.
That's who you need, and you got to take care of it.
It'll be 200 to 300 pounds.
Wow.
Could you imagine having like a forklift or something trying to get that pumpkin in the back of your truck?
Without breaking it?
Yeah, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 Live Guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 Live Guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A A to point B, traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick here. Oh, there's Bubba. What's up, big guy? He's here, fired up. Look at him. Does that man not look fired up for the day? Huh? He looks so fired up. He's ready to go. And we thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG. It could be that Bubba's just ready for the day, or he's ready to go hunting. Did you see him with his camo on today? He's dialed it in. This portion of the show brought to you by cbdistillery.com. cbdistillery.com. 81% of CBD users say it helps them when it comes to stress and anxiety, and it could maybe even help you sleep better. About 90% of CBD users say they now enjoy improved sleep, and you can try it out for 20%, or you can start saving, I should say, 20% or more at cbdistillery.com. That's cbdistillery.com. There's no prescriptions required. Just check out their oils, their topicals, their drink mixes, capsules, gummies, and powders at cbdistilleries.com. For 20% off, or you can always go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button.
Under it?
Another story here. Sometimes I just print them because I know how y'all are going to react. This one, I know we love older adults trying to do things late in life. This one probably beats it all.
Yeah.
Chicago woman, 104. She has died days after attempting the world's oldest skydiver record.
Now, this had nothing to do with her death.
It did not. I don't think so. But Dorothy is her name.
Probably didn't help her.
Yeah,
probably didn't.
Dorothy Hoffner, I should say, 104, from Chicago, recently attempted to set the world record as the oldest person to parachute from a plane died Monday, reports say. A spokesperson for her told the Sunday Chicago Sun-Times that they were honored that the skydiving experience from October the 1st was they were able to serve as
what a way
capped
to go.
off her life. She was able to complete that, but sadly has now passed away.
I hope they didn't land her like they did President Bush.
I knew
that
it.
time.
I was
that
waiting.
would be why she died. No,
It's the
actually,
second
I saw,
time.
and I think it may have been her, but actually they showed somebody over 100 skydiving.
Yeah.
And the guy landed it really good, real soft.
Okay. Yeah, well,
I
she
was waiting on him to pile up.
She jumped out and did a tandem jump at 100, but she did it again at 104 on October the 1st. But the story is that she has now passed away.
How many days after that?
She was going to be 105 in December.
You're 100 years old, okay? You get to do something you've never done before. It can't be skydiving. What is it?
Oh, wow.
Something you've never done. I immediately thought scuba diving. But that'll be tough. That'll be tough at 100.
Yeah.
Because I've never scuba dived.
I've bungee jumped. I've done that.
But would you want to do that? Like, did you?
No, it was horrible.
Yeah, I want something that you want to do.
I like
always
to-
wanted to do.
Kind of like Shatner with
Fly a
Bezos.
plane.
I'd like to kind of go up to the edge
Would
of
you?
space and come back down.
Fly a plane.
Oh, that's not bad. But you have to know how to fly.
Oh, yeah.
I had to pilot, I mean.
Yeah, well.
I'd like to get one of those cages and scuba dive with a shark.
Ooh, that's not
I
bad.
think that's what I'd want to do.
I'd like to pet a line.
Pet a line.
He likes that lion's mane.
He does. I heard that.
What's wrong with y'all? Huh? Say.
Anywho.
Look at both of you. Look at me. What's wrong with y'all?
Well, you do. You like
Well, I
petting the
just-
lines.
Well,
Mike.
y'all, that's what I wanted to do.
I Do you want it to go? You know, how they
Hey,
make noise?
that time we did that thing with the grizzly, put our hand in there.
Yeah, fed it marshmallows.
That was stupid.
Yeah, well, they said, now point your finger.
I know what they said,
I
but
didn't want him to.
what if the grizzly said, "Today I want your finger"?
Yeah,
He could have.
Yeah,
He could have made that
easily.
decision.
Yeah,
We were
his
face to
nose,
face with the
was
grizzly.
bigger than my whole hand.
Oh yeah,
It was a big one.
yeah. He was.
You never-
He liked them marshmallows though.
Yeah.
None of the skydiving stuff's ever intrigued me.
Me neither. I
just
really
never-
don't want to do it.
Yeah.
I just don't.
I've done it
no
one time. I did the
desire.
tandem, but that was covered. That's the best of. I did it live on the
Dude,
air.
You strapped to some dude.
If you
Yeah,
could,
I duct taped a phone in a sandwich bag to my thigh, and then whenever we pulled the chute and we got closer to the ground, I got the phone, tried not to drop it, and I didn't, and called the cellcast where Rick and Bubba were broadcasting from down at the where we were landing, and called them, and actually was on the air with them
While flying.
while flying up there.
what if you did a tandem with the lion?
Now you got something. Huh?
Is he strapped to me?
No, you're strapped to him.
But how's he know
Do
when
you
to
like
pull?
that lion's
Yeah.
mane? Huh?
You love it.
I don't know what's wrong with y'all. Y'all need to.
This
pray
one went
about
to
it.
bed early
Look
last
at me.
night, and he's in a different mood. And so now he's brought me in.
and I brought him in a drink too.
What'd you bring him?
One of them things y'all
No,
like
yeah.
so much.
I brought one in too.
I
That's-
paid him back yesterday. He bought me one yesterday.
By the way, somebody told me that and it may have been you, that you can not all of them are the sparkling water.
They're not.
Are they not?
But the black top does not identify that.
No, it's just a
Well, how
thing.
do you know?
Somebody told me that.
You can see it
What
like the
is it
silver or the silver top is the one that's not carbonated or whatever.
Are we sure about
yeah,
that?
yeah, because it'll say it on the side of the can.
What's that taste like?
I don't know. I've never had one.
I've got one. I
don't
don't think you have that aftertaste like you were talking about.
I kind of like that carbonated.
He loves aftertaste.
Yeah.
It reminds him of stuff.
That's a little seltzer.
So it is.
Yeah.
So the black top is carbonated.
Watch it.
And the
From what
silver top, all of it's
not.
sparkling water.
Right.
Okay.
That's
I might
that's
like
what
it
I
better.
that's what I thought, but I could
I'm
have
gonna
it
try
wrong.
the silver cap.
Sitting up, look at him.
Well, I grabbed one out of our refrigerator this morning downstairs, and it had a silver on it, and I thought, wait a minute, and I thought, does this mean it's carbonated or not? But I won't use it until today when on the way to Jacksonville. That's kind of my thing I do.
I know something else.
I enjoy the ride with my Celsius.
I think they've shut it down now, but I found something else I want to do. I want to be in the water with one of those orca whales.
really?
Yeah.
No,
and then stand and then have them throw me in the air, and I throw there, and then
like
I
they used to
flip
do
and
on
come back down.
SeaWorld before they ruined it.
At about 104, 105.
You know, that orca's rough.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of things I could never do, like pet a lion and that. Pet a tiger, too, like scratch his little back.
Yeah, you like his big cats.
So there's that story. And then another story here. It looks like there's somebody that's actually trying to stand up to the woke world and everything and saying, hey, you know what, we're not going to...
I was very surprised by this.
We're not going to continue this thing where things are ever changing. The NHL says we're banning the use of pride tape on the ice in an updated guidance for the theme nights. So, everybody's got these theme nights, and you know how they use the tape
on their sticks
for the sticks, and then also they talked about the specialty jerseys too. They said that look, we're not doing all that. We're not getting in that
because it's rare that somebody actually stands up and goes, "Look, let's just play hockey."
Yeah,
Look, I'm not for, I'm not against. Let's just play hockey.
Yeah,
and look. God, I like to act like, we're trying to expand the fan base. Listen, if you're a fan of hockey, it don't matter if you're LBGQP, HMNMA. It doesn't matter. You're going to go play hockey. I mean, because that didn't bring people to the sport anyway. I was going to
say, they know their audience pretty well.
I mean, let's just play hockey.
Yeah. And they were smart, too, to include that with other things. But they did confirm, the commissioner did last week, that a memo was issued to all 32 teams clarifying the rules that the players must abide by for theme nights. It included a ban of pride tape for sticks and reaffirmed that specialty sweaters for theme nights, including pride, hockey fights, cancer, or military appreciation celebrations, will not be permitted on the ice.
Let's just play hockey.
They said, hey, look, we're not getting in all that.
Let's play hockey.
Yeah, said that that we're not going to be in that debate. We're just going to go play hockey and be done with it. But they went ahead and nipped that one and said we're going to send something to all 32 teams, and that's just we're
just going to wear our uniforms we wear, and we're going to play hockey.
Yeah.
How about
Nip
that?
it.
And everybody's welcome. If you're a hockey fan, come on.
Yeah, that's it.
We don't care.
Don't care.
Come on.
Come on. All right, we'll take a break.
Come on.
We'll be right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Have you never? So y'all have never seen a big tiger or big lion? So that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
I saw Mike the Tiger this weekend down at LSU.
Ooh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Biggin'?
Oh, yeah. That's fun. You ever down there? Go by, see him. He likes a little company.
He does?
Yeah.
Wow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hi there, I'm Andrew McCollum, CEO of Philo, the best way to watch your favorite movies, shows, and live TV for just $25 a month. We'd like to invite you to experience the future of television for a fraction of the cost of cable. Unlike cable, Philo has no contracts, no hidden fees, and you won't wake up one day to find out that your bill has doubled. Just ask our existing subscribers that have never seen their monthly price go up in over 5 years. Here at Philo, we think TV should just work. But anytime you need us, day or night, you'll always have a real person to help you, usually in less than a minute. You might even get me answering the phone. Over 90% of the people who call us rate our support 5 stars. So sit back and enjoy our over 70 live channels, record as much as you want for a year with our unlimited DVR, and relax by thinking about all the things you could buy with the money you're saving. Signing up takes seconds, so start a 7-day free trial today at philo.com/Andrew. That's philo.com/Andrew.
To celebrate National PA Week, here's some reasons why 10.4 million patients trust their health to board-certified physician assistants every week. PAs can diagnose, manage chronic illnesses, prescribe medications, and assist in surgery. PAs also increase access to health care, and that's important because your health can't wait. Learn more at PAsDoThat.net. Sponsored by the National Commission on Certification of Physician Assistants.
Doug. With Liberty Mutual, you can customize and save hundreds on your car insurance. But what to buy with those savings? Yep, I bought a sound effects machine.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Hustle up, we've got 8 more floors to go before lunch.
Sarusha's window washing business is reaching new heights.
Wipe, and let's roll.
They need more certified cleaners to keep online reviews crystal clear.
Team, I know we're hustling, but watch for streaks. Candace, can you give me a hand over here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Thinning hair is normal, but it doesn't have to be your fate.
Once I started taking Nutrafol, I could visibly see my hair get thicker.
Nutrafol, the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without.
All right, 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Number of things to go through here. I saw one that kind of surprised me a little bit. Gymnast icon Mary Lou Retton is fighting for her life as she battles pneumonia. Her daughter has announced. It says here that she was taken into an intensive care unit, which with what appears to be pneumonia, and things are not looking good, and she is in a battle. So, just
how old is she now? In her 50s, 55, 56, something like that.
Let's see if it says here in the story, because I'm not sure.
Because she was. I didn't remember.
It was the
her.
'84 Olympics.
It was.
And that's the year I graduated from high school, so she was probably.
So I wouldn't have been.
She's probably what?
She's probably your age or a little younger.
A little younger around there. In her 50s.
Yeah. Because I was like 6 or 8.
Yeah. You didn't care.
Well, you've heard. I know we've all had. I mean, if you haven't known somebody, you know of somebody that they let it get too far along and ended up with walking pneumonia or something like that, and they get to the hospital and it's a
full-blown pneumonia.
Yeah, it's a battle there. So her daughter just announced that she was in the hospital and posted this on Instagram and says that she is not able to breathe on her own right now. and that she is in serious condition. And so, but it says in a state, she also provided more specific information on her mother's condition. Her daughter did. It says that, but she did say that the pneumonia was a very rare form of it. I don't know what that means. That's all it says.
Yeah,
but
ICU.
Yeah,
struggling.
That's tough.
Mary Lou Retton.
Yeah. So anyway, that's just a quick update, and it's just that's a household name that wasn't prepared for that.
Who is an Olympic athlete that stands out to you? Like when you think of the Olympics, who do
she's definitely one?
Is she?
Michael Phelps.
Michael Phelps is it for me? But
Bruce Jenner.
Well,
I knew he was going to say.
I could have put money on it.
I'm not being funny. I'm serious.
I know, Greg.
When I was the '76 Olympics, I'll tell you who else in those Olympics that I remember: Sugar Ray Leonard.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
the Spinks brothers.
Yeah,
seemed like they all came out of that.
Yeah,
Usain Bolt is one of those that stands out to me
for sure.
Definitely.
And then all the back in the day with Carl
Michael
Lewis
Phelps,
and
like you're talking Phelps and Carl Lewis and FloJo and all them.
Yeah,
Jackie Joyner.
Mm-hmm.
But I forget about the gymnast.
Yeah,
I do. I don't.
Well, there's been a bunch of them.
Yeah.
I can't remember them either. Well, I remember Simone Biles bailing out in the last Olympics.
She's back doing some things now.
Oh, just setting all kinds of records. You go, well, I'd like to see you done that at the Olympics.
I thought the same thing.
But
I try to be sensitive to that, but it's hard for me to.
I mean, you're the best
to
in
go
the world.
that. I know.
But whatever. I wasn't being funny about Bruce Jenner. I remember he's on a Wheaties box.
Greg, you keep talking.
He was
about
a dude too. He wasn't a woman.
Yeah.
Triathlon. I mean, no, decathlon.
Yeah.
World's
Where
greatest
are the
athlete.
Olympics next time?
I think they're
Is
in
it
Hoover.
Paris?
Hoover at the Met.
It is Paris 2024.
I don't know why. I came up with that. I have no idea why.
Well, you love American sports.
Oh, he gets
now
all
you get
nostalgic. He don't care if it's synchronized
You
swimming.
do. I mean, that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing,
let's
Speedy. It's a good thing. I wish I was more patriotic when it comes to the Olympics.
Oh, he is. He gets to squall.
Well, Greg had a crush on Tanya Harding back in the day. I remember that because we talked
I
about
do
it.
remember her as that. I mean,
but,
because of that controversy.
Well, no, but
how do you forget
the
that?
reason why I remember is because I forget what it was on. I think NBC still has that contract. But they've been rolling promos on it
You
for
got
the
your flag shirt?
gymnastics portion of it.
Have you got your flag shirt?
No,
ready?
no. Now I am a
You're a
patriotic
patriotic
dude,
guy.
but
And I appreciate that.
When we play the world, that was just kind of
perfect
something.
example when you said we.
I mean, I don't.
When we play the world,
He got into the World Cup.
Am I
that
not
time.
an American?
No, you are.
Soccer.
Listen,
hell?
I think it's a great
And
thing.
I'm proud to be.
What do we say?
But I don't even reference that when it comes to the Olympics, just because I don't feel like I'm. You
don't feel like you're an American?
Yeah,
You don't say we?
That has nothing to do with.
It's not
I
like
really
he's proud. I like you're Russian or something.
I don't reference it like that though. When I'm talking about the Olympics, I don't say.
I love it.
I don't say we. When I'm talking about the Olympics, I never say we.
Is an American when you say America won, the USA won the gold. You don't say, "Hey, we won the gold."
I don't. I just say USA
won.
won. I mean, and that's. I guess
See,
it's
I
not
wouldn't
as
know. I
personal.
wouldn't know enough if I say we
Now,
or USA. I don't think
One
about
of the memorable Olympic moments was the Miracle on Ice.
Oh
Yeah.
You
Oh,
talking
look,
about
see,
the greatest sports moment?
You hear a serious
And-
voice.
I would have said
There
we
was.
during that one.
Yeah. Well,
I told y'all
because-
the story of that. I
I
was.
mean,
at
I wasn't
home
on the team,
restriction.
but I am an American.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times you kind
night.
of put yourself on the team.
No.
I thought you were starting quarterback for the Bulldogs down at Starkville.
Now, we talk about Mississippi State out of this. I have
Yeah,
no idea.
somehow it's America.
Well, you
Yeah.
say we with them too.
Yeah.
But
I don't know if I do.
You do.
I didn't know you take notes on me.
You did. Oh, I take notes on everybody.
Okay.
It's just part of sitting in here.
Let's start counting how many
You
times.
did with the Braves
I'll have to
yesterday.
start- well,
you
yeah,
did it
but
with the Braves
we
yesterday.
were talking funny about that because
Speedy, if you want to insert
Speedy,
yourself in a lot of
it's
teams,
that's fine, but let's not exaggerate.
It's perfectly fine. You when Mississippi State was not doing so well early, you were talking about we don't have an identity. That's what you said.
I don't know that I said
we
that.
suck, and I thought that was a little much.
Well, we do, but no, I'm kidding. But no, I don't.
Please
I don't
understand,
That. I
there's
think you're
nothing-
exaggerating.
there's
I don't think you
nothing-
ever pay attention to what I say. I
There's
think you're exaggerating
nothing
for a
wrong
bit
with
right now.
what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's. I mean, it's not a bad thing.
Well,
when
it comes to America and the USA, I think I'm okay to say we.
I think you are too. I actually said that.
I will say this, and we had this argument on air. Yeah. When you were saying we with the soccer team, that was tough.
Yeah, we just now we're doing stuff.
That hurt.
Now we're just making it up. But anyway, yeah. So I think that's the only reason why I knew it was in Paris, because they were rolling promos during something. I can't remember what it was.
You talk about the Miracle on Ice. Nothing like that will ever happen again in sports history.
It's
nothing.
Unreal.
No.
There's no scenario.
Biggest upset ever.
Yeah. Yep.
Guys, they played them earlier in the exhibition and got beat. They scored 10 goals in hockey.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of college players out there.
Yeah,
playing against the greatest in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were worried about that.
Hey, I was glad how we handled it. The pressure.
What was the name of the coach? I love that movie.
Dang it.
I love that movie.
Yeah, but you remember they stretched it out too long.
Craig, don't ruin this one for me.
Well, you remember when they all went off somewhere at Christmas and they were up to that?
You didn't like them playing football?
Herbert Paul Brooks Jr.
Yeah, Herb Brooks.
Yeah, they the thing about it, that part went on too long. Let's get to the hockey.
I like that they showed a little team building.
It could have been
Greg.
30 minutes less.
Team building.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but you don't have to stay with it. Herb was a hard
Again.
Golly, he was rough.
Yeah, he was.
Good night. All right,
we need more men like that these days.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that there's not many of them at all. All right, so we'll take a break. We'll come right back. We've discussed a lot this hour, and we have told Greg the first pitch of the Braves. That's at 4:00.
What time we start?
Something p.m.
We
Central.
start at 4:07.
4:07. So let's just call it 4 and go ahead and tune over to TBS, buddy.
There you go.
So you don't come in tomorrow morning lost.
Well,
and we'll see how it works.
Tell me what was on. I've been looking on.
Well, at least you know.
ESPN.
You don't have to watch every pitch. I just want you to know.
Yeah, I can monitor it.
Right. That is an early start.
I hope we win.
That sure does help us that get up real early, and most of you, that if you're listening live, you're one of them, that an early game helps.
It's rare.
Yeah.
Most of the time we had to stay up late if it's some type of playoff.
Exactly. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. The main show starts. Rick, Bubba, Adler are all here, and we'll get this thing rolling. Don't forget, Bible studies live today at noon Central on YouTube. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All in feet and inches.
That's the
that would help, and the font be something just a little bit larger than like 0.5.
What we're basically able to tell you is that college basketball Division I is going to move the line back next season, and 2 and 3 is going to move it back the season after that.
Right, because of the cost of painting the stripe on the floor.
And they
messes a lot of floors.
They've moved it once, and they're going to move it again.
Yeah,
that's it.
And it's to the international level now. We have no idea how that compares to the NBA.
We have no idea.
It's in between.
Yeah,
It's in between what they had and then the NBA. NBA is, of course, further
maybe
back.
I'm crazy. Because a lot of these guys are wanting to play in the NBA. Why don't you just make it whatever the NBA is?
Well, I thought about that too, and I almost was going to say that, but then I started thinking, but there are a lot of players that never play in the NBA, and it's not professional basketball. Officially.
International.
Officially.
They want you to have to step it up just a little bit further if you're going to be a pro and do it, for a living every day.
Yeah, if we took that, and I actually was going to say that because it's not like I disagree with it, but then if we did that, we should take all sports and everybody just play at the professional, like in football, baseball, whatever. It should all just be like pros.
Well, that's like I did the team.
Yeah.
What about the 4-point line? Did you see where they're putting it in? I'm just trying to get something else.
I really think you ought to get 5 for a half court shot.
But as you can see, the international, you can't see on TV the white line. It's just in front of the dots, the dotted line. That's the dotted line's the new. The NBA is the furthest back.
NBA is 23-9. Okay, so we'll get all these numbers together here in a minute.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we last hour, and it's 100% on me, even though this has kind of been what you love about the show and hate about the show, is we really weren't prepared to talk about the moving back of the 3-point line in NCAA college basketball. Because we foolishly thought the story would have the information in it, and it didn't.
We had not prepped the story, and now in the break, we can actually present to you the various three-point lines. I know you've waited throughout the break begging us to get this right.
You don't think the last episode went very good?
Well, it was one of those things.
I thought it was very informative.
Yeah,
sure it was.
Well,
A lot of butter and
that font is over here.
29.4.
So here's your numbers.
Right,
here's your numbers. The old NCAA and high school was 19.9. This is at the top of the arc. Okay, the WNBA is 20.6. The NCAA new line will be at 20.9, and the NBA is at 23.9.
I didn't realize the NBA and even the change is still that much different.
Yeah,
That's a lot of lines.
3 foot.
3 foot different.
Wow, a lot of lines out there.
A lot of lines.
Yeah,
How would you like to be the guy that always has to change the lines?
Yeah.
He's furious.
He's
If you have a basketball court and you might have high school on it, or you might have women, or you might have NCAA, or you might have – I mean, you got to have so many lines. Good night. It looks like a mess out there.
If you're just going a foot back, just leave it.
Well, here's what I would do. If I was king of all basketball.
That's a lot of work for.
If I was king of all basketball, I would declare: if you're a woman, here's how far you got to shoot a 3-pointer. If you're a man, here's how far you got to shoot a 3-pointer. And throughout your lives from high school, and if you make it to the NBA, everybody's going to shoot from the same place, and then the people who can do it really good make it to the NBA. The ones who can't don't.
I thought we were all the same though.
Well, men and
I
women,
thought we were all supposed to be the same.
What do we do about that?
I'm like, have one 3-point line for everybody, and then either shoot it or don't.
Right. Well,
and I'm not even sure what we said's right. I see 22 foot now down here in the.
I was going to say,
that's from the corners.
It's a disaster.
Remember?
Okay,
that's from the corners.
This 3-point
we shouldn't even be discussing.
It's a complete disaster. Let's just
bottom line. It's moved back,
right,
and leave it at that
to the international line, whatever that.
Yeah, just leave it at that.
Right.
Move on.
It's not much difference.
It's going to be a little further back.
They moved it back.
Move on.
I want one 3-point line, and people say, "Can you shoot a 3-pointer?" Yes, I can. We all know what that means.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize.
Can you shoot one in high school? Can you shoot one in college? Can you shoot one Division I, Division II, Division III, women, NBA,
internationally?
Internationally? What about pickup? What about down there? What about pickup basketball? Where's it at?
I didn't realize.
One 3-point line. This is a 3-pointer.
I didn't realize till you saw that graph that the NBA is not like a half circle. It actually rolls off and gets flat on the side because they have to. They're going to run out. They're going to run out of court.
Yeah, yep, sure do.
Yep.
It's tied over there in the corner.
Well, clearly we need a 4-point line.
Yeah, look, stick around.
Let's add confusion.
I'll tell you one thing: if the ratings don't go up on this NBA Finals, you may see one.
Yeah, that's good.
Nobody's watching it. You can't have a team from Canada in it. Nobody wants to watch Canada play.
Yeah, you may have a champion. You may have a champion from Canada if they keep going like this.
I know, but think about it. Think about it. When a team from Canada wins in baseball, wins in basketball, it's weird. Now, if they win in hockey, it doesn't bother you.
Well, one of the things too, I think, is hurting. The Warriors are missing so many players.
Right.
I mean, when the MVP of the past couple is not playing, and then their stars are out, it's not. I mean.
Stars don't come out at night.
No, they don't.
And
they got to get those shooters back on the floor.
Yeah, well, I mean, if somebody's hurt, I mean, what can you do?
Yep. But it's a bad time to be hurt.
Somehow I feel like
Super Bowl.
And I don't know the injury, and it's a calf injury of some sort, but somehow I just think the teammates think Kevin Durant should be back by now. They're thinking, come on, man.
Well, I did hear somebody yesterday say that this is one of those things that can be easily re-injured and made worse than it actually is. And so he'll be back probably worst case Game 5, maybe Game 4.
So what?
If the Raptors get a 3-1 lead, I bet everybody's back on the floor.
So what is the situation? See, I'm not even watching.
2-1 Raptors.
Okay.
They won in Oakland last.
But they said the ratings are low.
Yeah.
Not many people.
Well, how about it? It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour beginning now, and we are thankful that you're here. Let's start with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new hour starting now. Thanks for being with us. So we unpack another one. We got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy. They've already done a job of getting the kickoff hour out there, getting everybody stretched up. We're warmed up. We're ready. Now Adler joins the team. The YouTube experience now will be enhanced as he takes control and is ready to not only show you what it looks like for this show, he gives you archives in the break. He also adds colorful commentary from his microphone inside his little booth. All that ready to go today. Another resource available to you today on the YouTube channel and on our podcast archives is the Wednesday Bible study. I will say that probably now more than ever, this whole study of the Revelation, I notice it's garnering quite a bit of attention. So we will continue that today. Some of you going, wow, I wish I'd been following this all along. Well, the archives are available, but we have a new one today. It will be noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, there on our YouTube channel. It's archived soon after, and you can watch it on our YouTube channel on your own time, or you can listen to the audio archive on our podcast channel. So put that on the schedule for today as well. So we are missing one, the silver tongue one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. I remember throwing punches around and preaching from my chair. But who in the world are you?
Who are you?
Who are you? So, Bubba, we do have updates, as I mentioned. We will update you on the latest on the conflict and how many times in our lifetime has the word conflict and Middle East gone together.
Oh, I know.
Well, as long as we've been doing it.
And guess what? It will continue.
It will continue.
It will continue.
So it looks like the latest update, and we'll get others, is certainly Israel is on the offense. They're moving, and they're declaring that they will bring in ground forces any minute now, as far as when we were doing this show live. The bombings have continued. They say they will turn Gaza into a tent city. They say the Middle East will never be the same after this. It will be remembered, Israel's response for generations. And they have sent to their people, if you are anywhere near all this, you need 3 days of supplies to bunker down, and you need to find somewhere else to go. And if you're Palestinian and you don't want to die, go to Egypt. So there you go. And so that's where that is. And then, of course, that has spawned what you would expect, lots and lots of questions about biblical history, a lot of talk about the rapture, and people are getting intense. And, you know, that's usually, I know it's hard to think about that, but that's actually just more of God's grace again. I mean, throughout time, I was reading the prophet Jeremiah before the show today, and here he is telling these people who are rebelling against God, look, you're rebelling against him. He's going to allow things to happen. He's allowing them to so he can get your attention so that hopefully you'll turn back to him.
And he's been doing that gracious move over and over and over again. But again, the thing I think we must understand is that sin always matters. There's a certain false theology that's preached too much right now that sin's really no big deal. It always matters. And that we certainly are saved by God's mercy and grace. We don't have any hope without it. Got that. And perfection in a fallen creation and fallen flesh is unattainable on our own. However, there's a transformation that God requires, and the repercussions for our sin always matter, always have, always will, and he hates it. So he's working out his final plan, and hopefully, as people see things like this, and even if it might spook you a little bit in a good way, you'll seek those answers and you'll find them, because at the end of it all, the Palestinians and the Hebrews who have rejected Jesus as Messiah, they both need the same thing. They need Jesus.
Yep.
And I've been in the home of some wonderful Palestinian people who have acknowledged Jesus as Lord and Savior. They were wonderful people. They were good to my family. I wish them no ill will, but sometimes other people bring calamity on you when they do things that you didn't have control of. And, that doesn't mean there aren't wonderful Palestinian people. But these terrorists, they have brought fury down upon you.
You make a great point too, that collective sin matters.
Ooh.
and we pay a collective price for it. And I know a lot of people are looking, and they're trying to find winners and losers using their sense of what's right and wrong, and you can't do that, because the things we have done, our sin. You're seeing it play out in the Middle East right now. It's a collective of what we've all done, and that's why it does matter, the things that you do in your life and every day, and we're all guilty of it. It has a communitive and collective effect.
Well, and I remember my wife saying that to our children, and it's a phrase that I'm doing a new devotional that I felt like that God in the right time, and what I'm looking around now, our next 31-day devotional, which is an individual resource, is going to be called Sin Always Matters. And I remember my wife telling our children, the things we're telling to you, we're not just telling you these things trying to be mean or trying to be unreasonable or trying to be stuffy or trying to be killjoys. It is true that the Lord will forgive you of anything you repent of, children, but as you head out tonight, remember, sin always matters. It always matters. And doesn't mean it's unforgivable.
Yeah.
In eternity.
And a way back.
But on earth, it always matters. And so we see that, and we hope that you like you said that point about the collective. You don't have to look any further than the downfall of mankind in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm standing there every time you go to a funeral. That's the sin of Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
Every time. And it affects all of us. When, Greg, you and I were sitting there yesterday, trying to help our dad, and we see the state he's in with Alzheimer's, you go, the original sin matters. We're all dying, and we're all going away because of sin. And then some people turn around and try to act like it doesn't matter. How about this? Every one of us see collective sin and what's happening. We're all dying and because of sin. But redemption is available, and that's what I'd focus on. If I I had to go through the process of making that priority, so I'm no different than anybody else. But if you have not secured your eternity, and I'm not saying that the church is about to be raptured, and I'm not saying this are those that believe it's the beginning of the tribulation. I'm not saying any of that. I am saying though that you could die today, and maybe this is the kind of stuff that gets you, like I'm getting more questions about the Bible. And they always say it's like 9/11. I mean, 9/11, well, you better get to church early after 9/11. Now, of course, about 6 months after that, those seats became available again, because sometimes being scared isn't enough. But a lot of times being scared will do it. And I hope everybody is assessing. I had one friend yesterday, I was laughing, and he was talking about the rapture of the church. He said, boy, I tell you, watching the news, I don't think I'm going to buy any green bananas. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's still funny. It makes
understand the point.
Yeah, it makes the point. We'll be back 17 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you far, that's what we've heard.
Yeah, you get down to.
I forgot it was on.
See, who cares?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you first of all you got to care about basketball, then you got to care about pro basketball, then you got to realize they're playing somebody from Canada.
Yeah,
it goes back to this. So many options out there.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of dive off into our digital network and we forget about that.
Oh yeah,
our streaming.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's if you're a basketball fan, you don't. But if you're the casual fan they need, you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah, because there was a story out. Y'all might have done it when I was out Monday. There was a story that said more people are watching their smartphones than TVs. In the latest little survey they did, that more people are going to these devices here, and I'm holding up a phone, than they are just sitting down and watching TV.
Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, I mean, it's
a mobile world.
Well, it is shocking to me how simple it's getting to do that.
Yeah,
it's just not that difficult anymore. Even I can do it.
Yeah.
So speaking of things to watch, I said last hour, I started. It was the email of the day yesterday. There's always an email of the day, and that was Zach Brown's acceptance speech at the CMT Music Awards. I get CMT and CMA confused, and so I thought, and the way that they were coming in, and I feel bad for myself. I started thinking, Zach has finally given us a shout out.
Yeah, that's it. It's finally happened.
He is talking about all those that believe.
Hey, thanks, Zach.
All of us who believed in us in the early days, like Rick and Bubba, man, when they used to have us on, and all the other radio folks that let us. I didn't think we should be singled out only, but if you start talking about all who believed early, you'd have to put us on that list. But that wasn't it. It was actually everybody who's wanting me to see it because Zach Brown had a little message for all the struggling artists out there trying to make their way. And we have it now. We've bleeped it out, but so here it is.
Yeah.
For you young artists, have courage to stand up against the machine. Be yourself. Work hard, and one day you can stand up here and tell all the haters to f off.
Oh. Greg, I'm gonna stand there.
How does he feel about the haters?
It's kind of funny in this little clip here to see the original band members that we know react to what he says without saying anything.
Okay. Yeah. You see the new guys, they're kind of laughing. The guys who've been there a long time are kind of like, hey, well, come on now.
It's like, oh, wow,
by the way,
said it.
Zach, I don't know how to tell you this. Did that really need to be written down on a piece of paper? I mean, he's reading it off a piece of paper. This is not a long speech. Why did that have to be written on a piece of paper?
Right.
It's that just didn't seem like a
somebody make Zach mad right before he went up there.
Well, and
some hater must have sent a tweet.
And I tried to figure out what this is all based on, because I do remember when we heard them and they were on the show all the time. I never, if you'd asked me, do you think they're ever going to get a lot of radio play? And I remember saying this as we talked about it. I said, I certainly think their songs are fantastic, but when you look at how specialized radio is now, what format will play them? Yeah. Because they reminded me of Van Morrison more than anything. And then they had that beach side, which I guess is which is not my favorite, the Jimmy Buffett side of them. And I was like, what modern day radio stations are going to play those songs? What format does it fit? And then when they started being big in country music, that kind of surprised me. But country music has broadened its and so. And so was he saying the machine of country music didn't like them to begin with or something? Or is this about him?
Do you think Zach saw somebody in the crowd that wouldn't give him a record deal when they were starting up? And the guy was acting like he liked them now, and he just thought, let me set the record straight for you.
Well, he's been critical of the pop country sound.
Yeah, I knew that.
Maybe he's talking about that. They try to make you into that.
So is he saying when he was critical, because they would be what he would say the machine cranks out these pop country artists. He was.
Everybody sounds the same.
He was detrimental. He had some detrimental things to say about that.
Yeah.
Do you think now those people go after them because he had the audacity to speak toward the machine?
Yeah.
And he's saying that you'll have your day to tell them.
Yeah, because backstage, Billboard interviewed him, and he went on to say a little bit more. And he just said the way they deal with their critics and haters is simply being themselves, and that's how they've always been. When we started, we are just artists trying to make music, and we don't really care, in genres, different genres of music. We just make music, and we're not going to fall in some little, some line.
There's a formula
and some people don't like that, and he said we just ignore them and ourselves.
I kind of felt like when Zach said that, as much as they're beloved and how successful they've been, and their songs, a lot of them are very, very good. I kind of felt the way Jay Leno felt that day he heard that somebody was out to get Emmanuel Lewis.
22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. So following under that theme of at the end of it all, not to oversimplify this, but sometimes truth is just simply true. What everybody involved with everything that's going on in the world, everybody needs the same thing, and that's Jesus. And as we said on yesterday's program, if we probably concentrated on what we were told to do, and that is to be disciples and make disciples, you might solve a lot of the world's problems when people are transformed through redemption in Christ. Well, we have an example of that, including involving Hamas. In 2014, the son of the founder of Hamas, and I can't pronounce his name, it was interviewed by Don Lemon. And he tries to explain the role of Hamas. Now, think about this. Do you know why the son of the founder of Hamas is no longer doing what Hamas wants to do? Because he became a follower of Jesus. So there we go.
Change
so when you tried to pass it on to the son, Jesus took that away. Now, if he doesn't come to Jesus, he's probably still doing it. Right. So I know that's what changed me. There's things I don't do anymore because of the transformational power of Jesus. If Jesus had never come in my life, I'd probably still be doing them. But anyway, so here he is telling Don Lemon, but he has an insight on the way Hamas sees the world. And he explains that. And I saw some of this yesterday about the grooming of children and the cartoons they play for them and what they teach them about the Israelis and all that and Americans. But he talks about that a little bit. So here he is.
I'm joined now by Musab Hassan Youssef. He's the author of Son of Hamas, and he joins us live. You know, your father was a founding member of Hamas, and you were groomed to take a leadership position. Eventually, you converted to Christianity, rejected their political and military objectives. Why did you do that?
Well, for the simple reasons that we see right now in Gaza, that Hamas does not care about the lives of Palestinians, does not care about the lives of Israelis or Americans. They don't care about their own lives. They consider dying for the sake of their ideology a way of worship. And how can you continue in that society?
Okay. I'll ask you the same question I asked my last guest. Can you coexist with someone whose mission is your destruction?
Well, Hamas is not seeking coexistence and compromise. Hamas is seeking conquest and taking over. And by the way, Israel, the destruction of the state of Israel is not Hamas' final destination. Hamas' final destination is building the Islamic Khilafah, which means an Islamic state on the rubble of every other civilization. These are the ultimate goals of the movement.
Musab, you say in your book that Hamas targets civilians as a tool of war. Tell us about the Hamas that you know from growing up in the West Bank.
Well, in the mosques, Hamas taught us that without shedding innocent blood for the sake of the ideology, we won't be able to build an Islamic state. They were preparing us from the age as young as 5 years old. This is the ideology that Hamas was feeding us. And honestly, it's impossible almost for anybody to break through and see the truth of and real face of Hamas and be able to leave at some point. As you see in my case, I had to lose everything just to say no to Hamas. And today when I look at the children of Gaza and I know what they are fed, I know that they have no choice.
Musab, thank you. Appreciate it.
So you see an insight that is very clear because his dad was one of the founders of Hamas and he was being raised in it. And if he doesn't come to Christ, he's probably fighting right now.
Yeah, and I hope everybody heard the end goal of Hamas is not the destruction of Israel, it's the destruction of every civilization and a worldwide Islamic state.
Yeah.
And as we have tried to say over the years, until you understand that they don't want a compromise, they don't want an agreement, they do not want Israel to exist. They want it to be completely under Islamic rule. And they then also want that, as he just said, Bubba's point, for any nation that they are able to conquer. And so they're not looking to find peace agreements. They're looking to conquer. And anytime you have a peace agreement, that's just them biding time till they can
get enough weapons and and feel like they're ready to go or get their training done. And they do every single time you compromise with terrorists, they do not see that as something to be applauded. They see it as weakness. Yeah. And all they know is you have to defeat them. And if you don't, you just continue to deal with it.
Yeah. A lot of these interviews are resurfacing. That was a nine year ago interview with Don Lemon. But I was reading some of the stuff that was on the bottom of the screen during that interview. It was another attack.
Of course.
Of
course it is. And it also explains, because it was a thing that hit me, and it's hard for us to understand. But if you've been raised in this since you were 5 years old, and I saw some of the propaganda they show them, that's how you can come through a hole in a fence and just start indiscriminately killing everybody.
Yeah. And it's
elderly people, women, children, because you've been told they don't matter, and so they're not even to be. There's no value to them. So whatever you have to do to get them out of the way or take them out, do it.
Well, you heard what he said. He said the spilling of innocent blood is no big deal if it achieves your end goal.
Yeah.
They look at all of us as an infestation,
right,
that needs to be cleaned out,
right. And
so that they don't have no problem blowing up an airplane. They have no problem tearing a building down.
Right.
They have no problem killing innocent people. And as you said, they don't want to get along. They don't want to coexist. They don't want a two-state solution. All that is political chicanery to their end goal, which is to wipe you out.
Yeah. So there it is, and but you also
we joke, the Babylon Bee is funny, and they always have these great headlines. They had one today that said the Emperor of Japan calls for ceasefire after the bombing of Pearl Harbor. It's the same thing,
right? Right. It's exactly the same thing. And you also though see the power of Christ. Yeah. I mean, there's a person that was immersed in that, and Jesus's transformation in his life completely changed his view of everything. Yeah. We'll be back, bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he was like, who's out to get Webster? I mean, right. I didn't know there were people out to get Zach Brown Band, did you?
Yeah.
No. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Daily Mail uses this line: Bell was chilling with two women in his home while skipping voluntary workouts. Huh. It is voluntary in all fairness, but probably not what a new team's looking for is for you to miss some of the volunteer workouts. But he don't miss this: chilling with two women,
right,
at his house, hanging out with the ladies. Undoubtedly, he did something because he left the room for a period of time, obviously, because he said he returned to the house to find his closet in disarray. And catch this number: the ladies made away with $520,000 worth of jewelry.
Ooh.
$520,000 worth of jewelry.
He just kept that in his closet.
Undoubtedly, and Bubba, one of them was the diamond-crusted Black Panther necklace.
Yeah. You see him in it wearing it there.
I hate you don't have that.
Yep.
Mm.
Didn't he sit all season out last year?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did.
Mm-hmm. Greg, they'll refer to them as two female acquaintances.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think if I
went
went
to
the
acquaintances cost.
If I went to the Jets,
a lot more than he thought.
Yeah. Well, apparently a little over $500,000.
Yeah. A little added to it.
I think, Rick, if I went to the Jets, I would get in there and try to really learn the playbook and do all that I could do because, the Jets are kind of famous for being the place to go for your career to be over.
Yes. So these women are gone. They're just referring to them as women. He certainly he knows something about them, I would hope.
It said the police refers to the two women as Bell's girlfriends, but does not identify them.
Mm-hmm. Girlfriends.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we've seen acquaintances.
What's he doing, a Charlie Sheen here?
And we see girlfriends.
Has he got the goddesses?
Yeah.
Winning.
I don't know how to break this to Le'Veon, but he didn't really vet them out really well because they're gone with $520,000 worth of your stuff.
Yeah, he missed that call.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question.
Greg, I'm afraid they don't love him for him.
Evidently not, Rick. They must have had another motive.
Well, he can't know them really well because if they take their stuff and he knows how to find, or his stuff and he knows how to find them, then what have they done?
Yeah.
Now, let's say that you came to my house and stole something from it. I'd probably find you.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this too. It
So
says
he
he
must not
put a
have known much
cryptic
about him.
message on Instagram to him. I mean, what was that?
It
doesn't say it.
Bring
does
my
it?
stuff back.
Bring my stuff back.
I bet I can guess one word that was probably used.
Yes.
Hey, you
something you work in the garden with.
That's right.
Hey, y'all, you work in the gardens took my stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Where does it show what the quote was? I don't see it.
No. But I'm wondering if
He
it's there.
taunted the thieves with a cryptic Instagram
here.
post the same day.
He signed a 4-year deal with the Jets for $52.5 million, and 35 of that is guaranteed.
Okay.
So, I mean, he can go get another Black Panther necklace, but
He
I mean,
can.
it. But I just
And thank goodness.
Well,
for
if
that.
he had been at the volunteer workouts and not hanging out with 2 of his girlfriends, winning,
Yeah, they've been
he would
showing
have
him
been,
at practice footage of him. I guess
he would have been $500,000 to the better.
Yeah.
he's been to some of them.
Yeah.
He didn't go to that one.
Now I'm on
Well,
his.
who was the running back? Edrin James. I remember him.
Yeah.
When he came out of he had a couple good years, and he didn't go to volunteer camp. And they asked him. He goes, "Look, I didn't graduate from college, but I know what volunteer means." That's kind of a good one.
That is good.
Yeah,
we talking about practice?
Yeah. I'm on his Instagram page now, and I've checked about 6-7 posts, and he has nothing. But you think he's got like one of those spam accounts?
Maybe it's a cryptic Instagram
I
post.
tell you, it's cryptic.
Whatever that means.
I read that it said he posted, "Oh, you thought it was sweet, huh?" along with a cat-faced emoji, apparently referring to the pendant.
Okay.
That's not very cryptic.
Yeah, that's okay. All right.
Thank you, Adler.
So, but again, I see the word girlfriend is in quotes, and I see the term acquaintances. I'm like you guys. A true girlfriend, you know where they live, don't you? I mean, it's.
You should be able to find them.
I mean, don't you just stroll
Or
over and
somebody
say,
that knows
"Give me a Black Panther necklace back"?
Yeah.
Apparently, as you were leaving, you picked up something that belonged.
You know,
to
the
me.
place you go pick them up for a night, go out on a date. Maybe that place. I go try there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever the night started. Man.
And if that is not known, I think acquaintance and girlfriends is a misuse of words.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Cherokee and Abalone, please return my call.
Did you say Cherokee?
Yeah, if they only go by a first name. It's 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. MyPillow.com. The cancel culture, they've done all they can do to try to stop MyPillow and Mike Lindell. And one thing they can't seem to accomplish is to make us hate the products. I mean, the best pillow ever created, and then they go another step when they came up with a way to keep the pillow cool during the night as well. And that's the 2.0, and you can get the King and Queen MyPillow 2.0s at 50% off right now. My slippers are $39.98. That's $100 savings. Now I know, and I'm probably overly sensitive when people start talking about Christmas too quick, and I do love Christmas, but I don't want to burn out. I want a Christmas too, but I do want to mention, because you do want to start planning. The Christmas products have arrived at MyPillow, and it's not too early to make sure you get what you want. And I'm talking things like tree skirts and stockings and throw blankets and rib knitted hats and scarves and the buy early savings on those right now are substantial, 25 to 35% off. Kitchen towels are 25% off. My sandals, $19.50. The pet products, the blankets and the beds for dogs, $19.99. Men's and women's sleepwear, 80% off. 80% off. So go to mypillow.com/Bubba. Enjoy those savings right now. Also, you can find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right. So as we come back, you were telling me, and we'll certainly keep updating the world headlines too, but we're going to kind of pivot a little bit now and go to something a little bit lighter, and that is, we know that. So is this show that's coming out that Kelsey Grammer's doing? Is this full-blown bringing back the show Frasier?
It is, but it's not going to. It's the same character, but it's not the same supporting staff, and he's not in Seattle. He's going to go back to Boston.
Is he on the radio?
I don't know.
Okay, so it's just about that character,
yes,
but he may not even be doing radio anymore.
I have no idea,
Okay.
but it has been rebooted. It
Okay.
has been reshot,
Okay.
and it is going to start airing, I guess, in the spring.
Modern day versions of a show called Frasier with Kelsey Grammer.
Yes, which I love. It's one of my favorite shows. I watch it almost every night. So it was great. It was funny. Obviously, the people who worked in radio stations,
no question,
and knew the characters, and it's just a great show. So he is rebooting that. Well, we come in today, and I'm reading the headlines here. It's Jerry Seinfeld is doing stand-up. He's 69 years old now.
Right.
He was at the Wang Theater in Boston.
He was
on
just
Saturday.
in Birmingham not too long ago.
Yep.
And he said to the crowd, and I'm quoting here, "I have a little secret for you." And he hints he is planning a reboot of his hit 90s sitcom.
No.
More than 25 years.
No.
After its on-screen finale.
No. So I'm Speedy. You mentioned I had some friends that saw Seinfeld when he came to our city on this tour, and they said he's as funny as he's ever been.
Yeah.
And but here's the thing I'm concerned about. So when Jerry was interviewed, of course, time changes all kinds of things. When Jerry was interviewed, they were being offered tons and tons of money.
How many millions was it per episode?
It was substantial.
Yeah.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, the number that was thrown out at him, he said, I could have gotten more.
Right.
And I forget, it was either
Ricky,
I forgot.
I
who
don't
was
want to
interviewed.
say 10 million an episode because that sounds absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
I know they were making $1 million an episode when they quit.
Yes.
Wasn't he offered like $100 million for another season or something like that?
It was a ton of jack.
Yeah,
okay.
it was unbelievable.
And the quote from Seinfeld was this. He said, and you remember, didn't they end on like a weird number, like 9? They never got to 10 years.
Yeah,
didn't it end on? And everybody's like, you can't give us 10 years,
right?
But anyway, he said, and I've seen this. First of all, I saw Jason Alexander be interviewed, and he said, "Don't misunderstand me.
9 years."
He said we were still very funny after Larry David left, because Larry David, which the character George is based on, was so neurotic that the pressure of a new season drove him crazy.
All right.
He would quit.
Even on his new show.
And Jerry said that Larry David would quit every season. Okay, and they would just keep him on until finally he did quit.
Right.
And he said Larry David was the only one that was clever enough and talented enough to take 3 different storylines in one episode, and at the end they all crossed.
Right.
He said when Larry left, we couldn't do that anymore because no one was good enough to do it.
Right.
He said, now that doesn't mean the shows weren't funny. They were still funny. He said, but we drifted to more of an Abbott and Costello, because that was Jerry's.
Right.
He loved Abbott and Costello. He said, don't misunderstand me. We were good all the way to the end. But he said there was a change in this kind of really weird humor that only Larry David could bring.
Mm-hmm.
No one could think of the scenarios that Larry David could think of, and then put them all together at the end. But anyway, and then Jerry said this very phrase. He said, we could have kept going for money. And, I hate to say this, but you and I have said this. See, Jerry got himself in a financial situation where he could walk away.
Yes.
And what he said is, I did not want to tamper with the excellence of the product.
Right.
And he said, back to what we said, we needed to leave before the audience wanted us to leave.
Right.
And he said, I was afraid that if we kept on, that it wouldn't be as good.
Right.
And I never wanted the show not to achieve what people expect.
Mm-hmm.
And that was more important to me than more money.
Right.
And so, but here he is now saying, maybe. Do you have the
This
clip?
is the end of his Boston show here.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Did I like what? The ending of the show. Well, I have a little secret for you about the ending, but I can't really tell it, because it is a secret. Here's what I'll tell you, okay? But you can't tell anybody. Something is going to happen that has to do with that ending. It hasn't happened yet.
Is that a hint?
He's the master promoter. You never know.
I don't know about that.
With Frasier coming back, you
Which
could
I
see
think
where
that's
people could read into that.
tomorrow.
Also, our favorite detective, Monk, they are shooting a full-length 90-minute movie, I understand.
So is Monk even still on the air? I didn't.
No,
even...
it's been gone for many, many years.
Oh, it has?
Your
Okay.
favorite detective, right?
Yeah, my favorite.
I never saw an episode of Monk, but I understand why it would be funny.
Rick.
Yeah.
It's
an OCD
it's
person.
So our humor,
any OCD humor owns
Right.
me.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's why I always enjoyed hanging around Dan Moultrie.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I tell you when I would, because I love
I
to take.
couldn't wait to email my family this morning because
That's good.
they're all Monk fans. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know it's a good show. You know
How do you say his last name? Tony.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's a funny guy. Funny guy. You know, he was in Wings. Remember, he was a taxi driver in Wings, and he's been in a lot of other shows too. But.
Right. Yeah, I never got on that show. I know it's funny, and I think I would have liked it. But you know how you just have to end up in a show, and I just never could get in.
Yeah.
It's like you ever tried. I was trying to merge into the traffic, and I couldn't. Nobody let me in.
How do you say that?
No idea.
Shalhoub?
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 I don't know. Be careful saying things like that right now.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
I know. I didn't know. Isn't that the rubs the lotion on the skin guy? Ted Levin?
I think it is. It is Adler.
I think it is.
Adler, it is.
Oh, sorry.
You mean Captain Stoudemire?
Captain Stoudemire, yes.
Oh, Adler.
Sorry.
Why did you bring back that role?
Yeah.
Greg was watching it when the Braves
That's
were
the
on
only
there.
thing I know him from.
Greg, how do you watch Silence of the Lambs again?
I don't know. I got hung up.
And the Braves were on, and you didn't know anything.
He's
about
blaming it on being on TBS.
Right.
Yeah.
You
The
know-
Braves were on TBS. I didn't see it.
The 9-year thing was kind of weird.
It was.
with
You
them,
couldn't
I
give us
thought, because
10?
most
Back to
of them,
Seinfeld, yeah.
most of them would go to 10 and then bail out.
Mhm.
We had a few go longer than that. I think MASH went 10 years, didn't it? Now Big Bang Theory went 12.
Here we go. I
But
was
doesn't
waiting on
it-
that to come up.
but doesn't-
Well, I mean,
yeah.
that's
But
that-
doesn't
they
it-
were they were the walking dog of sitcoms when they ended, you know, at their time.
What does anybody? Is that are they the ones that went the longest ever? I don't know what the longest streak
No,
ever.
there was
one that went on for a while.
Yeah, that went like 17, 18 years,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
I don't
can't
remember what
who
it was.
now.
But what
I'll
I'm
look it up.
but the thing with Seinfeld,
Simpsons, if you count that.
I don't.
Like real people.
Yeah.
I don't.
I mean,
Because
we
you
can
don't
always-
have to. You don't have to negotiate with cartoons.
Yeah,
to
I can
them
just
in
keep
the
drawing.
game, yeah.
I can just keep drawing, and people are willing to come sit down in front of a microphone and record for big money. But
And you can get sound alikes. Right?
But doesn't it just seem so odd with all the money that was on the table that nobody could talk Seinfeld into just saying, well, let's just end on 10. That just seems odd that they went out on 9.
How long did Friends go?
Let me look. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia did 16 seasons. If we're talking live action people, of course.
I had no idea.
Simpsons, Family Guy, South Park, they all beat that. But as far as live action, It's Always Sunny. And then, do y'all remember The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet?
Yes,
They did.
I mean, we were too.
Well, that was before our time.
We're too young to remember when it was live
That
on
was the Nelsons.
or running in normal rotation. But yeah, it was a big show in the 50s.
They did 14 seasons. 2.5 Men did 12, and then, like Bubba said, Big Bang Theory did 12. Curb Your Enthusiasm did 11. Let me look up.
Is that over now?
See, he did 2 of them.
Yeah, I never saw that.
11 seasons. You had Cheers, Frasier, Married with Children, MASH, Happy Days, The Jeffersons, My Family, and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, which I didn't.
Mr.
I never saw
Belvedere.
Oh my gosh, worst show ever.
No, Mr. Belvedere.
Friends did 10 seasons and then a reunion in 2021 on HBO Max. That was uncomfortable.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Love Boat did 10.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't think girlfriend and acquaintance is the right phrase.
Yes, Cashmere took my stuff.
Cashmere. Yeah, you know, I invited Cashmere and Mercedes over. And before I knew it, my stuff is gone.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, if your goal as a true girlfriend, now you already got a problem to Bubba's point when there's more than one of you. But I'm talking about if a girlfriend, really their place should be to end up being Mrs. Le'Veon Bell, right?
Correct.
So if I'm stealing stuff, I don't think I got a shot at that, right?
I'm not in it for the long haul.
Yeah, and
This
Nick,
may
this
be
was-
more of a smash and grab operation. This is they planned this one.
And if we need to sign some more, I'll be happy to do that too. Bubba, you said on this story right here that this is something that has concerned you.
Yeah, I've thought about this several times and during the process we're talking about grilling out and the spatula and all that stuff. Doctors from the University of Michigan has revealed a medical report of a lady who came to the hospital complaining of throat pain. Well, she was checked out. They couldn't find anything wrong with her. They sent her home. She came back several weeks later with more throat pain, couldn't breathe, couldn't swallow, all this stuff. And they did a more in-depth examination, which required surgery, and they found one of these little steel bristles off of a steel brush like you would clean a grill with. And apparently her first sore throat started right after they had a cookout where she had eaten several hot dogs. So they think the bristle was stuck on the grill, got lodged in a hot dog. She digested it or started to eat it, and it got stuck in her throat. And so, that when you're cleaning the grill from time to time, one of those little bristles will come out. And I've seen them before on there, and I've thought about, man, if that got into food, that's
of course, I went to the plastic bristle. Not as good. But
Plastic?
It's real, yeah. It's like
Does
a big brush.
Does that get the job done?
Not like the steel,
What I do
but I
is,
don't have to choke
but
them.
here's what I do is I do the metal one, and then I run it over with the one you're talking about.
Or you can get them grill wipes.
Yeah.
Look
Those
at
always
the,
bother
look
me.
at
I
the
don't know
scan right there. You see it sticking in the side of her throat.
What I do is I put the fire on wide open while we're all eating.
Yeah.
And let it burns most of it off, and then I'll go back and just take the spatula, the Rick and Bubba spatula, of course, and scrape it.
But I've got a wire brush. I do the same thing. I heat it up, to clean it and give it a little scrubbing and come on.
I usually do that after.
But I've seen those bristles come off before, and I thought, man, that'd be bad if it got stuck in a piece.
I've never even thought about that. Now I will.
Yeah, better double check.
Yes, sir. Now it will bother me.
Now my throat's hurting.
Right now, I cannot swallow.
That's a long bristle.
Yeah,
can't breathe.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it was like an inch, wasn't it?
More.
She shouldn't have been scarfing down them hot dogs so much and paid a little more attention.
Yeah,
well, you could see where one would get stuck in a hot dog. You never know if it went in just right.
We had a big disagreement, my wife and I, about the cleaning of grills. Because I believe there's a certain seasoning that needs to be on your grill from all the various things that have been cooked. And she said,
like a
Rick,
skillet.
she said, Rick, that is nasty. I said, it's not. I said, we run blazing hot fire through it. I said, we're burning off anything that matters. You take a grill back to like you just bought us at the store, it ain't gonna taste good. It's got to have some battle wounds.
The oil and grease and all that sink into the metal and kind of season it.
Sherry cleans it too much. I'm like,
kind of like an old iron skillet.
Yeah,
you don't even wash them. You just wipe them out.
Put it back in the oven.
Did I hear, Greg, you tell Adler something about a hot dog hangover or something?
No, hot dog feeling makes you nauseous.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
You ever eat too much hot dogs? You get a hot dog feeling?
Yeah.
Adler said it happened to him.
I've never had that feeling.
Yeah, it's something of that or a sausagey, anything you can overdo it.
I do
It
the
gives
same
you that,
thing.
you're like,
No, I do know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't
I'm not going to puke, but I'm
Kaneka,
thinking about
hot
it.
dogs.
Kaneka is the one that gets
Let
me.
me tell you one that makes it better.
Andouille sausage.
And you're going, and don't kick me out of the grilling world for this.
Easy. Be careful what you say next.
Let me tell you what that doesn't have.
Be careful
you with
what you say next.
Turkey sausage.
Oh my gosh.
There it is.
It's good, and it doesn't leave you with the hot dog feeling. It's some of that's not.
I like
greasy.
to apologize to everybody,
Hey,
every one of Greg's
I was
minions.
skeptical.
Greg just said he does turkey sausage. I apologize for
Rick,
those of you.
Rick,
Polish
thank you,
turkey.
Baby Alice.
Baby Ellis strikes again.
Guys, I'm just telling you, I tried it.
What's next? You gonna get a veggie dog? So you don't get the dog feeling?
No,
You gonna get turkey dogs?
I just get that.
Are you getting turkey dogs?
No, I've
Same.
never eaten turkey.
Same logic.
It is probably be better, but I don't. I may try them though.
Them old Angus ones don't make me feel that way.
That's true. Those are better.
Yeah. Now you get an old pink hot dog.
Oh, you talking about old red hot? Get old red hot. Them old nasty cheap
Oh
ones.
yeah. I even saw a pig get upset about one of them.
Oh yeah. He's like, what? No, you're right. The Oscar
Waste
Mayer,
not, want not.
Angus.
I don't want.
Rick and Bubba show. We've just in 1 hour of the big show altogether, we've updated you on what's going on in the Middle East, and then we've talked about historic sitcoms and a reboot of one, Frasier, that is tomorrow night. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what it says. It says tomorrow night is the debut.
All right, so Bubba, here's the answer
You
to
know
all
what?
your
That
questions.
is great news for me, and I was looking for some good news today. I was a little sleepy. I stayed up watching the ball game a little later than I should last night, and I was struggling a little bit. That is great. I thought it was this spring, so I am pumped, man. Thank you. I may come over and hug you in the break.
Well, I was trying to read a little bit about it, and I was just telling you in the break about it. why he's in Boston and everything. It looks to be.
Give us the idea how it's set
And I
up.
guess it's on Paramount Plus. I guess it says here.
Ooh, do I have that?
Frazier, having recent. This is how it's set. Having recently lost his father, Martin, decides it's time to spend more time closer to his son, Freddie, whom he rarely sees. Now, in his 30s, Freddie, his son, is a Boston firefighter who doesn't necessarily share Kelsey's desire to mend the relationship.
Just call him Frazier.
He was
Frazier.
He was
Okay.
Frederick.
It says here there's a lot of Martin and Freddie, but anyway, he goes to Boston. Apparently, he's not worried about finances because he's done very well for himself. So Frazier has a nice apartment and all this kind of stuff. But his whole objective is to be a better father because he feels like that aspect of his life he didn't do a very good job on. So it says the relationship between him and Freddie is the heart of the whole show. And it's surrounded by some of Freddie's friends and all this kind of stuff. He's a firefighter. He's got a friend that's a aspiring actress and bartender and all this kind of stuff. So that's kind of at the heart of the whole thing. But they did say, which I thought was interesting, part of the fabric of the revival is it's going to be shot in a live studio audience with multi-camera format at Paramount Studios where Cheers and Frasier were before it.
All right, so does it bother you that he's not on the radio anymore? And the
You know, I
let's shoot
like
out there.
that aspect.
Let's get it
of
out there
because I never was a huge Cheers fan. Now I watched it, but not to the level I watched Frasier.
Funny.
It was funny.
That's
It was
hilarious.
funny, and I probably need to do a deep dive on it. But I like that part of it, and I hate it's not going to be a part of it. Maybe they'll work it back in.
Yeah, and it could be that, to your point, it's just not in this article because that's what I'm doing. I'm just scanning through
I
an
will
article
tell
here.
you that. So the whole thing is, I have this son. I've been crazy successful in my career as a psychologist and a radio psychologist.
But he moved across country away from his son as he grew up.
Right, and so now because he had the wife thing didn't work out with him. That you remember
Lilith.
Remember how funny she was?
Yes.
But anyway, and I guarantee you right out of the gate, and this is going to be the whole thing of the sitcom, the refined Frasier dealing with the blue collar son who's like his granddaddy, and I guarantee you in episode 1. Frasier will be calling him Frederick, and he'll say, "That's not my name. I'm Freddie."
He's going to be the blue collar,
right? Yeah, and he'll be just like his granddaddy, and then you'll have refined Frasier with blue collar son, which was hilarious when they had.
Yes.
He'll go to his son's apartment, and there'll be an ugly chair there, and he'll be sitting in it just like his granddaddy.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the whole
With
thing.
tape on it.
But can we not? I mean, but
And he'll make some comment about the apple not falling far from the tree.
Right,
you
right.
know.
But the funny stuff of the radio station,
Yes,
and him
Roz and all
dealing
that.
with the sports guy and,
And
with
the
with
managers,
the producers,
the sales
and
people, agents.
So there ain't gonna be none of that.
No, I
They
miss
gotta
that.
be.
It says here,
I'm out.
Bring it back.
Remember the
It says-
sports guy Bulldog?
Yeah. It says Frasier is a man who's a little looser than he used to be, a little bit more comfortable with who he is. And as I mentioned, he's done well for himself. And it says in the pilot, it says that he realizes that one part of his life where he might not have been successful as he thought was being a father.
Yeah, that'll be the whole thing.
And so he wants to get closer to his son, Freddie. That's why he moves to Boston, where Freddie's a firefighter.
So we're going to see Frasier, the refined Frasier, and I wonder.
The snob.
Now, is
almost.
the actor who played his brother still around?
Niles is still around. He is not in this
At all?
recast right now. He said not now.
Okay.
But he didn't rule it out.
But they were very refined, and they could not relate to their father at all.
Yeah, and
And
he
they-
has passed the actor that
Right.
did that. Joe.
But what's going to happen here is him attempting to mend this relationship. There'll be uncomfortable things, like he will want Frasier to go to blue collar things with him that Frasier will
Right.
be uncomfortable about.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
he'll drag him
like
in
barbecue,
Yeah,
and
stuff like
that.
yeah.
And Frasier wants to go to wine.
Right,
tastings
that's what
and
it'll be
all
like.
that.
All right, so it says here that
And that'll be very funny.
it says that
Because
there's
Frasier,
It's a culture.
Kelsey Grammer plays that character phenomenally.
Yes.
He really does.
They said there's going to be a character, David, who is Niles and Daphne's son, and he loves to travel the East Coast with Uncle Frasier. And there's also another guy named Alan, who's an old friend and colleague of Frasier's, who's a professor at Harvard.
These are some of the guys, the actors that are.
I'm already laughing thinking about it.
Olivia is chair of Harvard's psych department, who tries to recruit Frazier to teach there. So she wants him to become a college professor as well. So you got all that played.
Well, to me, you have it set up pretty well. The only downer is I hate the radio element's been taken out. But it'll still be a good show on its own. It sounds like we hope.
And part of the reason,
if it's well written, of course you can't offend anybody, so it's probably not even funny.
We're going to check all the boxes on what's represented.
Any of the sitcoms built around radio has always done well, and they've always been funny. WKRP, Frasier, News Radio, all of those.
They all work.
News Radio introduced us to Joe Rogan. Remember, he was the engineer in the back. Had a very minor
the Rick and
part
Bubba
in it.
YouTube channel.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, anything that involves radio is always fun.
Also, I don't understand this. We've gotten a few emails back to Seinfeld and him teasing in his Boston show that maybe something's going to be happening. Seinfeld's talking about redoing the last show, not another season. I don't quite understand that.
Of course, Bubba makes a very, very valid point. How do you redo the last episode when John Panette is dead, since he gets everybody put in jail?
Yeah, I mean, you got AI
He's getting another
now.
fat guy.
Hey, you got AI now, so
That's true.
Well, yeah,
that's true.
I mean, we had people that had passed away on Star Wars.
How much do we miss John Panette?
God, so
Him
much.
coming in the studio was some of my favorite days on the show. I'll be honest with you.
No matter what kind of day I was having, when he came through those doors, I just thought to myself, the next hour or so I get to spend with him, it's
going to be fun. It's going to be a great day.
And and funny.
God.
Good gracious,
That's how
funny.
I felt about the Dean family.
Greg, that is hilarious. But you found John Panette to be funny, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, he's very funny.
You're very funny. And I know Helmsley loves him on the replays.
That bit,
it's
Watch
funny.
Me about chicken.
Oh.
That'll have you in tears.
Get out of the line.
And when he went to that barbecue festival,
watch me.
Get out of the line.
And,
That's it.
That barbecue festival, and then that time he claimed that he was the first comedian I ever heard on the gluten-free thing. When he said, "I have no idea what gluten is, but it must taste good."
Yeah.
And you know what? I adopted that line and used it many times.
And still, we'll always love when he had his colon cleaned and he did a cleansing.
Oh,
and he saw a car tag from him, and he says, "When was I in Mississippi?" Golly.
That's good. So good.
That one got
Just a good line. Just a good line.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that is just so good. But I miss John Panette.
Watch me.
That's it. I'm watching replays of it today.
We have emailers that are pointing out the fact that this show has been on the air as long as Happy Days, Seinfeld, and MASH put together.
How weird is that?
Isn't that scary?
You know something, Bubba? I bet we could find. I wonder where do we stand on radio shows and how long they've been on? I wonder where we rank. I don't know. Let me see.
I know we know some legends that didn't go this long.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This bun link is
That's
a dandy.
good one.
From Oscar.
And it's not as, you're right, as greasy.
No, it's not.
But I'm just telling you, the turkey Polish sausage is good.
But there's some things, Greg, if you're doing it, keep it to yourself.
Yeah, that's why
Well, Rick, I don't know that we should be down on the turkey because I mean it's a game bird. We hunt turkeys.
I'm not against
love
turkey,
turkey.
but
You know,
turkey sausage replacing pork sausage?
Well,
Listen to what he's
just in the
saying.
Polish-
good,
Listen what he's saying.
it's not as good, but I'm open to that
The
more
Polish
than I am
version
some
is really good.
vegetarian something.
Okay. Well,
Now, my
y'all get
morning
turkey bacon? You get turkey bacon?
No. My morning sausage, I don't do that. It's just the old
Your morning sausage?
like the Polish that you put on the grill and put barbecue sauce and eat the whole time.
Oh, you're talking about one of those.
yeah. I'm not talking about like
You're not
Jimmy
putting a
Dean.
patty. You're not putting a patty
No,
now.
no,
Oh, all
no.
right. All
Not
right.
breakfast.
Not
I'm-
as bad.
I'm talking
I've had a
about the
turkey
Polish.
burger before it falls apart.
See, I've never.
Yeah.
I've had ground turkey.
Yeah,
Wasn't bad.
it's
I
not
like
bad,
turkey.
but it's
I'm a
not
fan
good.
of turkey.
I love turkey. You don't love it like you do chicken.
No.
But let's go
I
back.
love chicken.
Let's go back to this though.
Oh, yard bird.
Yeah, old narrow face.
Oh, narrow face. But let me tell you, what you talk about is true. Those kind of sausages you cook on your brats and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
They'll kill you.
You got to be careful. I mean, they taste so good, so you'll overdo
Yeah.
it. But man, they'll get
But
you.
see, the turkey one doesn't do you that way.
Okay.
Just try it.
I'm
I'll
open
tell
to
you.
that.
A lot of barbecue sauce and burn it.
Let me ask you this: have you ever had beef bacon?
I haven't, but
That's full blown beef.
I bet that's decent.
Yeah. It's a different experience, but it's good.
You remember?
I don't want to mix. I want bacon to stay over with the hogs. I want the
Well, now
hamburgers to stay over there. Oh, overall.
Yeah,
you
well,
know.
but you're open to turkey sausage.
Well,
tampered with.
Yeah,
But
right.
it's not as good.
I'm telling
It's
you,
really not.
In that version, it's
to me.
Now, I don't mind ground turkey. Like sometimes Sherry will do her Southwest soup and use ground turkey.
Oh, how you
versus
stand
ground-
for that?
And it's really good.
Yeah, see?
Don't be like that.
See?
That's not the same thing.
You were thinking I was talking about like breakfast.
I did.
so
I'm
wasn't
really
talking
okay now. I didn't know you were talking about the
Polish that you put on the grill.
Yeah, you said it 2 or 3 times. I didn't listen.
Now
to
you
it.
didn't hear me.
I know. Now you know how Sherry feels.
Do you ever get your chicken really fresh, Greg, like you wring their neck in the yard and then put them on the grill?
You know I haven't. I don't know. If
I didn't know if you liked them that fresh.
I
or
like
not.
chicken, but I'm gonna let them process it.
Mm-hmm. Can I tell you what?
I'm gonna let the pros handle that.
I'm gonna remind me.
Boom.
Can I tell you what? Straight up,
The old nub running through the yard. That's good with the wings a flapping.
The butcher box.
As a kid, terrorized.
Violent,
Oh, it is. It is. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of. Well, you don't want to go to a slaughterhouse if you want to see violence.
Oh,
That'll make a chicken snack being rung like
No,
nothing.
I don't want to see it made.
Yeah. No. Well, but I must.
Or how? Yeah, I just don't want. I know. I just don't want to see it.
You ever smelled a hog farm?
Oh,
I don't
Greg.
want that either.
Rough.
What about when you? What about when
go to
you
the
walk
grocery
by?
store.
You ever walk by and like look at a bunch of hogs and think, "So we'll eat that."
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's why you kind of. I just want to see it in the package.
Yeah, I do too. I don't like.
Can I tell you?
I don't want to sit on the hoof.
How you on apple smoked bacon? Has a little
I haven't had that.
float.
I haven't had that. I don't like a lot of flavored bacon.
No, I know that. Can I tell you the best bacon I've ever eaten straight up is from that butcher box bunch.
Oh really?
It's really
I need
good.
to try it.
And their chicken breasts are
Is it thick?
It's perfect. It's kind of in between.
You know that you got the bacon, the regular, then you got the meat market bacon,
Right.
the thick kind.
I like that. Easier to cook because it lays down better.
You remember what was that? We had man grate. You remember the
Yeah.
and we had the man grates, and they would tell you to take out old greasy bacon like that and
Yeah.
rub it all on.
That was good.
I had a terrible sausage moment cooking for the boys the other morning. I did. It was awful.
Quick,
they
finish
were
story.
looking.
Yes.
They were. Well, that's what we're talking about.
I
right?
know, but it just sounded weird.
They
do
wanted
that.
eggs and sausage, and I brought this up briefly, but I left the sausage on too long. The
You're really
wings,
having a bad
and it
dad
just-
week. You're not having a good dad
it
week.
They just all shrunk up, and it was overcooked. And
For the record, let's not do anything Speedy suggests on this trip today.
No.
I mean, I'm just
he's
gonna.
not
Why don't you just ride?
I'm just gonna ride and just get out.
He's in a slump.
You're not having a good week.
It's just been. It's tough. Decision wise, I'm not making any today.
Yeah.
Not for the group.
No.
We got you covered, buddy.
It's my hair.
Well, Trump getting more and more attacks from the opposing party, and really we got a couple of them here today. Elizabeth Warren and Nancy Pelosi, they're ready to double down on this.
Well, Rick, we have some great quotes here today. Nancy Pelosi, who is the leader of the Democratic Party in Congress, she is Speaker, and she also is third in line to be president. Let's none of us forget that.
My favorite word is the word. Is the word.
There's
the word. Isn't it a beautiful word when you think of it? Word.
If I even hear that Trump and Pence are in the same city, I get nervous. You know, I don't even want them within 100 miles of each other.
Right. Yep.
Nancy Pelosi said yesterday that she wants to see President Trump in prison, not impeached.
So prison. Yeah, I mean, he's going to prison for what?
You know, I'm still waiting on, and you know, they say they have all of this evidence that needs to be, you know, that justifies impeachment and all this. I really have not heard one good case yet, other than they just don't like him.
Well, yeah, if you want to,
am I missing that?
No,
I'll take the one. Give me the one best case you got.
Because when you're communicating with anyone, and this certainly is a better way to communicate, especially if you want anyone to listen to your point. And if you want to have some fun, do this. Anytime something's emotion based, I believe that Donald Trump should not be impeached. He should go to jail. Okay, based on what? I think he's so bad. Oh, but he, you know what? We don't put people in jail for being rude. Why would you like to? What are we going to charge the president with and put him in jail? I just think he's just so bad for the office of the presidency that. It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us as we start this brand new hour from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Speedy
the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. Wednesday Bible study back today, the Revelation. A lot of people pay more attention to that these days. We'll continue that today. We're getting toward the end, and there's a brand new one today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. And then it'll be archived soon after to our YouTube channel archives and our podcast archives for your consumption on your own time if you so desire. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Buss.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on our little edition of Rick and Bubba.
We do come to you most every day, 99% of the time, from our home state, Sweet Home, Alabama. We are able now, through all the various platforms and our affiliates on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, to go all kinds of places. And we love that. And speaking of Alabama, Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville, Bubba was asking in the break. I heard the conversation with he and Speedy, and Bubba was like, "Did I hear that a former CIA head called for Tommy Tuberville to be removed from existence?" I mean,
I started getting email about
Michael
this,
Hayden,
and people were asking, did the former head of the CIA call for Tommy Tuberville to be assassinated?
Right.
And I thought, I don't know. Now, of course, General Hayden, Michael Hayden, is no fan of Tuberville.
That's fine, yeah.
He doesn't like the holds that he's put on the promotions.
No problem there.
And we have pointed this out time and time again. He is against a blanket promotion.
Right.
The Senate has the ability to go per case and look at it, which is what Tommy says they need to do anyway. And I agree. And he also was unhappy with the fact that the administration and the Defense Department, in his opinion, and it looks very clearly to that, has violated federal law, saying that if you're in the military, we will pay for you to travel to get an abortion.
Right.
And this goes back against laws that prevent federal funds from being used in that. So you see there's an apparent conflict. So he has brought this up. He's asked for a change in that. The Defense Department is not wavering on this. So Senator Tuberville used his authority to block these blanket promotions. Now, we saw even last week they went in and took some individually and promoted them. So we had the head of the, what's the group that reports to the president, the head guy. They got all that done. So, but now he put out a tweet saying, and Speedy, do you have the original tweet?
Well, the original, I don't see the original. I've got the one you got, the one that came out yesterday.
And see, I just saw this where it said, should Tommy Tuberville be removed from his committee, yes or no? And I was trying to figure out what it was.
That was from another person.
Right.
And then General Hayden responded, said, how about the human race? And
Which
a lot
that sounds like you're asking for him to be killed.
Well, it's called a politically motivated assassination is what it's been labeled as.
But how about this? If I'm removed from the human race, the only way I can be removed from the human race, I could be removed from politics. I could be removed from the Senate. But if you remove me from the human race, then I have to be dead. Or raptured or something.
Right. Yeah, and Michael Hayden is the former head of the CIA and also head of the NSA. So he's a guy that's probably ordered a few assassinations over the years. I mean, if we're just honest about it.
So now the one that he put out yesterday, after everyone got upset about him suggesting that Tommy Tuberville be removed from the human race, he says, I was surprised, this is General Michael Hayden, I was surprised to wake up this morning and discover that the MAGA nuts had lost their minds over my suggestion that Coach Tuberville not be considered a member of the human race. I stand by that view. I'm wishing you all a nice day, even I don't know what that word is, even Tommy Tuberville, and he calls him a name. But he says, I stand by my view that Tommy Tuberville should be removed from the human race. So he doesn't back down at all.
Mm-mm. Well, Senator Tuberville has now referred him to the Capitol Police for making a threat, which I think is justified. Let me say this. If it was flipped,
yes.
If a former member, head of the CIA, NSA, from the Trump or Bush administration, said that one of the members from the squad ought to be removed from the human race, they would consider that a threat, and they would report them.
Yeah,
and I'm glad he did.
And they should report them.
Yep.
If there was someone that was a conservative, and I might agree with their political views, that called for someone they opposed politically to be removed from the human race, I would be like, I don't think you can do that. I mean, that's kind of over the line.
I mean, you can disagree, call them an idiot, all that, do whatever.
How about removed from the government? How about removed from Congress?
Send them home.
Whatever. But
Tuberville said, if we still have a non-political justice system in this country, then General Hayden will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. My office has reported the incident to the Capitol Police, which y'all said. I expect them to once again do an excellent job protecting members of Congress.
All right, I'm going to Google this one word in the tweet. I don't know what it means.
I started to do that before the segment, and I don't know. He's talking over our head. We don't know what he called him.
I bet it's not. I bet it's not nice. Yeah. All right, here it is. All right, so what he's calling Tuberville is a word that means unwilling or refusing to change one's view or to agree about something. The person who can't be persuaded to change their mind.
Well, I consider that a good thing.
Yeah, really. Refusal to compromise or abandon an often extreme position or attitude. Of course, isn't it funny? Isn't our point of view extreme? Isn't that all in the eye of the beholder?
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
yes, it is.
I guess, or in the ear of the listener. Does anybody know how to say that word?
No, I'm not even going to try it.
Intransigent? Is that
That's it?
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's dug in.
I just don't use that word a lot.
No.
Yeah. I mean, I would try it, but the way it felt just then was so difficult for me. It won't be fun to say.
Once I heard it, I knew what it meant.
Yeah, I just don't use it a lot. I'd like to, but it's
just too hard to say.
It's too uncomfortable for me to say.
If that was in commercial copy, I'd stare at it the whole time.
Yeah, we'd have to call somebody and ask them to say it for us.
What if it was in a commercial that you didn't proofread and you were going to try to do a big quick live read with it? I've been there.
Yeah. You know what I do? Skip right over.
Right. Well, looks like my car's going to be aligned. I hit that speed bump going wide open.
So true.
So, but I don't mean to be, over the top either. But is it possible that the general is he losing it a little bit? I mean, for the fact to say it and then have a chance to explain it and double down on it.
Yeah.
Is that seems a little over the top, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But but of course we saw some other things yesterday. We'll hit some of those before the show is done. But we'll come back and let's chat with you. You guys, we've been throwing a lot at you, and you can give your point of view now.
I have to give you a couple more lines from Tuberville on this, okay, when we get back. This is good.
Phone calls next, 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. Well, there they go. They're starting to go now.
There they go.
And we'll hear what you have to say. Like I said, a lot's been thrown at you today. You could come up with your own direction if you so desire. But we'll do phone calls coming up next on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He didn't care about when Bill Clinton was in there. We just said as long as he got the job done, but it's different now because it's not our party. We don't like this rude man. We don't put people in jail for being rude. Why do you want him to go to jail? Well, he needs to be behind bars. Okay, for what?
Now, she also says
you have to go, here's why I think the president should be put in jail based on this, and that.
She said she thinks that the president's actions are villainous to the Constitution of the United States. Not really sure about that one.
Well, what does she mean?
Rick, what I think it is, I think she knows that the impeachment thing will just blow up on them. I mean, they're going to, if you impeach the president, he'll go to the Senate for trial. The Senate's going to say dead on arrival. Right. Even the never-Trumpers, they're going to go, this is ridiculous. And then they don't have anything to campaign on. And she's basically saying, if you notice in this too, she said that she thinks he should go to prison, and if he is not taken out of office by the voters, he will probably face charges after 2020.
Okay, so this is a political strategy.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think Nancy, goofy as she is, realizes that you're not going to win this. The senators that you would have to vote to remove him from office already said we're not going to do it.
Right.
It's not going to happen. So all you're doing is wasting time. And she's trying to do the juggling act. She's trying to keep the left weirdos in line, Notorious AOC and all that crew. And she's also trying to give them some hope of being competitive in this next election. And, the far left wing just won't hear of it. They want blood in the water. They want a trial.
but they're going to lose. I don't know what. And when they do that, they're only going to galvanize support for Trump in the areas that he may be lukewarm.
And she said yesterday, I was on the way home, they were playing a clip. She was trying to explain to her supporters, they think impeach means remove. And she was going, you're wrong. She goes, and 50 years ago, I probably thought that too. She goes, impeaching him, like Bubba says, not going to do anything. He's going to go in there, and they're not, they got the votes. It's never going to. But they think that impeachment means removed.
Well, and now we're back to it being a political.
She's saying that's not, when you are yelling impeach, and you think that means he's removed, you're not right.
Right. Well,
No.
so
he's not going to be removed.
All it's going to do is put egg on your face unless you can remove him, and you don't have those votes.
And so what she is saying, to Bubba's point, is, and it is confirming, the reason why this is political is because of what you both just said. Impeach means nothing, so I got to say something that sounds like I can get him out of power.
Yeah, I mean, Bill Clinton got impeached.
Right. So I've got
didn't get removed.
I got to go to put him in jail, because if I don't go to put him in jail, we all know nothing's going to change. So I'm going to jump up, down, and scream, I'm going to put him in jail. Yeah.
Well, and the reason Bill Clinton,
it worked for Trump. He started saying he was going to lock Hillary Clinton up, and it worked.
Yeah.
The reason Bill Clinton was not removed from office was that many of the Republicans in the Senate thought and knew, while what he did was wrong, and he did break some laws, and what he did morally was even more wrong, that when you start taking a president out of office by the vote of a Senate, you're opening up a very, very dangerous Pandora's box. We were just talking about that in the break, and that you're going to make it more of a political process for future presidents, and it would be. It would be just like this Mueller investigation. Look, the next Democrat that hits the stage, they're going to have an investigation around their neck as quick as they step up there on it, and that's going to happen. That is the way politics work.
Right. We don't want to live in a world that if the people vote for a president you don't like, you just get enough Senate votes to impeach him every time you don't like one.
Right. And they're proposing everything they can. You've had several states that want to send their electoral votes to reflect the popular vote, and they think that will cure this problem they had with Al Gore and with Hillary. Nancy is even proposing to let 16-year-olds vote. Bring the age down so they can hopefully water down the electoral process in Texas and Florida and some of the other bigger states that have gone red the last few elections.
Did you see?
They're doing everything they can on every front to try to make sure that no conservative can ever win this again.
Was it Blaze TV that put out when she has her saying 16-year-olds should vote, and then on the other part they showed a bunch of what 16-year-olds were doing?
The ones. Now we're talking about letting 16-year-olds vote who. Their big thing the last couple of years is eating Tide Pods.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
That's been their big thing, contribution to society.
Showed some of them trying to jump out of moving cars.
Yeah, sure. You had to do their dance while the car's moving.
Right, yeah.
Intransigent. Intransigent.
It is 20 minutes past the hour. Phone calls coming in. 866-WE-BE-BIG, and your chance to join us and comment on whatever you would like to discuss. Can be any topic. Speedy is on the phones right now. He'll get you lined up, ready to go. We'll start with Matt out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Matt, thank you for your patience. Go right ahead. You're on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Okay, so the first thing I wanted to mention was about the Tommy Tuberville threat.
Mm-hmm.
So I would take it very seriously. Also, given the position that the colonel is in, or the mayor, whatever he is.
Former general.
I think Bubba said.
Yes.
Yes. Considering there are people that blindly follow leaders, I would be afraid for my life, absolutely.
Well, I guess it has to go down the line of every threat made toward any of our leaders has to be taken serious. It's odd that a former general would be dumb enough to say what he said, because he would probably be the person that would go after people who said what he said about somebody that he was supposed to protect, that serves in our government. You said there were a couple of quotes from Tuberville that you won't share.
Well, Speedy read some of it, or maybe you did. Somebody did, about protecting members of Congress, if we had that.
Right.
He went on to say he was not aware of any congressional Democrats who had condemned Hayden's statement,
and that Democrats have only continued to attack him by name on Tuesday. Sadly, General Hayden is one of the latest in the long line of Washington leftists who have engaged in reckless rhetoric against me over the past few months. This must stop, and it must stop now. He went on to say Hayden presided over some of the biggest failures in American intelligence history, linking him to intelligence flaws with 9/11 attacks and the lack of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. He said he also lied about Hunter Biden's laptop so that Joe Biden could get elected. And he said both of these lies tore our country apart, did enormous damage, He said General Hayden is in no position to criticize anyone, as his credibility was completely destroyed long ago. He said, I am a conservative, I am a Republican, and above all, I am an American who cares about this country and is deeply concerned for its future. I'm not a politician, and when I came to Washington, I did not expect to be popular among the clown show.
Right.
But I certainly did not expect to be lied about on the Senate floor and threatened by former government officials like Michael Hayden. But part of it I loved is when he said, I did not expect to be popular among the clown show.
No, it's true, and this is one of those things, and we've said it before. Sometimes, the people who like you say a lot about you, but sometimes I actually take I look at myself and I go, the fact that these people hate me, I must be doing everything right. But because if I was being accepted by this bunch, I probably have compromised something I shouldn't have compromised. But once again, with a death threat on a senator that he doesn't like, the left showing you once again how loving and caring and understanding and how everyone should be allowed to have their own point of view and just be you. They don't really live that out. What they mean is you must agree with us. Jimbo is in Troy. Jimbo, go ahead. We got lines available if you want to join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Jimbo, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good to talk to you this morning.
Our pleasure.
I wanted to weigh in on the Tuberville situation, too. You got to notice how Democrats choose their words and change their words when they're trying to defend something they've said. I don't know if you noticed, but the original comment was that Tuberville be removed from a committee. And so Hayden's comment implied that he should be removed from the human race, right?
Correct.
Then when he defends himself, he said, I can't believe I'm being trashed for not considering him part of the human race. That's a totally different thing.
Right. He tried to change it.
Just not considering him part of the human race is not the same as saying remove him, which is what he originally said.
Yeah, he did a sidestep backup on his defense.
Yeah, he did.
He changed the wording, right?
Yeah, that's how Democrats argue. They say they spout off their mouth and say something. Then when they're called on it, they change the wording slightly so that people that aren't paying attention think they're saying the same thing.
No, you're right, 100%. Thanks a lot, Jimbo. Not good to point that out. Bill in Dothan, News Talk 1039. Bill, go ahead.
Green Acres. Hey,
thank you.
Hayden's a traitor, and his failures just stick out like sore thumbs. And he knew about the Hunter laptop. He knew about Russia collusion. The man's a disgrace to the uniform and has been for a long time. And it's just scary. He knows as much about you and me as he does.
Yeah, that somebody like Bubba said earlier, when in a position like he's in, if he goes rogue, you have to kind of take it serious.
Yeah, he's probably still got a lot of connections. You know, the scary thing to me, and I think this is another point that Senator Tuberville had tried to point out, when we rubber stamp these promotions of these people to general and these high-ranking officials without actually looking at the type of people they are. I mean, you've got a guy that's a far leftist here who was head of this. I mean, we don't need that. We don't need that. No. I don't want that.
To Todd in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Todd, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to say that someone's effectiveness can be measured by the veracity of your opponent's attack.
Sure. Yeah, that's so true. And sometimes that's one of the best resume builders you can have.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
All right, that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you, man. Sam in Tuscaloosa. Sam, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I love the show. Y'all doing great.
Thank you, buddy.
I hear Bubba, but I just can't find him on the show. Where's he at
Okay,
today?
all right. Remember, we banned that joke way back years ago.
Yeah, I'm not in the woods. I'm sitting in front of a giant wheel with colors on it.
He's not wearing a pattern that blends into the back of the studio like the wheel of meat. His pattern is not wheel of meat.
Is that John Cena?
No, in this case, it's John No Cena.
Watch out! Hey-o! So also we banned that joke years ago because the only way that joke works is, like we said, if the pattern looks like the studio.
Yeah.
I mean, now if Bubba was wearing a pattern that was called Wheel of Meat, then yeah, you would look at it and go, I can't see Bubba. But a camo pattern against a brightly colored wheel, you can see Bubba.
And, I got a lot of camo stuff. I'm trying to get it out and wear it. Some of it I hadn't wore before. So we're just, kind of doing a test wearing, get that first washing in before it's time to hit the woods with it.
Nathan in Athens, Alabama. Nathan, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the Tuberville situation. And the reason he did that sidestep, and they get caught doing this all the time, is because there's a lot of people that are only going to get that current comment that he said, and they're going to be like, oh, well, he said that. That's not so bad. Why is everybody getting all riled up over the situation?
Oh, of course.
There's not a lot of people that are going to go back and get the actual comment.
Right. Yeah. They're going to try to get away with something they would never let a political opponent of theirs get away with.
Right.
They played by two different rules.
Look, he didn't rise to that level by being careless. He knows what he's doing, and he knows he needed to back it up a little bit and sidestep it so it didn't look as bad.
Bill in Enterprise. Bill, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to comment on the whole situation with Tuberville and General Hayden. I served 22 years in the military, and I was in Afghanistan when Obama fired all the brass over some comments made in Rolling Stone magazine. And I don't think a lot of people realize that those generals are appointees, and Trump didn't know that when he went into office. And if I were the next Republican president, I'd clean house and fire every general in the military until the next guy's up. You're on notice. If you do the same and become a political puppet, the same fate will become you.
Yeah, because that's not really what their job calls for. And when they violate that, I think you're right, Bill. I think they have compromised the ability to adhere to what they are called to do.
Well, that's one reason Tuberville put the hold on this, because he even talked about it. Some of these guys don't know what they're doing. They're friends of somebody in a high place. And they try to get them a star so they can retire and, general this, general that, when they really didn't deserve it.
Yeah, it almost feels like we're handling generals the way a lot of places do coroner, and I just don't know. If I'm gonna be general, it seems like there should be you couldn't be able to just appoint me general.
I thought we had a merit system for that, right?
Yeah, it seems like right there you'd need a lot of it.
Yeah, I want somebody that's really good at executing a war.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big's our number. We'll get more phone calls before the show's done today. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's up, tubers? Thanks for watching. This is a flashback during commercial breaks to, June 10th, 2019. Thanks for watching the Rick and Bubba Show on YouTube.
Yeah, boy. Red Walker Band. Much to do. We got to break down a lot of stories from the weekend. We're going through them right here. Wow, there's a lot of weird stuff that happened over the weekend.
I know. Strange things going on.
David Ortiz has been shot. We've got a guy on a motorcycle struck by lightning right through the top of the head.
Yep.
I mean, we've got some really Justin Bieber is challenging Tom Cruise to fight in the octagon.
How about that?
In the world. I mean, what are we talking about?
I think I'd pay to
challenging Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
Why is he challenging Tom Cruise?
Well, we'll get the story later. That's why you got to listen to Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
We got that coming up. Of course.
Doesn't he know when you get married you're supposed to calm down a little bit?
I don't know.
Is he fighting him over Scientology? I don't know.
I don't know. Is this the Clash? I mean, working on my Christianity, Justin Bieber takes on a high-ranking Scientologist.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm going to tell you, my money is on Cruz, and here's why. The other day, I saw it was just something floating around on Instagram or something with Bieber trying to hit a tennis ball, and it looked like one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen in my life.
Right.
He's a musician.
He is, and there was no athletic ability whatsoever.
Yeah, not even an ounce.
And I've seen Tom Cruise act in movies. He can move around here or there.
Right.
I'm going with Tom Cruise.
Does a lot of his own stunts.
He does.
He does.
But he's
Like
older.
broke his leg.
He's
I
older.
am.
Which,
Savvy.
how does that play?
Which
in?
means he's wiser.
He's savvy,
Yeah.
Bubba. He's mean. He's got that old man strength.
Yes.
Well, if you look though, the Golden State Warriors, they all appear to be falling apart. They're not wiser. They're just breaking down.
Well, that's that. My body's breaking apart. They're not old enough to be wise yet.
And plus, we had a run where every day we had a new video of Bieber crying somewhere. You know,
Really?
Yeah, you remember a few months ago,
Is he
every
coming
every
apart?
day he had a crying
Is he
video.
coming apart or something?
And so, you
Doesn't
know,
sound good,
It
does
doesn't
it?
sound very, you know, he don't need to be challenging.
I hate to
people
say that doesn't sound
fight.
stable. That doesn't sound stable.
Well, hopefully,
Justin, just sing for us.
yeah,
Don't
sing.
fight.
Hey, sing, dance,
Sing, dance.
That's what you do. You do it really well.
Yeah,
But we'll
go home to your new bride, spend some time with her.
A lot of money. You're good.
We'll unpack that
Yeah, you
story.
got tons.
We'll unpack that story for you. Like I say, there's some. We've got the super regionals and people trying to get to the College World Series. We'll update you on that today.
Yeah, it'll be a fun week of baseball coming up with the College World Series starting. That's usually a lot of fun to watch. It's always exciting. There's always a lot of odd plays and trick plays that take place.
Yep. And
Good stuff.
Bubba mentioned the NBA Finals. That's looking good.
Well,
When did that
Warriors.
start? When's that
Warriors.
start?
It's almost over.
Oh.
Maybe over tonight.
Who's in it?
Y'all
Y'all think I'm kidding?
Some Canadian.
The Raptors, baby.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The Raptors could dethrone the Golden State Warriors.
I was thinking about what
How many points Rick Barry averaging?
You know, Golden State was chasing a little history. They were going to be in that elusive club of the Lakers and the Celtics, but
Ooh, the fabled club.
too many injuries and too tired. It looks like.
Well, I think that's why the word elusive is used there.
Yeah,
it's
it's
tough
tough.
to get in there.
It's tough to do.
We have a whole new respect when you look at something, you think, well, man, I'm gonna be the next person to do that. There's not many. Well, there's a reason there's not many. It's hard.
Yeah, it ain't easy to do.
Yep.
So anyway, so that's going on. Your phone calls with Churn at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Josh Turner will be with us. If you're a country music fan, Josh Turner will be with us later in the program today. He actually is going to do a 45-minute concert as part of the Gridiron Men's Conference coming up this weekend. He's got a new gospel album out that I listened to a little bit over the weekend. It's really, really good. And he's got a great story, too. And so he'll be part of the Gridiron Men's Conference coming up this weekend in our home city of Birmingham, Alabama. So get that information at gridironmen.com. And if you're coming into town for that, we look forward to you visiting our fine city. So we'll take a break. We'll come back, and we'll jump right into it and start unpacking them, boys. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. The Rick and Bubba University students will get you lined up and ready to go. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com if you're looking to get Dad something for Father's Day this weekend from the Rick and Bubba store. You need to get that order in today to be sure he's going to get it this weekend. Or you're going to get it and give it to him this weekend. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. SimplySafeBubba.com. Right now, you start thinking about security and safety, and unfortunately, the times we're living in, which seems to lack a little law and order, protection is more important than ever. So why don't you spare less times these days worrying about security and enjoy all the different sports practices and the seasonal activities and all these things that take you away from your home. You don't have to worry about leaving your home empty because it will always be secure and it will be monitored 24/7 by the wonderful people at SimplySafeBubba.com. Their revolutionary monitoring innovation, the 24/7 Live Guard protection. Now, it's designed to help stop crime in real time. Now, what I mean by that, if an intruder breaks into your home or even your small business, their professional monitoring agents can actually see them, speak to them, and deter them
through the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, which works seamless with this service. 24/7 live guard protection made possible by this new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, and it is available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. Install it yourself in about 30 minutes. If you're like me and you might still need help, the agents at simplysafebubba.com will help you install it as well. So if you'd like to find out more, and we're going to get you savings right now if you sign up for the Fast Protect monitoring, it's a huge offer. It's only available for a limited time, 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. Simplysafebubba.com. There's no safe like simplysafebubba.com safe. All right, so we have a couple of things that happened yesterday with everything that's going on in the Middle East, and how many times have we all said that in our lives? Hey, have you seen what's happening in the Middle East? Well, this one is a biggie and one of the biggest. So you start getting into this bizarre. I don't want to be. I want to support the Palestinians, but somehow I can support them without supporting Hamas. I don't know that you can, and it's okay just to speak negatively about Hamas. I mean, that'd be fine. You don't have to. There's certainly good people who are Palestinian, and we understand that. But Hamas is the one who puts them in danger, in organizations like that. They're terrorists, bottom line. So anyway, interesting. Black Lives Matter. They have not had a very good PR campaign when everybody started discovering that they squandered millions of dollars that a lot of you sent out of the goodness of your heart because you thought you were making a statement, only to give them millions of dollars that they squandered on homes and on themselves, and the corruption that we have found in the organization, not the sentiment, but the organization Black Lives Matter. I don't know how much more we have to know. Well, this doesn't help. Here's a photo of Black Lives Matter, the Chicago chapter. And they put this out yesterday. They literally used the image of one of the Hamas terrorists parachuting in and coming in on these personal aircraft and slaughtering people with the Palestinian flag. And Black Lives Matter Chicago puts out, and this is not us, we're just putting what they put out. I stand with Palestine. So,
unbelievable.
So they've made that very, very clear. I don't know whether they don't. I don't know if they understand the tone that's out there right now, or maybe they don't know the room. You ever heard they know the room?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know, because they call themselves Black Lives Matter, if we just continue to give them a pass on everything they've done and they continue to do. I'm not going to do that. I don't think that means that I'm anti-black people to call an organization like this corrupt and disagree with some of the things they're saying. But I just don't why would you even do that?
I don't know. This is their statement that went along with that.
Yeah, this is from BLM Los Angeles. We too understand what it means to be surveilled, dehumanized, property seized, families separated, and our people criminalized and slaughtered with impunity, locked up in droves, and when we resist, they call us terrorists. So you're comparing yourselves to the people of Hamas who paratrooped in and just slaughtered civilians at music festivals and killed babies? That's who you're comparing yourself to?
Yeah, I would tell Black Lives Matter this. I understand what you're trying to say, but if any people of any ethnicity attacked a music festival and slaughtered people in cold blood, any of us would be called terrorists. And so I probably would not compare myself to terrorists, saying that if you were to do this behavior, somehow it would be justified. I just think that's a dumb statement, and it really comes off as dark. It really does.
Yes.
And I mean that in an evil way. So now let's talk about Rashida. And how do you say her last name?
Talib.
Can I ask you this, too?
Yeah.
Speaking of that, I've noticed there doesn't seem to be a large black population in Palestine.
Right.
No, there really isn't.
Have you ever noticed that?
No, there isn't.
And zero gay people.
Yeah, Rashida Tlaib also does not seem to understand Hamas very well, or the Palestinian plight. She tries to have an LGBTQ flag and a Palestinian flag outside her office, and I don't know how to break that to her. I think those two are mutually exclusive.
Well, we saw some of the LGBTQ community protesting, saying they stand with Palestine.
over the weekend, and we talked about it. The caption under the picture was, "Who's going to break it to him?"
Yeah.
Right.
So here she is being asked by a Fox business reporter, could she just at least condemn, unfortunately, and this is very, very sensitive, and I understand that, and it's hard to hear, and if you have children, I'll give you some time to dial away, but because this is going to be a difficult thing to listen to. But one of the things, unfortunately, that's being reported that the Israeli soldiers found when they went to the area where the terrorists had attacked, they found a number of babies that were slaughtered and even some beheaded. So she's going to ask her, can you at least condemn that? And you'll see there'll be no comment. So here we go.
Terrorists have cut off babies' heads and burned children alive. Do you support Israel's rights to defend themselves against this brutality?
We're just going to go through here.
You can't comment about Hamas terrorists chopping off babies' heads?
Not a word. Nothing.
Congresswoman, do you have a comment on Hamas terrorists chopping off babies' heads?
Unbelievable.
Why would nothing to say about Hamas terrorists chopping off babies' heads?
Nothing.
I think it would be okay to at least just stop and say, obviously, I don't condone that kind of behavior. I of course, have a heart for the plight of a lot of Palestinian people. There's things I don't agree with that have taken place between the Israelis and the Palestinians. But I want to go on record right now that the behavior that is being reported that was done by Hamas, I cannot endorse that. Right? Mm-hmm. But,
yeah, pretty much.
I mean, that you can say that, can't you?
There's all kinds of things that's resurfacing. A 2010 in a back and forth between at a college campus between David Horowitz and a college student that was a radical college student at University of California, San Diego. He asked similar questions back in 2010. Will you condemn Hamas? And she wouldn't do it. And her example, her reasoning for that is because if I say something's wrong with them, then I'm putting my life in jeopardy. It's kind of weird how they see things. Of course, she was wearing a terrorist, shirt or scarf or something like that. They had a pretty intense exchange back and forth. But is that why Tlaib won't respond? Does she think that if I respond and
she
say,
put herself in danger from terrorists? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. Why not just come out and say, of course I condemn that?
She sympathizes with them. She sympathizes with the Hamas.
She has
sickening.
If she can't respond to that.
Come on,
Rick said it best. If you can't separate the two and simply answer the question, then
you're walking in the Capitol building. Yeah. And you're being asked this question, and you can't stop and go, "You daggum right, I condemn it."
Well, and we've talked about this a lot. What's happening? There's two different approaches, and we've talked about it a lot. There's jihad, which is what you saw with the terrorists and the slaughtering indiscriminately of people who are Israelis. And then you have fada, which is you get into the communities, you get on the city council, then you run for
infiltrate,
and then you infiltrate and you take over the government, the local government, the state government, and then you get involved in the federal government. And we just let this go on, and we're kind of naive on some of it because everybody wants to be liked, and the terrorist groups, they use this everybody wants to be liked against you. And sometimes you have to be a little less naive about what is going on around you, and just like the fact that somehow that fundamental Islamists are also pro LGBTQ. That just isn't true. No. I mean, the way that is seen in their eyes versus even Christians, it's night and day. Do Christians say that we must, all of us, repent of all sin? Yes. Do they say that homosexuality is sin? Yes. Is anyone going to kill you and remove you from the community if you don't? No. Will you be eradicated from the community? No. So
as opposed to taking you to the nearest high rise and throwing you off.
Right. It's like, and you can tell that
it's almost like they see the right in this country.
Right.
Supporting Israel, so they feel like they have to be for the other side. They don't even know what they're actually supporting.
When Tlaib puts an LGBTQ flag by her Palestinian flag, one of them is there just for show. And I hope you're wise enough to know which one it is.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Back, 866 We Be Big is our number. The music of Dr. John as we come back.
Mother used the wrong line.
Information, Bubba, Dr. John.
Yeah.
You didn't hear me playing the music from Dr.
Yeah, I
John.
wasn't paying attention.
What were you thinking about? Where were you?
Please tell me. I was looking up there at the sunglasses.
See,
thing again,
it is
wondering
bothering
what's
you,
going
isn't it?
on.
Rick, now who's that?
On the sun?
Yeah, I knew that he had passed away.
Yeah.
Earlier this week? I remember.
Yeah,
you know how I am about deaths.
No, he
People
passed
I don't
away
pay
yesterday.
He passed away yesterday.
Last
There was
night.
somebody else that passed away
Right.
this week. It was a musician.
Leon Redbone.
Yeah,
Right.
Redbone.
Redbone, yeah.
And
And remember we said in the kitchen this morning, and this isn't the way it should be, okay? But you know how certain musicians collide together?
I thought, does he do allergies? What does Dr. John do?
Leon Redbone, Dr. John, and I hate to say it, to some degree, Leon Russell are all the same person to me.
Yeah,
Leon Russell is dead, by the way.
Is he dead?
Yes.
Because I knew if he
2016.
wasn't, I know how he was feeling because they usually go in three.
Can I tell you one of the most shocking things, because it was extremely moving, when the kid that was on America's Got Talent, you know, who was autistic, that got out and did, you know, the song called A Song for You. And he was an incredible singer, and he couldn't even communicate, but was able to do that, and it was very moving. So, that song has been around for a while, and I've always liked it, and I've heard different people do it. And in my mind, it was, is it Don Hathaway or Donnie Hathaway?
Mm-hmm.
In my mind, he wrote it because he sings it the best. Donnie Hathaway. And I thought, well, that's the original guy. So I was letting Sherry hear the original because we talked about that scene and all that. And I said, and she goes, did he write it? I said, oh, yeah, I think he wrote it. And then I looked and I said, you know what? He did not write it. Leon Russell wrote that.
Huh.
And I'm like, Leon Russell wrote A Song for You? And then I went to try to hear Leon Russell try to sing it. He can't even sing the song he wrote.
So,
I mean, it's certainly
other people singing his song sounded better.
Yeah, it's rare that happens, but sometimes songwriters don't necessarily sing that great, but they're still able to write great songs. And certainly, there's things Leon Russell sang that he sounds great in. But if you go to the original recording of Leon Russell recording his own song, he really can't even hit the notes that he's requiring in the music that he wrote for the song, and that's why you have your Donnie Hathaway sing it. You had Ray Charles do a version of it. Michael Bublé does a version of it. Whitney Houston did a version of it. You kind of hear this line up, and then you're trying to picture, and that kid, he was able to hit the notes and all that. But Leon Russell, do you want me to play him singing it? Is that going to be a problem? Is that going to get a shutdown on YouTube if I do that?
Yeah, you don't want to do that here on a Friday, Rick.
Yeah,
we're YouTube sensitive these days.
Boy, I tell
you play a song on YouTube. 25 years of the Rick and Bubba Show, rolling on 25 years strong.
By my count, 5 people who have died by drinking or something out of the minibar. And there was a story last week. There's like 3 or 4 more that said they got real sick. Yeah. And they just thought they had, some kind of flu from traveling.
Well, and then now somebody shot Ortiz while he's there.
Yeah.
I mean, what in the world?
Why are we shooting Big Papi?
Who is mad at Big Papi? Come on.
Is this some Yankees fan going, what's going on here?
Hey, where's the travel show at? Does anybody know?
I know they need.
Maybe in the Dominican.
I know that. Listen, I know they need the money. Like I say, Greg and I, we have an aunt who's a missionary to the Dominican. But I got to tell you right now, my gosh, look out for the Dominican.
Yeah.
For the love of God, please don't drink anything they give you. Because, like you said, Bubba, we got one woman, New York woman, claims she drank a soda bottle that was filled with bleach at a Dominican resort where 3 Americans have died.
Mm-hmm.
Like
who would fill it?
Greg, I bring it out. I think it's a soda. I start drinking it, and it's bleach.
It's bleach.
So
it's bleach.
And then when
that minibar is scary enough with the price.
California man died at Dominican Republic Resort after drinking from the hotel minibar just weeks before 3 more Americans lost their lives. Hey, before, if I was one of those 3 Americans, why didn't I get a heads up about this guy?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I'm headed
Well,
to
a lot of it, I don't think they tied it all together. until we start having these deaths. And a lot of them had been sick, and now that the word's out, people are realizing, hey, we've got a connection here.
Yeah.
Well, what is going on with people drinking sodas that are full of bleach, getting in the mini bar? Do we have some rogue? I'm going to get people through the mini bar drinks.
Now let me. I know they tied this other couple that died in Fiji because they stayed at a resort that's one of the chain of the same resort.
Correct.
Am I right or wrong?
You are right.
Yes.
So there's the Fiji people. They thought they died of the flu or whatever, but the tie is
Now
they're staying at the same resort.
Yeah.
They're wondering what caused those symptoms.
So
could it be related?
I don't know if Americans are being targeted because it's just so happened.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. As we move forward, themanchurch.com on the road this weekend. The Man Church is going on in 3 different Rick and Bubba markets. First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida. Andy Blank's there on Saturday as they continue to roll through the men's discipleship strategy. Mangum Baptist Church bringing in 2 of our guys from the team, 2 of our great teachers, Rich Wingo and Blake Prime. Mangum, Louisiana. They're actually going to have that off-site at a different location. You can find those details at themanchurch.com, but that's going on Sunday night, so you get 2 of our speakers. And then in Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River, Twickenham Church, Scott Dawson will be there. They're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy, and Dawson will be there for that. So find all 3 of those for this weekend if you wanted to attend at themanchurch.com. And tickets, of course, are on sale and moving quick for next year's conferences, one in Birmingham, one in Starkville, Mississippi. Find those tickets at themanchurch.com, too. All right, so a couple of things. It's interesting that MSNBC continues to air the comments of Jonathan Greenblatt, the Anti-Defamation League, served with Obama. And he has been, as we heard yesterday, very, very outspoken against the attacks of Hamas on the people of Israel that were just, going through a music festival and all of that. But and he is calling on the university presidents because there have been some, some of the universities and their response to this has been not surprising to me because of how liberal some of these universities are, but he calls them out, and here he is, and this is on MSNBC. Here we go.
But where are the university presidents who gave clear statements about all these other causes that mattered? Black Lives Matter. Stop AAPI hate. It matters. Stand for Ukraine. It matters. Why are they silent on dead Jews? Why is my inbox empty with messages from CEOs, from major religious movements? Why? Where are they?
Well, when it comes to this particular conflict, you usually see, now there's exceptions, a lot of times you see the ones that he's naming, you might get them to put the Palestinian flag up, but to get them to put the Star of David up is a little tougher. It's a tougher road.
It's not happening. Nope.
It's a tougher road. Ukrainian flags all over our Instagram. Star of David, hard to find. It's and there is a disdain and there is an attack against the Hebrew people from a biblical standpoint that we, with a biblical worldview,
it's supernatural.
It's supernatural. Yeah. It is the fact that they are so special to God also makes them a target to be hated by the adversary of God, and he has been trying to eradicate them for a long, long time. So there is a supernatural thing going on here that if you don't understand it, you can't really follow all this. But I don't know whether he does or he doesn't. But and then Bubba, of course, this always happens. I know we sent one. Now I've seen yesterday we're sending another aircraft carrier to kind of, like you said to me yesterday, and I think you're probably right, that this is just kind of a nobody else get involved warning from us. We're going to get out here and
not to let it escalate any further than it needs to
into a world war, which
at some point it does. I don't know if it's this time or not. But Iran has issued a stark warning to Israel and to us. So here is that.
Sorry, the information's just flowing in as I speak to you. The Iran Foreign Ministry has said any foolish Israeli action against Iran will be met with a devastating response. We're already facing a war between Gaza and Israel, and now we're getting threats like that. Your response?
Well, the Americans or American officials have been threatening Iran as well. And I think that the Americans know quite well that they've already bitten off more than they can chew in Ukraine, in East Asia with China. The United States and its allies are on the decline. They're not the powers that they were 30, 40 years ago. The Israeli regime is in no position to threaten Iran because the Israeli regime cannot even destroy the Palestinian people. But the United States, if it does something foolish, then it will be expelled from the region. The United States is very vulnerable. And the price of fuel will go through the roof. It will destroy the Western economies.
You remember when we were talking about how important it was for us to use our own resources,
be self-sufficient,
and not
we were exporting stuff around the world.
How's that looking?
Does everybody remember we were tapping into our own oil? To Bubba's point, to the guy's point,
we were producing more than Saudi Arabia.
Right,
Okay.
so we wouldn't have to depend on people that at any moment could declare us their enemy and cut us off. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Good gracious.
Yeah, but I'm sure the electric cars will save the day sooner or later.
Yeah, except our enemies also control the key components we need to make those.
Sure, because they're made with petroleum as well. But anyway, so yeah, Iran's going to do this. They're threatening, and listen, how the world sees us right now, and it is true. They see us as weak.
Yep.
They're saying Israel can only be so strong with a weak America. Their allies are on the decline. Yeah. Look, I hope it does not happen. Hear me loud and clear. I hope it does not happen. But if you're Xi right now, you have to say that let's go get Taiwan. I mean, what's anybody going to do to us?
Yeah.
I know we said that we'll defend them, but I don't think.
Yeah, we're under treaty.
I don't think he fears us. Would you fear us right now?
We look about like our president when he's speaking.
Yeah. And I mean, we've got a former general today that's more angry with Tommy Tuberville than he is at our enemies.
Yeah, we're more concerned with getting our pronouns right and not offending anybody than we are actually building weapons that can win wars.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I don't know. At some point, the entire Middle East does go against Israel, and they will win a supernatural war again, and that would include without our help. Is this it? Building? I don't know. I have no idea, but I do know at some point that is going to happen. And no one else really knows either. But when you look at the as our Lord and Savior said, the birth pangs are going to be pretty obvious to you. I don't know.
Remember, Biden sold off a lot of our oil reserve, trying to get the prices down before the elections midterm, remember?
Yeah.
Hey, thanks.
And we haven't been able to replace them because the price is so high.
Yeah.
That looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, what do you say? Atta kid.
You can't even.
Hey, I go champ.
Come on.
I will say this. I know he was mean, and you might not like his tweets, but nobody was moving against us when Trump was in.
Nope. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Dominican is a lot of Americans visit there due to its proximity, but it's clear that somebody's poisoning something.
Yeah, no doubt.
This is crazy.
I mean, you look at this one story. Let me read this to you. So Robert Bell Wallace, 67, died at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino there in the Dominican. It's just like a lot of these places. There's one side of the Dominican that you go, wow, this is really nice, and then there's the other side that's just dire poverty.
Yeah,
I mean, you can. I mean, you can be.
And then you got Haiti on the other side of the island,
which is just an absolute mess.
It's really downhill.
Mm-hmm. So we got that. Then we got another. We got a 41-year-old that collapsed and died inside her room on May 25th. Then we've got that couple you guys talked about. They died.
49-63.
Found inside their room, same resort. And then Yvette Monique Sport, 51, from Pennsylvania, also died after drinking at the mini bar. Do not drink from that mini bar.
No. Big Poppy stayed away from the mini bar, and then somebody shot him.
And somebody shot him in the back.
He thought he was clear.
And
so
then
he
that-
is actually still alive.
Guys,
He is.
We got issues with these resorts. I mean,
What is going on?
Can somebody tell me what chain it is and what the names of all their resorts are? I know. You guys, guys, this is not good for business.
No.
Picture this being at the conference room. Guys, this is terrible public relations. Somebody said, "What do you mean the fact that we're killing people with our mini bars?"
Well,
yeah,
that may be your motivation. This may be a disgruntled employee somewhere that's said, "I'm gonna end this."
Right.
But boy,
Something's going on.
That tourism is vital for the Dominican Republic.
Oh,
gotta have it.
My goodness,
Gotta have it.
I mean, I'm not. Look, I'm not a vigilante, but if you're mad, don't kill us. I mean, we don't make us pay the price. I mean, you concentrate on who you're mad at.
Yeah.
If you're going to try to destroy them, just go right after them. Don't use us as some kind of pawn in all this.
Right.
We're just a bunch of Americans coming in here with dollars ready to spend.
How do you think they're getting in these drinks to poison them?
Yeah, that's a great question.
And do we know exactly what people are dying from?
Well,
now it just says that after drinking something from their mini bar in their room, so I guess before they check into the room, maybe the drinks that are being put in their little mini bar.
Well, we got to start at
Something's going
classification
on.
point A.
Yeah.
Who's stocking the mini bar? We're going to start
Right.
there, and then we got to go to where do we get our stuff from? Who sends us the stuff we put in the mini bar?
Wouldn't the maids that clean it be the ones that count and stock the mini bar?
I would think, but you know what? I better figure out what's my vendor. Where am I getting this stuff from?
You got to check both of them right out of the
We
gate.
gotta go-
I see what you're saying. So you're saying was there a problem before it ever got to us?
Right.
And we don't know it.
As
either.
the vendor leaving the drinks in
passing
some
it
kind of
along,
place that in a warehouse or something where stuff's getting on them, and my lip touches the top of the bottle or something, and or it's inside that. Right.
He's acting it out.
Well, of course he is.
But I don't know. Wouldn't that leave a hole? I mean, that bottle top wouldn't seal, would it?
No, I don't know. I don't drink out of the mini bars much. I'm Baptist, so I don't know much about it. But
yeah, it's usually not a lot in there for me.
I know this is a shocker. I don't either because they charge you for it.
Right.
But,
Do they ever?
Now I will
Boy,
tell you
they
this though.
three prices, man.
I'll tell you this though. Sometimes when you get up there and you just can't. You don't want to go back down stairs. I'll get a bottle of water out
Yeah,
of there.
that water, boy, they'll hit you hard. When
they
you look
will.
on your bill and you're like, whoa.
They look
$6 water.
Old friend candy bars in there too.
He is. Rick,
About
he's
$5.
there.
Some
You're
days
hungry.
that's nothing.
I know.
It's worth
It
every
really
dime.
is.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
So just convenience, which is why they charge so much. They know
Sure,
they know
know.
you don't want to go back down the lobby.
That's right.
My goodness, you're
Wow.
staying on floor 71.
Yeah.
You don't want to go back down.
Grab that king size that's here.
Right. So, guys, I'm just telling you, we got a real problem with these
do.
resorts. We're killing
Yeah,
people.
something's
We're
up.
killing people.
People dropping.
We don't know.
And now we're
what's
starting
going
to put it all together, going, hey, all these people are. Can I tell you this? I think we're a little late coming in with going, hey, there may be a trend here.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had to let it get to like 5 or 6 before we went.
How about this? The first time our mini bar kills one person, let's get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I'm gonna be real serious about. Well, how do you think she died? Something to do with the mini bar. Well, let's answer that before we kill somebody else.
Yeah.
And that's not happening. Can we do something now?
Now, then, of course, you're going to have to weed your way through the people now who claim they got sick on it just because they want to be in the
No,
story.
you're right.
They don't want any money. They just want to be in the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember one time I was there. You ain't believe what happened to me. You think I'm making that up, but you'll have a few of those.
Yeah.
So also in the Dominican, we can't believe it. David Ortiz has been just shot point blank.
Yeah.
At a club, and he says to the doctors, "Please don't let me die. I'm a good man."
Yeah. And we're showing surveillance
Watch
footage.
out. No need to get hurt.
Of him sitting there. It's an open lounge and bar.
I see him.
And
There's Big
Rick,
Papa.
the audio is just somebody kind of that's security.
So I mean, that's where he got shot, right there.
Yeah, he got shot in the lower back. And
Show me the
he's
guy.
sit-
Where's the guy that shoots him?
It's the
hold on
guy
just
in
a
the
second.
hat talking to him, isn't it?
No,
That
the
guy's-
guy in the hat is a journalist. I mean, he's like a TV guy there, and they're just sitting there talking. And there's a gentleman
Oh, I
coming up
see it.
behind
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
And I call him a gentleman, the guy, and shoots him, and then
Look at everybody running.
Ortiz falls over.
Speedy, did run that back. I couldn't tell which one it was. So
the
he's
guy
in
coming
the back,
behind him, he
Look
shoots
at
him
top
in the
right.
back.
Look at top
the
right.
guy walking by,
No,
or the guy sitting at the table.
No, the- Bubba, the
look
guy
up
comes
behind
in behind
Ortiz,
him.
right
there, that guy.
right
Yeah,
there. See,
yeah,
oh, you
yeah.
see the gunfire?
Oh.
Yeah.
You see the gunfire?
At first, they said that reports were that it was a failed attempt at some kind
Look,
of
he's just
robbery.
walking off.
But after you see that,
No,
now
it's
they're
a-
saying it's probably
was
a
a
hit
hit
job.
job.
Yeah, a hired hit job. Well, the locals there, they caught the guy, and so they know who the guy is that shot him, and then started beating the mess out of him.
I was about to say, if you shoot a local hero, it's not good.
No.
Yeah, they wore him out pretty good.
Yeah.
I think.
We ought to
Yeah.
do that more often.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, this brings up the question: who's out to get Big Papi? I mean,
I know.
Inspiration, my fingertips. All right, so we're back. Rick and Bubba's show, coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. I be Rick.
And I be Bubba.
And it be a brand new hour. All right, so we'll talk about, Bubba, I know last night you were trying to remind us that something that people plan their whole days around, Tuesday night football. And
it's it is weird.
Nothing says football like a
Tuesday. But it is kind of good to have a game to watch. You
No,
know,
it
unless you're the ones having to get up and go to work.
Right. Yeah. Well, one of the things.
But for Conference USA, it's
Yeah.
great because they get
No.
national exposure. And
no doubt.
The Jack State Gamecocks were hosting Liberty University last night. It was a big game. I'd planned not to go, and then the hype caught up late in the day yesterday. And I got a call from Todd and Todd Jones, and friend of the show, and we were talking about it. And Hunter decided he wanted to go.
Right.
But I was just dead yesterday. I said I just can't. I just can't make it. I'm going to actually make an adult decision for a change. And
Did
do
you
the right
almost
thing.
go?
I almost went. I was putting my shoes on to go at one
You
time.
would have regretted that.
It's all the surround Pat McAfee.
And so we finally he went, and I just watched it on TV. And it looked great on TV, by the way. Your dad's stadium looked great.
Well, it's not my dad's stadium.
It says Burgess.
I do like you continue to say that.
Yeah,
it's funny.
If I'm not mistaken, he's the only one to ever win a national championship there.
Well, probably. And now, since they've gone to Division One, there ain't going to be another one.
But you know what looks like it could be an outstanding rivalry in years to come in Conference USA, Liberty and Jack State.
Right.
Liberty came in. They defeated Jack State last night. They scored 14 points in the fourth quarter to ice the game, 31-13. It was tied at halftime, and was a very good game. And hey, Liberty's got a good team. They're 6-0. They're bowl eligible now.
Yep.
And
Freeze left them in good condition.
Yeah, they got a line. They got an offensive line that's impressive.
I don't understand why he couldn't get them in the transfer portal to go to Auburn.
Yeah, I know. I'm not sure Auburn could beat them right now. So it's they did a great job. Congratulations to Liberty, and I think it's going to be a great rivalry in the future.
I always wondered this about Liberty. All right, I'm looking at their emblem. There's an eagle's head, but they're the flames.
Yeah.
What is that?
I don't know, Greg.
That's a good question. You would
Simple
have to ask
Google,
them.
probably.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Is it
For
one
a year I thought they were the Eagles, and also I looked on their jersey and it said flames.
Well, Greg, the Crimson Tide, they have an elephant.
I guess.
You know?
That's different.
Do y'all?
Is it?
I don't know.
How's that different?
Well, because Liberty they ain't been around that long.
Liberty.
You're saying that you can do that as long as you, but
yeah, because you got to go way back for all that elephant.
Well, let me
talk.
ask you this: were they always the Flames?
I don't know.
I think they changed that at some point.
They
I think
added
they were something else.
They added the eagle later because liberty, freedom, America.
Yeah, well, why don't you just be the Eagles?
Here we go.
That's a good
well,
point.
they were already
the
Flames.
Well, when they started it, why didn't they just go, we're Eagles?
I remember Jack
Instead
State
of Flames.
playing them when they first started playing football.
This wasn't. I mean,
and,
this hadn't been.
This was not their first trip to Burgess Snow. So
I don't know about that.
Oh, Jack State beat them by about 50 points when Ed Lett was there quarterbacking.
Yeah, that's a long. Yeah, that was.
They were. I didn't think they were. They didn't have football then, did they?
Yeah, they just
I
started.
don't remember them having football then.
Oh wow!
They did it one time, and then it went. Didn't it go away, and then they brought it back?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But they got a good program now.
Here they had the
Let me
big
put it-
tight
let
end
me
that
put
played
it-
for the Steelers. It came from there.
Yeah.
I just remember that. But I thought it was newer than that.
But that's going to be a
Anyway,
good
I was
rivalry.
just wondering what
years
that's
to come.
about.
Yeah,
It's kind of
Flames isn't a good one anyway.
It's a flaming eagle.
Who would want to be
you
the
know?
Flames?
Were they the Flames? Was this some sort of a nod to the Holy Spirit
Maybe
in the beginning?
Probably
a
so.
fire.
Probably so.
Look, it's an eagle with a flame on it.
Yeah.
Good,
Initially,
good.
in 1980, when they added the eagle, it was holding a torch, so that
There's always been a flame tie in there. Yeah.
Can anybody tell me the origin of the flame? Is it the Holy Spirit?
Originally, they were the Flamers, but then they had to change that because of the meaning change in society.
Yeah, society.
That is true.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Anybody else going liberty, liberty, liberty?
Yeah. I was just wondering.
Different liberty.
I thought they was Eagles, and I looked and had flames on their shirt.
I tell you what they were. I tell you what they were. Is 31-13.
Hey, they were tough running that ball in the fourth quarter. I'll tell you that. And then can pass too, and run. So you got all kind of threats there.
So where do you land on the new uniforms last night for Jack State?
I think that game cost a little cartoonish.
Bubba,
well, don't get him going.
Bubba has a hard time being negative about anything involving JSU.
And he just
it's because I love Jack State.
Yeah, you don't have to be, but you doesn't mean that
you can have an opinion on this when they change.
Your opinion probably means a lot.
Let me say,
absolutely.
Let me
they're probably
say this.
listening
I
to
live
you.
there.
Yeah, taking guidance, Bubba. Dr. Bussey, they're probably taking guidance from you.
Okay. The Gamecock we saw on the helmet last night was one that we used to have in the 1970s.
Yep.
Correct.
I remember seeing it on the cover of the program.
Chanticleer and on the program.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with that Gamecock. I think it's funny, and I think it's a good Gamecock compared to some of the Gamecocks we see out there. I didn't not like the uniforms. I thought they were very catchy. They look good on TV.
Yeah.
But you know me, Rick.
You don't like messing with it.
I don't like messing with my unis when I'm winning. Okay, if I'm trying to turn around something, fine. If I'm trying to do some kind of stunt because I have no hope of winning, fine. I just don't like when you're rolling and you're winning, changing it. It's just me. I'm sorry.
I'm going to say something that I think may be surprising, but then not surprising. You ever had those things where it actually you can be surprised but not surprised all at the same time? I know it sounds like they're mutually exclusive, but it can happen.
Right.
So speaking of it, called Burgess Snow Stadium, when Greg and our dad was hired to be the coach there, Jacksonville State, which Bubba just mentioned, had some heydays in the 70s, some really good football teams.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Charlie Pell, Clarkie Mayfield.
Yeah. So when Dad took over the program,
Jim Fuller.
The program was down. It had fallen. And the coaches who had been coaching during that bad era changed the uniform from the 70s.
Right.
And they had a bunch of wild different versions of it. And Bill Burgess came on the scene and says,
Thank you.
I want to get back in the uniform, and I can't say what he said exactly. He said,
"No, this was right after slapping hands that were holding in, in the huddle."
Yeah, he first of all went out there and he saw the team holding hands in the huddle, and he broke that like Red Rover. And he said, "If you got to hold hands to show solidarity in a collision sport, we got problems." If you, he said, there'll be no holding hands out here on the team. So the next thing he said, I want to go back to the uniform that Jacksonville State kicked ass in.
Rick, you beat the wrong word.
You beat kick. That's good. Get a little quick with the buzzer.
That's what he said.
That's not a bad.
That's what he said. It's in the Bible. Beast of Burgess.
Not a bad.
You beat the wrong word.
I beat the wrong word.
I love it.
So
the
funny.
number of times.
I'm glad you wasn't beeping something worse.
I know. If y'all,
Tom, this is why we need a second dump button.
do you remember? Let me tell you all this. The good news is we were literally in the break saying, "Can we do something like this next segment?"
You got it. You got it, buddy.
Bubba, if you knew how many times that has almost happened, I knew eventually it would. But anyway,
glad it wasn't worse.
So he wanted to go back. Yeah, I would. I would never change that because those words are gone now. Rick. There's still some words hanging around. Apparently, that one of them.
Yeah,
but I will say that he said to Bubba's point, we're going back to the uniform we won in. We're going back to the uniform that we were good in.
Yeah,
and they did. And of course, they should have probably stayed with that uniform.
I'm not big on home whites. You know how I feel about home whites. And but I thought it looked good. I thought the Gamecock, he's a little cartoony, but that's fine.
But he's a classic.
I mean, Alabama Power might as well bring back Reddy Kilowatt. Remember him?
Yeah. Well, but it was a throwback. I don't really mind any of that.
I didn't mind it. I thought it was a good-looking uniform.
But Bubba's point of I don't really like this constant changing.
I bought a hat with it on it yesterday.
What I'm saying is I really like their normal uniforms, and I like the white pants. I'll be honest with you. I like the all white when you're in the visitors.
Oh yeah.
Greg,
the red helmet.
Greg, you don't have to be what Rick said about it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Immediately, you think a Yankee fan, right? I mean, isn't that your first inclination?
Whether it
here?
should or shouldn't, that is what creeps in.
I have inquired to where the travel show is this week, so.
Yeah. So it's
I know some Yankee fans.
Can I tell you what? If there's a bar and there's people drinking and hanging out and gunshots start, people dive over tables, start throwing. Oh my gosh! Hey, we got to go.
We got to go.
Hey, I got to get out of here.
Hey, we got to find out what is going on in the Dominican Republic.
My goodness! 14 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For that, and you get that at howtobeamanchallenge.com. All right, so Bubba, I can't even believe. I mean, some of the weird headlines.
Can I just read you a tweet? Can I read you a tweet from Justin Bieber?
Okay, all right.
Do we have Justin Bieber theme music?
How do you spell Bieber? Anybody know how to spell Bieber?
B-I-E-B-E-R.
Okay. Justin Bieber update.
This is a tweet from Justin Bieber, who's married now. Remember, let's remember that. I want to challenge Tom Cruise to fight in the octagon. Tom, if you don't take this fight, you're scared and you will never live it down. Who is willing to put on the fight? Okay. Then we follow it up. Conor McGregor gets in on this.
Conor McGregor.
He said if Tom Cruise is man enough to accept this challenge, McGregor Sports and Entertainment will host the bout. Does Tom have the sprouts to fight like he does in the movies? Stay tuned and find out.
What's going on?
It's got to be a joke.
I mean, doesn't it? I mean, what's going on?
What's his beef with Tom Cruise?
I'll tell you, he'll put it on his Conor McGregor.
Conor
Yes,
McGregor.
he will.
Now, there is footage in the story of Justin Bieber working up a sweat with Floyd Mayweather.
Well, what working up a sweat doing what?
It looks like he's just kind of, letting him punch the gloves or something.
But for some reason, he wants to fight Tom Cruise.
Yeah, but why Tom Cruise is in the Bieber targets here all of a sudden?
When did Justin Bieber get a burr in his Bieber saddle over Tom Cruise?
I know.
What about when you're Tom's handler? Tom, I got to tell you this. Bieber's calling you out. For some reason he wants to fight you.
Was he watching, Mission Impossible Part 11?
Right.
And he's sitting there watching it, and did he just look around and say, I think I could take this guy?
Yeah. Some kind of hero. What's this?
Is Bieber left-handed?
Did he see Tom Cruise saying he did his own stunts? He got tired of that. I mean, something flew all over Bieber about Tom Cruise.
Bieber's got all them tattoos now. He thinks he's bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Greg, I hate to go back again. This is now 2 times in 2 weeks that I think about Jay Leno back when he was really, really funny, when he was edgy about who's out to get Emmanuel Lewis.
Yeah.
I mean, does anybody of all people, like you picture like an old saloon scene in a Western, somebody kicking open the swinging doors, and it's Justin Bieber saying, "Where's Tom Cruise?"
Yeah,
I know.
Let me
Everybody said, "Oh no, it's the bully Bieber."
Mm-hmm. You think Leah Remini put him up to it?
Yeah, that's funny. Do you wonder if that's part of it?
Is this part of it? Is this we're out to expose you?
Look,
is that it?
This is what happens when Hillsong works you into a frenzy.
You're gonna go fight Scientologists.
You're gonna fight
Well, that's
Scientologists.
exactly what we were all thinking about.
Funny.
All right, so Cruise.
Maybe they can just dance fight, Greg, like they do in the movies. Go up and break it down.
Good serve.
Cruz comes in at 5'7", 170 pounds, and Bieber comes in at 5'9", 145 pounds.
What does he do?
Who's got the reach?
Wait a minute. Are you saying Bieber's bigger than Tom Cruise?
He's taller, but not. I mean, by just a little bit, but not as doesn't weigh as much.
Yeah,
For some reason, I didn't.
Cruz is 56 too.
Well, yeah, don't forget that.
But it goes back to what Helmsley said, though. But Bieber's not athletic at all.
He's really not, guys.
There's some joke here that's
you
going
see
on
him
that
with
we
the
don't know
gloves,
about, right?
This is sad.
And Tom Cruise played football for Ampipe. So we know he's athletic.
I can't believe you remember the name.
Oh, no. I love that movie.
Look, I don't want Tom Cruise to
that's
stop filming Top Gun 2 for anything. Let's get that in the can first.
Boy,
Southern wind.
21 minutes past the hour. Phone troll time, 866-WE-BE-BIG. You're ready. Largest number of people on the program in the shortest amount of time. The old buzzer will be our friend, not our enemy. Boundaries are blessings. But there's two callers that could possibly get a timeout if Speedy or Bubba deems that necessary, or Helmsy if he's in here. But I think he's tending something. So Speedy has it until Helmsy comes back. Bubba, you have one for sure. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. It is not designed for meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, baby predictions. Those kind of things will not go. This is about comments, questions, information, bringing it to the table. Plenty of lines available. The real Greg Burgess is on the phones. Leslie in Alabama, 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
All right, guys. The eagle and then the flames thing. The symbol or emblem for the school is a flame, and it says knowledge aflame because it's a university, it's a college. The eagle has been around for a while. The original or a long time ago type logo for Liberty University was looking different. It didn't have the flame behind it. It was more up and down type eagle head. But we've had Sparky for a long time. But it's the eagle for freedom.
So the flame stood for knowledge, and that was the main thing I was looking for. The eagle one's pretty easy to follow because of liberty, and it, like y'all said, it's the emblem of liberty. But the flame is the part I didn't fully understand, and she says that stood for knowledge.
That's what I got.
Okay.
Liberty.
Yeah.
Liberty.
Anonymous out of Alabama. Anonymous,
Just
30
sell
seconds.
you what you need.
Go ahead.
Morning. How's it going, guys?
We are good. I hope you're great.
Hey, I know I don't have a whole lot of time, so I'm going to go really fast.
Good.
Man, I was listening to the podcast yesterday about the enslavement of the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I did a little math this morning, and I work 3 jobs, 2 part-time, 1 full-time. It would take me 100 years to make what one of those players make in 1 year.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff.
Yeah, 100 years.
I think we all would say if that is being enslaved, okay, and I think they're misusing that term terribly.
Yes.
We all would sign up for it.
866-WE-BE-BIG lines are coming available, and you can get in now if you move. Michael out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Michael, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Rick.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, just wondering if you could say mutually exclusive one more time today.
No, I said it twice. I don't know that a third time is out there. I'm hoping it is.
But it does explain the situation.
Right. Yeah. You being calling right now and desiring a timeout, I think those two, unfortunately, will be mutually exclusive. Thanks, Michael. I caught myself doing it. I knew somebody was going to say something. I was like, well, Rick, you're really going to that today.
Yeah.
You notice I hope I don't go to the other.
Timeouts were taken from me because you accused me of giving too many.
Yeah, well, you want to give everybody a timeout because you struggle with secondhand embarrassment.
Yeah, but now I'm being overcritical now.
Are you now you've swung the other way?
Right. And I got to watch myself.
Well, it's the reason why I was taking from you.
Yeah,
and Helmsy's back now.
Yeah,
so,
he can take over.
Right, because I
get nervous over here.
Well,
palms start sweating.
But you shouldn't apologize for your tender heart and your love of people and you not wanting anyone to be embarrassed. I mean,
I don't think anybody should be ashamed of that.
If
it's a great quality to have.
Absolutely.
And many of us need some more of it.
Right. And now sometimes, if putting you at the security gate, probably not the best idea.
Yeah. Come on in.
So Chris is in Sweet Home, Alabama. He's also got us listening to us today. Chris, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
From the Disney movie Oliver and Company, when it comes to the NFL enslavement, if this is torture, chain me to the wall.
Yeah, a lot of people like to have a little shot at that uphill climb, wouldn't they? Joe, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, I got real quick, first-time caller. Just want you to know that I got a feeling that the southern border is the United States' Trojan horse.
Well, yeah. I mean,
many people feel that way.
Yeah. I don't
like 60-70% of the country.
I can't wrap my mind, Joe, around the neglect of the southern border and us not understanding how foolish that is on so many things. I mean,
well, it goes back to people in our government are not held responsible for failures.
on their watch.
That's true.
And, nobody ever goes to jail, because the one political party's prosecuting, one's, defending. And if I got the numbers, I can run it aground. And the Department of Justice is just so political. We all know that. And it doesn't matter which administration's in. That's ridiculous that they appoint that. But until people are held responsible for their failures of leadership, who cares? What are you going to do to me?
Yeah, we've said this so many times. We use this analogy. If we would hold these people to the same standards, say we hold a football coach.
Oh, Rick, golly!
I mean, how many of them have a winning record? I mean, we wouldn't tolerate them for another minute.
And it is funny how we don't tolerate that with our coaches and with our elected officials. We just don't seem to care.
It's I don't know. The standard we have right now for our government is as low as I've ever seen it. Also, we're getting...
And thus, the quality of what we're having represent us is the lowest it's ever been.
Bubba, I know we started out with one this morning, and even during the show, there's been several others that have come in. I know this thing, the latest thing in the Middle East, because of its intensity, it's got a lot of you that are saying, hey, I want to know more about the history of this and the history of the Hebrews and the Arabs, and what does the Bible have to say about this and the Bible have to say about that. I could tell you, it'll be hard to answer all those questions because most of them are not short answers. But I would encourage you, we've archived every Bible study that we've done on the Wednesday Bible study. I guess we started that archiving them maybe somewhere between 5 and 7 years ago. And we just did, and that way it won't be hard to find, we did a complete walk through the book of Genesis. And it's very helpful to study Genesis. And we go verse by verse, word by word, and it's goofy me, so I'm trying to break it down to a C student from Calhoun County that we can all understand. And you can find that in the archives, either by going to our YouTube channel and looking. Sometimes that's hard to get them in order. An easy way to get them in order is to go to burgessministries.com and click on listen, and you'll go through and see them. You can go through the whole archives. Now, those are audio. You can also go to themanchurch.com. There's a media button, and when the drop-down menu hits, you can listen to them or watch them. And then you can go to the study of Genesis, and I think it'll help you a lot. And if you wanted to say, well, I just want to get to the part of this, then just, look where you need to be, probably Genesis 16, 15 chapter around there when we get into Abraham and Ishmael and Isaac and Hagar and Sarah. That's really, you'll learn a lot there, and from there going forward. So that to be a good way to do it. We'll answer it as best we can, but I'm just saying, none of these questions are short answers, and that's one place you can go, and there it all is. You can listen to it and study it yourself. Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll come back. We have more stories today, and we'll get to more of your phone calls before we're done. Also want to remind you, when was the last time that you went to the Rick and Bubba store at rickandbubba.com and checked out the swag? Well, there's some great stuff there. You can always find it at Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When you're riding along I-95, and we've had in the Deep South lots and lots of a tropical type weather pattern, and that includes a lot of heavy rain, thunderstorms coming up out of nowhere. That old thick air, high humidity. I mean, you look, if you have a door that has any glass on it, it's got condensation on it.
Oh, yeah.
And your glasses, if you step out, if you have sunglasses or wear glasses, they fog up. Just thick, nasty air. And sadly, Bubba, I mean, this guy's riding a motorcycle and was struck by lightning right in the top of the head.
Yeah, Rick, they have a picture of his helmet. It looks like somebody took a sledgehammer to it or something. Cracked and burned from the lightning strike. Of course, the guy didn't make it. The motorcyclist was 45 years old and from Charlotte, North Carolina. His name has not yet been released. Boy, that's
guys, that's under the category of it was just your day. I mean, that is just They
said the impact of the strike caused him to go off the road. So I don't know if the lightning strike itself killed him or the wreck, but it was a combination.
I'm going to say
the 2 holes in the helmet look bad.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll say if lightning strikes you in the top of the head, it's hard to hold her in the middle.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm agreeing to that.
The cycle is headed to the side of the road.
That it is.
I mean, guys, can you imagine? You're riding along. Wow.
That's tragic. I know we had a little lightning discussion breakout earlier. It's quite a phenomenon, and
that old lightning.
It has such a range of damage that it can do. Sometimes it appears to be, you think you got it figured out, and it looks like it contradicts itself. But the problem with lightning is you can go everything from about a carpet shock to what you see here, or it melting steel down into powder. So you got a wide range, and boy, this was a direct hit.
Yeah,
and that's the bad ones. You have those that get, damaged or hurt in what I call a near field. In other words, lightning hits, you're in the magnetic field of it. It causes damage. It knocks out equipment, can burn you even. But the direct hits are just that's a whole nother deal.
That's like Thor, drilling you with his big hammer.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot like that.
And we've had this thing, and the discussion broke out earlier about cars and how safe they are. Do the tires protect you? And the tires are an insulator, but a big enough jolt can overcome that insulator. I mean, that's there's been tires melted down in lightning strikes. So that's not the key. The reason that a lot of people survive or feel like a car is safe is because you're enclosed in metal, and that causes the charge to go around you, not through you, which when it goes through you, you have no hope. So that it's really not about it being insulated. As a matter of fact, being insulated is the worst thing. If you're grounded, you bleed that charge off that would attract the lightning.
I want to tell you just wasted a really nice new Rick and Bubba staff shirt.
Okay. Well, does that make sense? So I tried to nutshell it. I didn't try to go Cortana lightning.
It's not going to help. It's not going to help your desire though to be the person on the show that's known as. But
I just we've all been caught in a thunderstorm, and we've all heard we'll go to the car. It's insulated or whatever, but it's because you're in the shell of the metal, just like an airplane. It has the metal shell that helps.
Well, let me ask you this. What I'm wondering though, Mr. Science Person. If a lightning bolt hits me right in the top of the head, am I done?
If you were standing on the ground, it hits you right in the top of the head, you're pretty. I'm going to guess that you're done. But again, it depends on the current flow. And again, I don't get too deep into this, but what's the name of that thing you put your hands on, and the lightning kind of arcs in the thing too? You know what I'm talking about? I used to see them at Radio Shack and stuff.
Oh, sure.
It's a Dobby.
Yeah, that may be. I mean, that thing may be 4,000 or 5,000 volts, but it doesn't have any current to it, so it doesn't hurt you. The current is what actually does the work. And, the current in a lightning strike can be minuscule or it can be massive, and you just don't know.
Yeah, I was visiting my in-laws yesterday and all the family, and they were talking about being caught on some of these bass fishing teams because my nephew's on one of those bass fishing teams, and he said, and these thunderstorms will come up. And said, everybody start taking the rods and putting them down, lay them down in the boat.
Because you're the highest thing.
And then he said they literally we'll find a boathouse. He said we found one that didn't have anybody in it, and it was kind of old and abandoned. All it had was a top, and we just took our boat in there and just rode the storm out.
Yeah, any cover helps.
You talk about a bad feeling.
But and this always to me was confusing. You used to see the old farmhouses that had the lightning rods on top of it. We think, my gosh, that's trying to draw lightning down or attracting lightning. No, what it actually does is dissipate the charge over the roof.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we roll through another day together. Relief Factor and ReliefFactor.com. Let me tell you something. The majority of people that ordered the 3-week starter pack like I did for $19.95, you know what? They saw results. The results were so good that they have been ordering more and continuing because maybe you've tried everything and you're like, you know what? I guess I just have to live with this pain. Maybe not.
maybe Relief Factor is your answer. Or I'm having some pain management, but the side effects from what I'm having to do are so severe, it's now hurting me more than it's helping me. What about something that's all natural? It's made up of 4 botanicals. There's an email from Nancy, who catches the show out of Tennessee. She said, in 2016, I was in a car wreck. I crushed my pelvis and broke the tip of my hip off. Good gracious. She says, you can imagine how I feel from taking pain meds, nerve meds, and so on. My body is literally being destroyed. I finally decided to pull up your website, found the link to Relief Factor. Praise God I did this. I feel like a 30-year-old, and my mind is getting clear every day from not filling my body full of junk meds. My sister and mother have ordered some for my pastor's wife as well. And before you know it, thanks to you, our whole church of old folks may be out doing things we did when we were much younger. Thank you, Rick and Bubba, for Relief Factor. Well, you're welcome, Nancy. And maybe this is you'll have a similar story. I sure hope so. Some people it doesn't work for, but the overwhelming majority, it does. So go to relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button and get that 3-week starter pack and bring it to you. And you'll find out if it works for you within those 3 weeks. I promise you that. All right, so, Bubba, we've got some other stories. Do you want to share any of that you were reading in the break?
Well, there's just a story here. One Israeli lawmaker is calling for the Israeli military to use its doomsday weapon to shake the Middle East forever and to completely wipe Gaza off the map. She does not refer to it directly as a nuclear weapon, but that's what everyone is taking that she is saying. Of course, Israel has the, and I love the name of this, the Jericho missile that they've had since the
Jericho,
60s.
by bringing the walls down, baby.
And, yeah. And, Israel is considered a nuclear power, although they have never admitted to having that. But, depending on what group you read, they are a significant nuclear power and have been for a long time.
Well, Hamas has crossed a line this time, apparently, when you have a female lawmaker calling for the Jericho. You have the government just agreed to be united. They're even dropping their political disagreements, like we would say here. It would be like the left and the right all getting on the same page.
It'd be like after 9/11, where everybody comes together and gets of one mind on this. Also, we have reports that SEAL teams from the U.S. have been moved into the area and that they are going to try to, at some point, retrieve some of the hostages, I assume American hostages, before the ground invasion begins.
I don't like knowing that, by the way.
Yeah. It's, the hostages in the situation they're in right now is, I would say, the lightest word I could use is dire.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, too. They don't negotiate for hostages. They can't, because if they do, they would be grabbed every week. I don't think they're going to start that now. And we have Americans caught up in it. And, President Biden did not really address that in his address the other day, the one I saw. So there is some concern about that. And
I think he just acknowledged it and moved on.
Yeah, because of the severity of the attack from Hamas, and Speedy said it a minute ago, Bubba, you were reading some of that too, the theme that keeps coming from all of the military leaders and the government of Israel is, in the past, we get attacked, then we respond, and everybody gets mad at us and tells us we're being mean, and the Palestinians, really the terrorist group, not the Palestinian people, the Hamas, they all begin to play victim, and then everybody demonizes us. And in the past, that has worked, and they're all saying now that ain't going to work with us this time. And what you're seeing right now is only the beginning. We are just getting started. Mm-hmm. And our response will be severe, and as you said, it will be, as they're saying, will be remembered for generations. And then we've had someone even say that the Middle East won't even look the same after we're done.
So we'll see.
So we'll see. Also, we were on well, I would say a lighter note. I mean, this woman has passed away, but she's 104.
Very careful here.
The headline reads, they try to get us with headlines, and I understand that.
Clickbait.
Tell me what you think when you hear this headline. Chicago woman, 104, dies after days after attempting world's oldest skydive record. Now you have to catch the word days there, but when you first see it,
Yeah, you think
that her second attempt to skydive, and you think the attempt to be the oldest woman to ever skydive took her life, but it didn't. She completed this at 104 years old, and then they said
that is amazing, by the way.
Even left this tandem jump on a
watch
walker.
him say it right now.
Yeah,
Look much better than they did.
I knew Greg was going to say it. They did say
So that's how you do it.
They put her on the ground much more gingerly than they did George H. Bush. They
face planted and then drug him. Yeah, I mean
they leaned back a little bit on this one.
Yeah,
he dropped this one perfect.
Yeah,
but she went home and died, but it was not tied to the skydive.
Rick, she didn't go home and die.
A few days later.
I know, but she did this on October.
If she skydives, would she have died that week?
Well,
I mean,
here's the thing:
if she didn't do the skydive,
that's all I
want to know.
That's all I want to know.
If she probably sensed that this was coming, she wanted to do this.
Yeah, she did it at 100 and did it again at 104 to be the oldest one to ever do it.
So, I mean, she went out doing something she enjoyed.
Look, on the way down, her face doesn't have any wrinkles in it.
Great.
Yeah, how it blows it back like that.
Yeah, we got it, Greg.
Right.
She looks happy.
I don't. Yeah.
Well, I don't think she can't keep from smiling, Bubba. The wind's blowing her mouth open.
I don't think she's really smiling.
I mean, it's.
Is that goggles? Does she have? Yeah,
I think she's horrified.
Well, she wanted to do it. So she probably would have made it to 105 in December if she had not skydived.
Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows? It doesn't say, does it?
They said she was going to hit 105 in December.
So close.
Man, but if she wanted to do this, that's probably that attitude's what kept her alive. So,
Did that hurry it up? I don't know. I don't kind of fake.
When I saw it, I thought she attempted to be the oldest, and the skydive killed her. That's what I thought.
Exactly.
Right. When you see the headline, that's what you think.
I'm reading into something. You're not wishing it would have happened that way, are you?
No. For the show, I think that's a better story.
And when you read the headline, you can take it that way.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's what I, well, gosh, in a perfect world, that's what would have happened. I'm not saying that. It's actually an imperfect world that would have done that.
Probably not a great idea for her to be.
But if I'm looking at a story, I'm just being honest as the host of a talk show. If I pull over a headline that says Chicago woman 104 completes is the oldest person to ever skydive, and then I go, okay, that's kind of interesting, and I put that down. But see, they put something in there, dies days after. Well, see,
was she injured?
When I first saw that,
she knocked something loose.
But now this will be a talk show host.
Here we go.
Woman attempts to be the oldest skydiver, loses life attempting to be the oldest skydiver ever. And so if you were 104 and the skydive took you out as you were attempting to be the oldest skydiver, I don't wish that. But if you're asking me, is that a better story as far as the show, I have to say it is. And I'm
and
not,
the subtitle is her last words were Geronimo.
There you go.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Jumping in.
But I'm not saying that I prefer that, and I'm not saying.
No, you're right.
And I know it's uncomfortable to say what I'm saying, and I hear myself saying it, and I don't even like it myself.
She said she likes to.
Right.
That's good, Bubba. So are you wanting her to pass away on the free fall after she pulls the parachute or as she lands?
It doesn't matter, but
apparently it does.
When it said days later in the headline, I thought it meant she got injured and died a few days later.
Lands and then dies,
because really she pulled it off, and like Bubba said, she pulled it off and did she pulled a George. I'm going out as the oldest skydiver ever, and of course we've said this a lot of times. People will see they don't even get to say she died doing what she loved because she lived actually.
She did.
So she actually lived doing what she loved.
That's a better way to say it.
Yeah.
Briefly.
But that doesn't punch as much, does it?
Well, I mean, I'm just wondering if it hurt
y'all's
things
mind
up.
and the way it works.
Y'all, I don't think he should have done the backflip.
That's what I was going to say. That backflip coming out of the plane.
She might have said that. She
might have said, "You better backflip me coming out of this thing."
She said last time we didn't do a flip. I want to do one.
She said she might have said, "Flip me."
You're supposed to look up.
Or she did the flip and it shook something loose and it led to her death.
Her head is stuck down. Look.
I just want to ask y'all something. Can I tie her death to the skydive?
I think you can.
Can I?
No, I think
we'll
you
never
can.
know.
I think you can tie it to the fact that she was almost 105.
That's probably correct. Yeah.
But did that damage your heart when they did that flip?
I will say it does a lot to your neck.
If I'm the Bush family and I see this skydiver set her down, so light on the table that it didn't even move the table. She was so soft on the ground.
She helped
I
a
would
little
scream, "Where was he when our dad went down?" My granddad. My husband.
But President Bush was leaning like this.
I know.
Yeah, he was leaning forward.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So the lightning does not see it per se electrically. And you can do the same thing with towers, and they've had amazing results using things called static cats on top of towers.
God forbid this were to happen, because I know there's people that are mourning, and I don't want to make light of that. But when someone dies in a bizarre way, there's certain things. If it was me, would the helmet be like sitting on something next to the viewing? Would you put the helmet in there?
Yeah.
The family probably wouldn't want it in there, but I think everybody would be curious to see what it looked like.
Yeah, right.
Because it's such a strange
Maybe have it
phenomenon.
available.
Can I let y'all know this? If that happens to me, I'm good with the helmet being on display.
Okay.
Because I know everybody wants to see it.
See, the problem with the motorcycle.
I said he loved to ride.
So
he went out doing what he loved. Again, nobody ever says that about a fat person that had a heart attack.
Right.
See, he's riding down the highway just like a car, and they're building up a charge going through the thunderstorm and the particles in the air and all that.
Could teach class on this.
He is not protected. You are in that car. It gives you a shield around it, but it really has nothing to do with being insulated.
Can I tell you
how soon at the gate, if it was one of us, that we have to get off by ourselves and go? So Bubba got hit in the top of the head by a lightning.
Oh yeah,
right.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I'm sure it'd be a hot topic. No pun intended.
Dang the luck.
What about the tribute when you come back on and trying to hold it together? Well, y'all know Rick used to like to ride. Like it's Adler. We got a motorcycle.
Oh, I know.
And picture us trying to handle it with the right amount of balance.
I know it would be very tough.
It would be very difficult.
It would be sad to begin with, but as time went on, the jokester in you couldn't play any song with lightning in it or any reference to lightning in the song.
I'd make some kind of reference like, you got to give lightning credit. It's pretty accurate. That's a tiny little head hit.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Like Blackberry Smoke, their song. Anytime when you hear lightning, everybody look at each other like, wow.
Yeah,
you brought it up.
You'd almost have to drop out of rotation on bad music, wouldn't you?
And what does the line say? Waiting on the thunder while the lightning kills us all?
Right. Or will the lightning kill us all?
Yeah, whatever the line is. You know what I mean. Something like that.
It would be removed from bad music for at least 6 weeks.
Yeah, at least.
Oh, yeah. It'd be at least 2 segments talking about it. At least 2.
Yeah.
But when you get caught out in a lightning storm the next time, you'd be like, wow, I got to get out of here.
Well,
I ain't playing no games with this, Jane.
Yeah, I know this shocked you. Me and motorcycles probably not going to spend a lot of time together.
I don't see you on.
No, especially a crotch rocket.
Nah,
not gonna happen.
No, I don't do motorcycles.
I love sitting on the front porch, and we've talked about this. We'll go out and look at traffic if like a front's coming through or something and rain. But during all this, the systems that's been coming through the southeast the last couple of days, I was sitting on the front porch and had it like I liked it, and then all of a sudden lightning came in across the way over the tree line, and went, and that'll do it. If I can just sit out and just see it come through with no lightning, I'm okay. But
yeah, I've made the mistake of now following Span's little Twitter thing about pictures.
Oh yeah,
and Span Pics or whatever it is.
Right.
And I would like to see him cull a little more. I mean, but there's some incredible shots and some lightning shots.
Yeah.
I like to see a little less. There's a traffic jam on 65.
Right.
Span. Let's drop those out. I mean, and once we've got a couple of sunsets or sunrises, we don't need 1,000 of them. Let's
Rick, what if it was the top 3 every day?
Yeah, let's
top
go,
3.
Hey, Span, let's go with the best of the best. Now, I know he goes through thousands of pictures a day and all that, but when you're following him, it gets a little repetitive. And once somebody's told us there's a car on fire on the side of the road, we got it. You know what I mean? It's I'd like to see just break it down. I'm talking about to the meat, because there's some pretty incredible pictures in there, but I'm having to weed through a lot to see them.
Pretty sunset at the beach. Or how you feel about those?
Yeah, well, the first 3, not 500.
You talking about the 800 I saw?
Yeah.
And hey, sir, and you know who you are. If you're going to give us a flood picture, it needs to be more severe than that.
Oh, with a little water standing in the
that
yard.
just like water standing in a ditch. We all got that.
Right.
If you're going to send Span a flood picture, I want to see a doggone flood.
Something better be floating away.
You know what? I should have sent him the picture of the baseball field that was flooded that we were going to try to play on Saturday after I drove to Huntsville for no reason. I should have sent him that one.
How do we not call that game quicker?
Nah, I know they're trying to get, in our
But the
area.
forecast was ugly.
I know, but it was not just a blanket of rain.
I know,
it was different pockets.
But you know what
did
it was?
Hit the field? Does it not hit the field? I don't know.
Yeah, it could be raining in the parking lot, dry on the field in the summer. You never know. But Rick, it's funny you mentioned that because I took a picture of a massive rain shaft yesterday, and I thought about sending it to Span, and I went, nah, I'm not going to send it.
Well,
to him.
you'll be lost. 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. The Revelation, that Bible study continues today on the Wednesday Bible study. We're in chapter 21 now, as things really make a turn for the better. You can catch that today live on our YouTube channel at noon Eastern, 1 o'clock Eastern, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. Or you can catch the archive later today, not long after it's over, and it's available to you on the YouTube or the podcast channel if you so desire. A couple of stories today, Bubba, and I know that you probably saw this story too. One of America's heroes. I mean, have you ever met anyone that doesn't like Mary Lou Retton?
Rick, what is there not to love about Mary Lou Retton?
Olympic hero.
Olympic hero.
Won all round.
Right. And she, unfortunately, her daughter has announced, and she's wanting it to go out everywhere, and I see all the news platforms carrying this today because she wants the world, people of faith, to pray for her mother. Mary Lou Retton's daughter says she's fighting for her life, battling a rare form of pneumonia.
Wow.
And she's not doing well, unfortunately.
Yeah. Can't breathe on her own, and it just sounds like a bad deal. She's 55 years old.
55. So that is something that we all can join the daughter praying for Mary Lou Retton.
She's been in ICU over a week now.
That's sad stuff. And pneumonia, they said a rare form too. I don't know what they mean by that, but pneumonia can be trouble. And obviously, so that's an update. Also, speaking of another Olympic hero, Riley Gaines, protesters taken into custody. Keep in mind of why people are protesting Riley Gaines. I mean, just really.
That she thinks girls ought to be in girls' sports.
Yeah,
Right.
how dare you?
Deal.
I mean,
And that if you were a male,
how offensive,
you may have an advantage.
This is considered a controversial view.
Yeah, by who?
Yeah, so they were detained
Liberals
by
writing the story.
Yeah, they were detained by police on Tuesday at Penn State, and they caused a disturbance during her speech. And said they went over to a table on campus where Gaines was expected to attend for the Real Women's Day rally, and you see some idiot knocking objects off the table.
Look at that right there with the walking stick.
Yeah, and
we're at a remote. That person comes to our table and starts slinging stuff around, and another one turns the table over. What do you do? Ready to go?
We got a problem, man.
I likely go to jail.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna refer to what Rick said earlier.
Right. Wait a minute, I'll tell you, but I'll dump it.
Rick, you know I get very sensitive when it comes to broadcast equipment.
Yes,
that's right.
Do.
Love it. Don't like that.
Let me tell you. You've crossed the line now.
And cassette deck.
Right.
Don't forget they don't get no popcorn.
Guys, I'm going to say this again. We are living in a time that's saying that there are only two genders, and the genders are equal in value but beautifully distinct. And there are things that the male has been given, if you believe what we believe, by the creator of the universe, or if you believe by evolution, however you think we all got here, that all of us, if we can walk and chew gum, understand that the two genders exist, and we understand that they're beautifully distinct. Now, you would be wrong to say that one is more valuable than the other, but there are beautiful differences, and one of those would include muscle mass, strength, and Riley Gaines is pointing out and keeps pointing out that she is a world-class swimmer in the women's division. She said her own husband is middle of the pack in the male division, and she can't beat him swimming. And she says, so it's not fair for biological males to compete against biological females. Understand what we're saying. She's not even saying that if you want to identify whatever you want to identify and do whatever you want to do in your private life, she's not even saying you shouldn't be allowed to do that.
No.
She's saying on the field of competition, the identity that you have adopted, we can't all play in the same game. it doesn't work. You can live your life identifying as the gender opposite of your biology, but there are limits to what you can and can't do for the sake of other people.
I'll say that guy right there showed amazing restraint, because after that one flipped the table over, I believe I'd have flipped her.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
it had just been a reflex.
Well, the audio is just riddled with profanity. Is they're coming in trying to say, don't
He's
touch.
trying to tell him, go on.
Yeah,
say.
don't touch me, and then they want to come in and turn everything over, and then when they try to push him away, it's don't touch me, don't put your hands on me, and it's like, well,
While
then what,
talking through a mask.
Who gives you the right to come in here and just totally make a mess of
you
what we've got,
initiated
and then you tell me don't touch me? Are you
Yeah.
kidding me?
Yeah, that's
I'm
not
supposed to stand here and let you dump the table over?
Yeah.
And then the police officer comes over to our friend in the sweater here, and she says to the police officer, don't touch me, don't touch me. And then the other guy that was also arrested thought he was being sharp by saying, are we being detained? Are we being detained? And the police officer's like, no, you're actually being arrested. We have cause. This isn't a vague or gray situation. Y'all are under arrest.
Yeah.
So it's pretty great.
Yeah, you don't get to choose if you're touched or not after you have turned over somebody's table.
Yeah.
This
And
guy
then
goes, are
Sorry,
we being
Missy.
detained? Are we being detained? Yes, Mr. Lawyer, you are.
Yeah, and then when they're at the police cruiser right here, they're like, what are they being arrested for? What's the charge? And he said disorderly conduct to start. In other words, there's more.
Keep
Just
talking.
to start.
That's a charge.
Do y'all find it hilarious that they act like they're so fearless and so cutting edge while wearing a Walgreens mask? Like that's gonna protect them from anything.
That one with the cane had a plastic shield across her face.
Yeah, I saw that, Greg.
Yeah.
I'm glad you pointed
and
that out.
they actually have the audacity to use the word phobic against anybody.
Look, go out. You can protest. Go on the other side. Leave these people alone.
you don't have to
your-
agree with
but
me.
see, you're interfering with their right to their free speech,
now-
so you lose yours.
Yeah, as far as men and women competing, there are exceptions. Adler's jiu-jitsu stories, we've heard those. He has been beat by women.
Right,
but
Yeah, there's sometimes that it doesn't make that much of a
I
difference.
haven't been beat by any woman. I've never been beat by a woman.
you've never lost.
Hey,
I've never lost.
You want to take that back?
I've never tapped to a woman. I've never tapped
Let's move on.
to a woman.
I'm trying to dump, but
I'm not trying to brag here,
Can we go to commercial
but
break?
a woman has never tapped my beep.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Y'all are wrong about that. And,
You
and-
told us
Well, it
that
was
one of them
close.
had
You told
you
us
pinned.
that. I thought you told
in
us that.
practice.
but never have I tapped.
No,
They
you came
went-
in one day, said that
You lost on points.
remember they had left and it was closed. And
That's
they-
that
you
is
had an
you're
arm
just
bar.
making stuff up now.
Remember the arm bar?
You're just making stuff up.
He told us that
I
he
thought-
lost.
I
to
do
a
also
female
that.
on
It's on the
Tuesday.
best of
I have never.
Well, why did the females keep calling you out then?
Because I'm gentle. Okay, it's called restraint, Greg. Try using
That's
some.
true. You try to hold back.
Yes,
I get it.
I use technique, not strength.
Do they do
Because
points?
it's there.
Do they do
I
points?
possess it.
They
You
do
learn
points.
to fight so you won't have to.
In tournaments, there are people scoring points, but if you're just rolling
Who is he,
and
Kung Fu?
drilling,
So
then you don't do points.
You've now come back as a somewhat of a Brazilian jiu-jitsu revisionist, and you're saying the fact that they never got me to tap out, that we don't know whether they really beat me or not.
Yes,
And that's just in the sparring at practice.
that's
all in
just
the
sparring and
pen.
practice. I've never competed against women.
Okay,
in
Right,
tournaments.
I
right.
thought you
Yeah, but
had.
just for those
you
that don't
haven't
know.
competed that much, though, right?
I've
How
only
many
competed
matches have
once,
you
and it
had?
was against all dudes. Okay,
If
Was it
George,
two
if George
matches?
Webby had scored you in these practice
this is about
matches,
trans activists going crazy. This is
Okay,
not about.
okay.
This has nothing to do with me. In
right,
fact.
right. Well,
You can blame that on Greg.
male-female competition against each other. I thought it did.
Hey, look, I'm anti dudes competing with women for real. I've never been like, oh, let me roll with that girl. They pick me because I'm good looking, I'm strong, I got a six pack. There's a lot going on here.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As we make our way back, we do have another story involving weather. You know, we talked about the lightning story a little while ago. And boy, the pictures from this, the crane that collapsed on a Dallas apartment building, sadly, it has killed one person, injured at least 5, and has done all sorts of property damage. See how many automobiles it destroyed that were in the parking deck and all that?
Yeah, the building suffered multiple collapses in different areas of the building, including residential space and the parking garage. It just, boy, it's like a chain reaction when these things fall.
Yeah, I said the high winds in the storm toppled it right on top to the apartment building, And I mean, I know these things. You forget how big and heavy they are till you see one fall and I'm talking about tear the whole place up.
Is there video of it falling? Security cameras?
Oh, really? Actually falling? There it is. Oh, buddy. Yeah, there it is. We're looking at it on our YouTube feed right now if you're watching on YouTube.
That thing just cuts through a building like a butter knife, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Again, you can see those high winds getting it right there.
Yeah, they said there was 70-mile-an-hour winds in the area.
And hey, baby, down she goes. I mean, down she goes. So, the thing. I mean, I know that if you're going to put cranes up, there's got to be. Everybody knows it could be out there in high winds.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Is everybody going to call negligence, or hey, it was so bad, nothing anybody can do about it?
I don't know. It looked like there was another one right there, fairly close to it that it didn't affect. Did you see it on that long distance picture? Speedy, if you see it, look at the.
Let me tell you, if there is another one that did not fall, that is your commercial trying to get somebody to get a contract bid.
See, there's another one just to the left. See it? It's still standing.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the way these winds gust, who knows? But I'm sure there's some safety issues they follow with this, and apparently that one exceeded that. I'm sure there'll be a full investigation.
Do you think Farmers Insurance will do another commercial about this?
Yeah, the Hall of Fame.
We saw it. We covered it. And when a crane, because really, you park your car in the deck, you really don't think that a crane's going to crash through the parking deck and destroy your car.
No, you don't, Rick.
And so the winds.
I don't know why these insurance company commercials are the greatest. By the way,
Yeah, they do a good job.
one.
Look at that right there.
The one right now
You
with the
can't
walrus in front of the goalie.
Yes,
that
that's-
why does that own me?
It's fun.
What
huh?
is it?
Because you usually don't see one in front of a hockey goal.
Yeah.
Have you not seen that? I
they
think
got
it's
a walrus playing goalie.
He's a goalie.
I bet he's tough.
Well, he fills up the whole net. You can't get it in.
Then he gets
Players
tired and
screaming,
takes
"It's
a
a
nap.
walrus!"
he takes a nap.
Yeah, he gets tired at the end, lays down and takes a nap.
I mean, how you can't even have a crane? I mean that's a. Well, I mean, you know what I mean.
Good gracious.
You try to get a crane set up, and we can't even. So some other stories that we've been looking at today. Can California? I mean, and the Democrats. Can y'all not? Can y'all not figure this out? I mean,
They got homeless everywhere.
You know who's coming.
Yeah, I do. I mean, so now, all right. So we've got now California, the Democrats in California. That, I mean, what is the definition of insanity? I think it's continuing to try the same things, expecting different results.
Well, California's already cash strapped. We know that. And they keep inviting more illegal immigrants in. And now they're wanting to pay them and give illegal immigrants more benefits.
So now they're saying that not only have they tried to be sanctuary cities there, which those have turned into, I still go back to the doctor that said to call it third world is actually disrespectful to third world.
Yeah.
It's almost medieval. And now we're going to say that we have people coming in that we don't know where they came from. They're all over the streets. They're relieving themselves in the streets. There's rats everywhere. We've got diseases we haven't seen in decades. And we can't seem to understand that if you keep saying, if you can get here, we keep giving you stuff, that this problem's only going to get worse. So now they're saying that they want to pay pay for tens of thousands of illegal immigrants to have full health benefits.
Yeah.
But they can't even fund health benefits for what they
Correct.
already have.
Correct.
Well, Rick, and how they're going to pay for it, the plan says that the state will start taxing people who don't have health insurance. It's a revival of the individual mandate penalty that was on the books under Obamacare,
Right.
but parts have been rolled back in the past couple of years with the Republican Congress.
Yeah, only the Democrats could come up with a plan that says we're close to, there's a small percentage of our country that doesn't have health care. Let's concentrate on how we can help them. Only the Democrats will say trash the whole thing, take insurance away from people who already have it, and then force people who were never paying it, who don't have money for it, force them to buy something that they can't afford.
Well, with the budget deficits California already have, it's kind of like you're driving over, taking a car and driving off a cliff with it.
Right.
Well, they're just going to gas it as they go now,
Right.
Wide open.
Now, Michigan's, is it Rashida?
Yeah, the
Congresswoman. Yeah, I never know how to.
Now, this is the one who was cussing Trump. Remember?
Right. Oh yeah. Said she was going to take the MF down.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the one.
That's the one. Well, she now has a plan Now, this is the Democrats that doesn't seem to understand where things come from. A plan that would pay lower and middle income American families thousands of dollars every month in exchange for doing nothing.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 7 minutes past the hour. Everybody say,
don't turn around.
Hey, do you like this song, Rick? Because this seems like something the Burgess brothers would make fun of, but it's an awesome walk, and is it just one of those that it was just a good song and you just find yourself liking it?
I
love it.
It's one of them guilty pleasure ones you didn't want to admit you kind of liked it.
Yeah.
And you didn't know why you liked it.
To me,
I actually saw this band live open for Van Halen.
Sure did.
Did you?
We both did.
They'd never heard of them.
Diver Down tour. Yeah. So for me, never would I have it on my Apple playlist if it wasn't good bed music.
Right, and it's great bed music.
Yeah.
But if you're in the car, it comes on. Do you find yourself not even thinking about turning it? But you're not turning it up. But you're just kind of like,
I turn it.
I listen to it.
I turn it.
I probably listen
Now I
to
love it as bed music, but I'm not going to sit and just listen to it as a song.
it. He feels bad about it.
No, but you're right. I mean, I would walk around bragging about it. Yeah. But I do. See, because once I've heard that a couple of rounds, I'm like, oh, I got my fill out of it.
Don't.
Yeah.
See, I want to hear it again. I go, do it again. Do it again.
There's a lot of great bed music songs that I wouldn't ride along, with my window down listening to.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll just go in the car.
You played Men Without Hats yesterday.
Right. That's what I mean. Like, I'll get in the car, and sometimes they'll say, Dad, what's some of the greatest bed music of all time? And I'll say, well, let's just roll through it.
Okay.
But we don't go through the whole songs.
Do you have a category of bed music?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of my favorites, Stranglehold by Ted Nugent. That's a good one. Because it's long.
Yeah.
Before the lyrics
It's good.
start.
It's good. You got to watch it. It's just like I like the bed music from the Cult. Was it the Machine?
Love Removal Machine.
Yeah, but I wouldn't ride along listening to that.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good song all the way through.
Is it really?
Oh yeah.
I just no. So
how are y'all on Creed?
Y'all like Creed? Them. I got tired of hearing them. One of those they played so much I got sick of it.
Okay.
No,
but I did like them.
I
like them a lot.
I don't know much about them. I didn't get in the Creed thing.
Well, Major League Baseball playoffs are on, and the Texas Rangers, it came out that they listened to Creed in the locker room before every game.
Really?
I don't know. It just happened. So last night they put out the Orioles and won, and so they were playing Creed throughout the stadium or whatever, and I forgot about them.
No, they got some songs I like.
I confused Creed with Nickelback.
Really? No, it's close. It is.
I agree. I do too.
Yeah.
I have to listen.
Same era.
When I was a kid, I loved Creed because it was like it was like it was pseudo Christian, kind of like pseudo Christian rock band. So I was like, yeah, they're Christian. I love it. What if? That whole thing. But now my friends and I actually make fun of Creed. And the fact that they're having this huge resurgence is funny. So we jokingly rock out to Creed and stuff like that.
Okay, so I don't have that wrong because I was just about to say, because I wasn't really staying with current music when they became big. And so
so it is true that I'm not imagining that there was also an era of you had to be ashamed of liking Creed, and everybody made fun of Creed. Why was that?
Because if you go back and listen to
and
it,
Nickelback same way.
it's pretty it's a little corny.
Is that what it was?
Also,
it became corny to like Creed?
Yes, Scott Stapp is a very corny frontman also. That one time that they played before, I think y'all were even there when Creed played before the Super Bowl. And there's like a
the flying guy,
the flying guy, and Scott Stapp's wearing the Cowboys jersey, and he's got his '90s hair rocking. It's just incredibly '90s. If you go back and watch their videos or any of their public appearances, it's really dated, and so it's just a fun thing to make fun of from your middle school. For me, middle school.
But is
days.
it now mod again to like them?
Well,
to jokingly like them, yes.
Yeah. Because with the Rangers, apparently they were going through some mid-season slump or whatever, and somebody played higher in the locker room, and they all started singing, goofing off, whatever. They won, and then it turned things around. So now they're like, okay, this is a pregame ritual kind of thing, and then they were playing in the stadium. The whole stadium was singing it.
Yes, I mean, I like rock sounding music more than I like pop sounding music, and it's almost like Creed and Nickelback, and it was just the age I was at the time. It's almost like, have you ever been somewhere and somebody comes over and there's different things to eat, and they say, "Would you like some of this?" You just go, "No, thank you." You're not against it. You're just not really if you're not in the mood for it.
I don't know that I should even tell you this.
Here it comes.
My walk-up song in college was Creed's "One."
That's a good song. Okay, that is a good song.
Now there was some.
Are we okay with
that?
I wore number one, and so that was the reason that I picked that.
Yeah.
And so
I like that song.
Did you like Creed?
Yeah, I did.
I do.
But I like Nickelback. And unashamedly so.
You never went through the embarrassing time with them?
No, I think the people that say that just trying to be sharp.
Yeah, now there are some that are trying.
Sorry,
what do you
Adler.
think, Adler? What do you think?
Okay.
Adler, what do you think of Alter Bridge, which is Creed with a different singer?
Right.
I like their music.
Mark Tremonti, the guitarist, Mark Tremonti, he's got some cool riffs. He's a super riff heavy guy, riff reliant guy.
Well, you sure do know a lot about a band you're embarrassed
I
of.
loved Creed. I loved Creed in 7th, 8th, and 9th grade, but then it became cool to not like Creed. So,
right. So basically, you folded to peer pressure.
And Scott Stapp has a during that time, it was like, it's just a very with arms wide open. It's a very dated sound to him.
That's why I like Alter Bridge.
How would he sing "Happy Birthday" to somebody?
Happy birthday.
There was a time when every new band you had to sing like that.
Yes.
Now I do remember that.
Yes.
And then and it was almost like taking a more clear Pearl Jam approach. Yeah, and I can't stand Pearl Jam. And that whatever that singer's name is, I forget his
Eddie
name.
Vedder.
I cannot stand
What
that.
makes you not like? I know some things. I know why you don't like bands because it's corny, it's goofy. What is it about Pearl Jam you don't like?
Their music is messy to me. I don't like the way he sings. I don't like his facial expressions. I never hear one of their songs and I go, oh, that's a great riff, and boy, they don't let it breathe. They overplay. There's no pauses. I don't like any of that. And then they had that one song that was like a kid's name, and that creeped me out. I really hated that. Wasn't it like Joey or something like that? Wasn't it? Didn't they have some songs?
Yeah. I still like
Jeremy. Oh my God! Y'all don't find that creepy? That's creepy.
Do you like them, baby brother?
Pearl Jam's good.
I like a few of their songs, not a lot, but a few.
Pearl Jam holds up better than Creed. I will say that, in my opinion. I'm just stating my opinion.
I put Pearl Jam in the category of people think they're supposed to like them, but deep down really don't.
That's my Eddie Vedder.
I'll go this far. If someone said, Rick, you have to see one of these bands right now, you must, and you have no choice. REM or Pearl Jam. I would watch REM.
Really?
No,
Rick. That's a lie.
I'm telling you,
that's a lie.
I can't stand
I don't
Pearl
believe
Jam.
it.
Pearl Jam rocks.
And I really don't like REM, but I can't stand Pearl Jam.
I'm getting a Pearl Jam tattoo today, and a Creed one.
Creed. Yeah.
But hounds I heard
Yeah, that doesn't bother you? And nobody should write a song called Jeremy.
It's a good song.
Jeremy's
Oh,
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
So we're just going.
in other
Did
countries.
Democrats never get raised in the house of our parents? Did they never learn the you think money grows on trees?
No.
I mean, do you remember hearing that as a kid? I heard that so many times as a kid. I didn't know what to do.
Now, Rick,
especially the one time I told my mom not to worry about it, just write a check.
Yeah.
And then I got a speech on where checks come from.
Yeah.
What checks mean?
Our kids one time told us we couldn't afford something. They said, "Well, just go to the bank and get more."
Right.
That's where you get it now.
They were good little Democrats, weren't they?
Yeah.
Of course, they were children.
Yeah. Now, the bill would give direct cash payments to those at the bottom of the income tree, annually offering $3,000 to individuals, $6,000 to families, in an attempt to reduce poverty in the United States and bolster the wages of the poor. See, here's where it's mislabeled. That's not wages. That's just a giveaway. I mean, they're saying one thing, but they're doing something
See,
else.
when someone's paid wages, they then pay taxes, which then you get some money back.
And you get some type of production out of it.
Yeah, they actually do something. It says that's an investment. Wait a minute.
Oh, no, here we go.
I'm confused just a little bit. Are you telling me if we take money and throw it up a hog's butt and get nothing in return, we'll run out of money? Is that the truth? I mean, can you believe this? Hey, if we start telling illegal people to come here and get more stuff, will more come?
Please look at his eyes.
Will more come, Greg? That's a breakthrough.
Focus on the eyes.
What happened? Where'd all these people come from, Bubba?
They're pouring in here, ain't they?
Where'd these rats come from? What happened?
Why do I have a cough?
Why don't they live? Why don't they live in a house? I mean, unbelievable. How do they not understand? This is just basic elementary walking around chewing gum stuff.
Now, the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics say that there are currently more than 7.48 million job openings. And they're saying that this would hurt the U.S. growth because people would decide to stay at home as opposed to going to an entry-level job.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that if you pay me to do nothing, I won't work?
That's what I'm saying.
Ah! Who came up with that? Is that real? Why are they staying at home, Greg? Unbelievable. I thought they'd go work anyway.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back. Bill Bubba Bussy.
Glad to be here, Rick. Thank you, and thank everybody for giving us this wonderful opportunity.
Hey, don't forget, if you're trying to order something for Dad for Father's Day coming up this weekend, it is Father's Day. And remember, we had one of our many Rick and Bubba goals that we've set to try to change the world 25 years ago. One of them was we want to take Father's Day and make it at least equally as important as Mother's Day. And we're I mean, because let's face it, I mean, it at least make Dad equal with Mom. You know,
Yeah, really.
Now, maybe Dad hasn't mastered the guilt trip that moms have mastered. I don't know, but dads have not done well. But I think we've improved that quite a bit. And if you want to get something for Dad out of the Rick and Bubba store, you need to order that by today, tomorrow at the latest, to be sure you have it by the weekend. And there's some really cool items there for the dads too. So a couple of things that we didn't finish on our California is losing its mind update.
What?
We also have a levy that's coming.
Well, the story says that thousands of residents in Northern California may be threatened by flooding in the future by levees that have been weakened not by weather and not by natural causes, but because of homeless encampments.
Mm-hmm.
They've popped up on both sides of the levees in Sacramento and San Joaquin counties and are creating damage to the flood control structures because residents are digging into the slope of the dam to create a flat surface to put their tent up. In other words, they don't want to be, they don't want to roll in their tent down the hill. So they're digging out, putting their tent up, but the fact they're digging out, they're digging into the dam, and they're going to cause a washing problem.
Does California have any clue? I mean, it's just this is what's going on. I mean, this do you?
I can't say. Every decision is like a crossroads, and you can go left or you can go right. I just don't see too many they're making the right call on. I can't remember them making the right call on anything in a long time.
Well, let's follow the logic of California, and Confused American has already spoke to a little bit last
Couldn't
hour.
believe it.
Well, because Confused American is just standing in the middle of California. So first of all, let's go through.
Here we go, 20 minutes past the Rick and Bubba Show. Unpacking the stories of the day. This is, see, Speedy, this is the one that Greg was saying I should listen to all the way through. I usually don't do this. I usually only do this for...
Oh, that's a great riff.
See, I would never, like, do this whole song in the car.
Yeah.
But that's cool babe music.
It is.
Yeah, that's from the Cult.
Oh. Uh-oh, watch out. He's
Yeah.
slapping that bass
See,
now.
this would be on my list of great bed music. But
And it's kind of long.
Yeah. So you like that? You kind of want me to tell you what that is, don't you? So you can use it.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there.
Two things on this. First of all, in the kickoff hour, we did the parachute 104-year-old lady that did that before she passed away, unfortunately.
Killed her.
What would y'all like to do at that age you've never done before, just to check it off? Of course, we came up with some different things. Being able to play in a band and have the ability to play an instrument in a sold-out stadium would be...
At 104.
Yeah, at 104. I'm
probably tough draw crowd.
I'm playing
Better
the bass.
know who the Rolling Stones.
yeah. I'm slapping the bass.
That you want to do that before you go out.
Do you want to play the bass? I mean, if it's a dream, play whatever instrument you want.
Yeah. Right. I like the bass. I think the bass guy looks kind of cool.
No, this is the last time you're going to be on stage. I mean, go for it.
I mean, I could go lead if I need to.
Play
guitar,
Eruption.
but that would be fun though. That would be a. I mean,
I'm
we
picturing
were
you
just
at 104 doing it.
Yeah,
that's
just
what I'm
owning
picturing.
it too.
That's great. Yeah, especially if you don't have to do the load in, the load out.
Oh yeah,
Make sure you specify that you're in a really big man that has rodents.
Yes. Which is a game changer.
Because the load in, load out gets real low real fast.
And the other thing is, do y'all ever listen to a song from beginning to end? I find myself sometimes halfway through it changing the song.
Or right at the
And
very
I love
end.
the song too.
Yeah.
That's the scary.
What's wrong with me?
Or I know there's another song behind it, and I'll get to the very end. I'll go ahead and jump to the other one.
Oh, I do that all
why
the
is
time.
that?
Rare is the day that I hear a song from the beginning to the end.
We're impatient.
Okay, there it is.
What?
Yeah. I'll pull up a
Same
song
thing.
at the house or something and go halfway through, and I'm changing it. And
I love
what
it.
are you doing?
Listen, I love
my favorite playlist. I'm still passing it. I know.
I love the essentials function where if I'm in the mood for whatever band, I just listen to their greatest hits, and sometimes I'll listen to them over and over if I get a long enough trip.
Right.
But I do find myself, like, before the song's over, going home to the next one.
I do too.
You know, it's like I want to hear maybe, in some songs I like to hear a quarter of it, some I like to hear a full half, and there's some I almost finish it, but I won't quite get to that last chorus.
I know.
Are the cold ending?
I do the same thing.
Have we heard our favorite part? Are we just done with it? I don't know.
Do y'all
Can't
have
explain
certain? This may be a dumb question. Do y'all have certain songs like that are must to listens when you're going into certain situations?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Bubba had his when he would go play tennis.
I do. I mean, I do. I have about 6-8 songs in a playlist, and if it's like I'm like, okay, I really need you right now.
Can I tell you the one of mine that you would love the most? And this, there is no list stronger than this one. And this is the driving to the farm on a perfect weather day list.
yeah.
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
I'm headed to the farm. It's a perfect weather day, and I start that list. It is some of the finest music you've ever heard.
Oh yeah,
That's great.
Is that REM, Pearl Jam?
On
Whatever.
that situation, Rick, I might cut the music off and crack the window. Just
Right,
let the air blow.
sure.
What's on the list, Rick?
I'd rather not get into it.
Blackberry Smoke, Miles and Miles. That's a clear weather and country song.
it is.
Love
Well,
it.
of course, I opened with "Thorn in My Pride" with by
That's
the
a good one.
by the Black Crowes.
Oh,
that
that's
always
good.
opens. As a matter of fact, my whole family knows if they hear that, said, "Oh, Dad needs to settle." Yeah, Dad's sitting on the deck on a perfect day. I hear it. You know, that kind of thing.
I usually open with clocks.
Do you?
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I've worked Paradise in there too. I like it too. Now.
Really?
Yeah, that's not a good. That's a pretty good
I
one.
mean, it's no Guitar Town, Steve Earle.
That's right. Yeah.
When I'm doing squats, I listen to Domination by Pantera.
Oh boy, that's
Yeah,
heavy.
it's a good one.
That's heavy.
Yeah, it's a good one.
That makes me feel bad for Pantera. I'm sorry, you walked right into that.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Do you wear that Dimebag Darrell shirt while you're doing it?
I do. Yeah, just that. Only that.
Yeah, I've seen him in it.
That's good.
He ain't pulled it out in a while.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers continues to double down on this Travis Kelce debate on vaccinations.
Won't let it go.
First of all, Mail Online, and it's not fair when people do this, the vaccination war with Rodgers, who is openly anti-vax. Now, Rodgers, from what I've gathered, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe he doesn't like any vaccinations, I think he was like a lot of us. We like really well-researched and long-standing vaccines that work. We're, just because somebody might have been a little dicey on an experimental rush-to-market vaccine, okay, that's not the same as being anti-vax. But anyway, he got into this deal making fun of Travis Kelce, and I will give you Aaron Rodgers on words. Rodgers said, I made a tiny little joke about a guy shilling for a corrupt company, and everybody kind of loses their minds. He said, I think calling this a war is a little much. There's a lot of propaganda out there, a lot of propaganda. Listen, Mr. Pfizer said he didn't think he'd be in a vax war with me. It's not a war, homie. It's just a conversation. But if you want some sort of duel, a debate, come on the podcast. That'd be big ratings. So he's willing to talk to Kelce on the podcast or a podcast, the two of them, and talk this thing out. But he's saying for Kelce to say he didn't know he'd be in a vax war, he's like, we're not in a war. We're having a conversation. Now, he does seem to double.
Two things here. I think Aaron Rodgers thinks he's smarter than Travis Kelce. So having a debate about it, he thinks he could win pretty easy.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, would he be this aggressive if Kelce was a defensive end and would possibly have a chance to kill him on the field?
Probably not.
You're not going to be tackled by a tight end from another team.
No.
Probably.
No. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, he does double down when he says, I made a joke about a guy that's doing commercials for a corrupt company.
Yeah. When he's on Pat's show, it always bothers me that he in the split screen, he's always way down and way far away. I wish they would level them out a little bit, but he just joins them and he just lays there and hangs out with them or whatever.
Well, I kind of, we should really be doing well in the times that we're in, because Bubba and I, and you've heard us talk about it, I know we come across as a couple of old fogies, but we lived in a time where TV and radio, the presentation and the way things were done, the level of excellence that was demanded.
Yeah.
Now it's all just kind of become It's raw, it's sloppy, it's thrown together. Just like what you're talking about, there had been a time that right there that wouldn't have been tolerated.
No.
I mean that would not be tolerated.
Yeah.
And now it's kind of like everything's raw, everything's unprofessional, everything's thrown together.
It really came around for us,
That's why I said
I'm glad everybody went that way.
We should be at our peak performance right now.
Yeah.
The standard is so low right now. I think we can achieve it.
Yeah.
Rick, there was one time that the flagship station we're on right now would never have considered letting us in the studio.
No, we couldn't even
individually or as a combination.
I think they would have called some sort of authority if we drove past it.
Yeah,
they'd
be like, I think I just saw those two rubes drive by our studio. We were so. I wonder. I hate to say this. 30 years in January. Are we somewhat responsible?
Oh.
Did we play a role in this?
Well, Rick, I'd like to think that we rode the wave. We rode the wave. The wave was there. We rode it, and remember, we had meetings with people that ran this radio station years before we were on it, and they were like, "Wow, what y'all are doing is kind of unique, and good luck."
Bubba, we worked how many years for a guy at one time says they're just a couple of rednecks from Gadsden. They're not going to amount to anything.
Yeah, well, it's no need to relive all of that.
No, what I'm saying, that person never liked what we did. They just realized there was money to be made off of it.
They had to tolerate us.
And I think people want real, authentic conversations. They're sick of the news, man, delivering the news, or like the late night, the fake conversations on late night shows in 3-minute conversations.
Yeah.
People are sick of that. They want real stuff like y'all.
Phone calls are next.
Yeah, we're real.
866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you guys. Yeah, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whole history. They didn't understand that if your population increases, but the building of power plants decreases, you will run out of power for everybody. They couldn't figure that out.
Right.
And look, that's just
Then you have to start buying it.
That's just math. If I got to have power for what the population. They haven't learned that if you dig fire breaks,
that there's certain things you can't do anything about when it comes to wildfires, but you can try your best to minimize the damage by digging fire breaks. And California says, no, we want the underbrush to be natural. Well, natural underbrush is called
creates giant fires.
It's called kindling.
Well,
it's called
Rick,
kindling,
and that's the point. You don't do controlled burns. You don't do fire breaks and all that. And certainly, these wildfires in California bring their own challenges with the winds, but at least you're making a dent into it so that you don't burn the entire state down the first time lightning strikes.
California can't figure out that if you tax wealthy people into oblivion, they will leave.
Yep.
They can't figure that out. The whole movie industry, and I think we need to Chick-fil-A the movie industry right now. When I say Chick-fil-A, that's when somebody acts like they're going to boycott something, but they really won't.
Yeah.
And that's the LGBT, LMNOP. They can't get them. They won't boycott Chick-fil-A really because they just can't do without the sandwich. So, and I certainly understand that. But
a chicken sandwich is higher than any political calling, right?
If I was in a state that were doing some of these updates on the abortion laws, your fetal heartbeat bills, and some of this, and the movie industry started threatening me to go back to California, I'd say don't let the door hit you in the butt on the way out.
That's right.
Go out there and enjoy those taxes. We'll see you back.
Yeah.
You're going to pretend to leave, but you ain't going to leave.
Yeah.
We're going to catch you shooting movies down here. I know we are. Because you left because you couldn't afford to stay there. So if you want to run on back to them, then you run on back. By the way, get back there just in time for the bubonic plague from the rats.
Yeah.
That'll be waiting on you. Y'all enjoy that. Enjoy whooping cough, typhoid fever. Enjoy all that. Y'all roll on back to California. Pay high taxes and be sick. So
and see, they're not saving any money
getting
getting ready for that. See, and they're going to have that problem too. There's massive health issues headed their way.
Hey, and careful where you step.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, watch it.
So
Step lightly.
and it ain't got anything to do with dogs. So now we're tearing up the levee with homeless encampments.
Yeah,
we're gonna flood the city.
They're digging
over
in.
homeless.
Digging in so they have their tent level.
Right. So and but we were talking a minute ago about
if they just had more money, we were giving them.
Right. So unbelievable. And now don't forget, the thing you'll love about all the things I just said about the stupidity of California, remember that they think they're smarter than you.
That's right.
If you don't live there, they look down their disease-ridden nose at you, and they talk about how much smarter and evolved they are than all you backwards people in the flyover states. But as Bubba and I have said to them, can I tell California this about all of us down here in the South and in the flyover states? We have power, our air conditioning works, our water is clean, and we're not crapping in the streets. Okay,
we dam our rivers up and then we float around on them all weekend having fun.
That's right. So anyway, a good grief.
And we got more fish than we can catch.
So and then on this other thing that's going on in Michigan,
if a snail darter won't bite a hook, I say we do away with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. Now we are letting some people act up down on the beach about a rat, and we need to call that.
Yeah.
Before we're all going to be sick down at the beach because of the stupid beach rat. But anyway, that's another day. But that's one mark against us is the beach rat.
Yeah, sure. But we've got it fairly contained.
Right. Yeah. I just don't understand the protection of a rat.
I don't either.
Yeah,
I don't either. Let's get rid of all of them.
Guys, we really shouldn't protect plagues.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, so I was talking with an actual entrepreneur businessman over the weekend, spending some time. I hadn't seen him in a while, and we were talking. And he's a very successful restaurant owner of various chains and various brands. And this is the problem with what happens with big government and handouts. Helping people, these programs were designed to take someone from a bridge from you're in a real bad place, let's get you back on your feet so you can eat and cover yourself with some sort of shelter until you start working again, and then we pull back. But what's happened is Democrats have realized that if you keep people on government handouts, they'll vote for you. Mm-hmm. Now, eventually, of course, they don't understand that you can't hand out money you don't really have, and then it falls on top of itself. But here's what's happening. Because, look, and I'll speak a language that Democrats understand, taxes. That they understand. Everything can be solved if we'll just get enough taxes.
All right.
So here's a restaurant owner, and Greg said he's talked to a businessman with the same problem. I'm sure, Bubba, you have too, and all of us have. He says, I would be building more and I would be opening more locations with more jobs and paying more taxes if I could get enough employees to staff these restaurants. I can't. All my restaurants are doing well. I can't find people who want to work. So I'm not opening new ones, not because it's not
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. I'm just so laid back now. As we work our way back, it's phone call time at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And lines are available. Look at old Helms in there. Hey, Coach! He's staying cocky and taking your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Mentioned this yesterday. Want to mention it again. We mentioned that we got Man Church guys going out this weekend. TheManChurch.com. Pick those up. Crestview, Florida, you're in the mix. Mangum, Louisiana, you're in the mix. Huntsville, Alabama, you're in the mix. We got Man Churches in all those places this weekend with Andy Blanks, Rich Wingo, Blake Prime, and Scott Dawson. And you can find out where they're going to be and which one you want to go to. But we also talked about 2024, and I want to emphasize this again. And I don't do this to play games, or that's just not the way we operate here. We just talked about sometimes to a fault. I am thinking in my mind is logical and practical, and I do lead the men's ministry at my church, and I know what it's like to organize something like, let's take a group of men to a conference. So our conferences for themanchurch.com are reserved seats. I love that, but also you do need to go ahead and get your seats. Like I said, right now there's more men coming than we had when we were finished last year, and we have a bigger room in Birmingham. And then we got a room about the same size we had in Oxford over in Starkville, and those are filling up. There certainly are tickets available, and you're going to be fine there. But if you're wanting to put a group of men together, now that is getting more difficult as the days go by because of the tickets all being bought up. So go to themanchurch.com. If you're wanting to put all your guys together and plan a trip, you probably need to go ahead and do that sooner than later, because I don't want you to miss out on that opportunity. Now, if you don't care if you sit together or not, then you may have a little more time. But themanchurch.com, click on it, and you can actually look at all the seats right there. And if you want to order more than the ticket vendor allows, just call the ticket office, and you can get as many as you want. All right, to the phones we go. Let's start with Jordan. I guess this is a fire it in here right here. So fire it in there, Jordan. So we have
all right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan looks like out of Anniston, Alabama. Jordan, go ahead.
Yes, I was just wondering if y'all seen Speedy's Instagram, him conning Greg into buying him a drink.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we all saw that. Yeah, that's a Speedy classic. That is a Speedy classic.
In his defense, he walks in this morning and brings me a replacement, which I did not, was unnecessary. I mean, why can't I buy my buddy a
All right, I'm back to saying the rapture is about to happen.
So that's another sign.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, I thought it was just this Middle East.
He came in this morning, he had one, so here you go.
Did you give Greg one? You bought Greg something?
Yeah.
Does anybody have it on camera? Who gave you that?
Now, Rick, I don't know where he got it. You're right.
Hey, I got it.
Okay.
I got it.
You know what I think he did? He got one of mine and gave it to you.
Rick Burgess.
Well, you got to consider that.
Take that back.
You got to consider it.
Satch.
See, there you were being nice. Now you back to
No,
that.
well, I'm just thinking.
Atauga County. Satch, go ahead, buddy. How are you?
Good morning. This is for Bubba.
Okay.
Yes. Are you a real tree, or is this like when you had to shave your body for surgery, a mossy oak?
You get it? Y'all get it?
Oh, okay. The shade.
Okay.
I didn't
She's
get
playing
the,
off.
I took me a minute to get that joke.
That was a good one.
That's good.
Oh, that's funny.
Well
That
done.
is funny.
Let's go to
How funny.
Let's
How
go.
funny, Rick.
When you were shaving your body.
Paul and Muscle Shoals. WLAY. Paul, go ahead.
Tall Paul.
Paul. Paulie.
Hello, Rick.
Saul. Let's go to Frank. Thank you, Greg. Frank in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. We're on a roll today. Frank, go ahead.
Hey, the Israelis don't have the Second Amendment like we do, and that's causing problems. If they had the Second Amendment, they would have been shooting the people off the air, in my opinion.
Well, one thing I will say, though, Frank, because my wife let me hear a phone recording from people that we know that are in Israel. And she clearly said in the message, when they were concerned about their lives, that the men of the community, all who are heavily armed,
were setting up a perimeter around their neighborhood, and the weapons that the men of the neighborhood had could get the job done. I don't know that they need it since they're all armed and ready to go anyway. They're basically all military.
Yeah.
You have
moment.
to train in the military,
Right. Yeah. So, but I understand your point, but I don't.
Probably a pretty good thing for everybody.
I think now they caught them at a music festival. I'll give you that. But when I was there, you would see a college-aged female walking through Jerusalem with an AK-47 over her shoulder.
Oh yeah.
With her book bag.
Yeah, and you remember Tim Wilson talking about his wife.
Oh yeah.
She was Israeli.
From what I understand, a lot of these villages where they went in and just killed people, elderly people. They might have been like lower income and just lower traffic and lower availability to weapons.
Yeah, what's the word? Is it what it's called when you all share all your resources? That's called living in a commune. Is that what they said that those places
is where communists live?
Yeah, they said that was kind of how those neighborhoods operated. To your point.
Let me ask you this too. I was curious. Why are you having a concert next to the wall anyway? I mean, it doesn't seem like that would be the place to be.
Yeah, right? I saw it was 5 kilometers, which is not long.
No,
doesn't seem.
But
like,
a lot of those things look very close to the wall.
Yeah, when you think about the security risk that is always there, is any open? We're all here in a big group. Is that good? That close? Good point. I mean, it really is. Let's go to John in Cahaba Heights out of Birmingham, listening on ZZK. John, go ahead.
I know why you've been on the air for 30 years. Because Bubba. You are intelligent.
That's good. Good to hear from Shatner again.
You kind of sounded like.
Of all the things you missed on the show,
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Of all the things you missed over the years, is the Shatner interview that's got to be a top 5.
That hurt a little bit.
Ricky left part of it out.
Pete Sampras, that hurt a little bit. But at least, if I'd have been here, we probably wouldn't have got that great interview.
True.
That liner. That liner we probably wouldn't.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
I never would have thought to have William Shatner say that. But it really worked out well, didn't it?
Yeah. I there was some comment I made, and he thought you made it,
right?
Which is my whole life.
On the next best of, that will be a cut. Bubba, you are intelligent, and it's the interview the whole time. He calls Rick Bubba.
I wasn't going to correct
and the fact
Shatner.
that Rick was the only one, it'd be different if he's getting them mixed up because they were both here.
Yeah.
Rick was the only one here.
I'm not going to correct Shatner. No way, no how.
Yeah.
And
Look,
plus, it was
anybody could fly a starship like him. You let him go.
That's true.
Oh wow.
Let's go to
Bubba.
Tim in Cleveland, Tennessee. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, if I was 104 years old and I had a young lady strapped to my back, parachuting, I'd be smiling too.
Okay, but that's not. I mean,
that's kind of gross.
Yeah,
really.
I mean, somehow, I think that everybody in your neighborhood has been alerted you live there. I mean, that's
real good.
Are you on the app?
I'm on a roll this week, and it's only midweek.
You saying his picture may be on a power post?
Right.
I think you're on an app.
You're right.
I tell you what,
Dale in Alabama.
When he said, "If I was 104," did all of y'all think?
I thought, well, that's not sure that's wishful thinking.
Beautiful hair.
Dale, go ahead. Dale's
scared.
Hey, this is Dale.
Yeah, I know. That's why I keep calling you Dale.
We found Dale.
There's Dale.
Go, Dale. We hope it's worth it.
Good morning, fellas. First time caller. I just wanted to comment about the men wanting to compete with the women. It costs a lot of money, I'm sure, to put on these events. So what the women are to do is just, line up and get ready and then just walk off.
Oh, you're
some
like
of
a
them
protest,
have.
Yeah, some have. You're
So
right.
where Miss Universe is going to have 2 trans in it.
Look, men are just and all we heard was that we didn't need men to take over the world, and we didn't. Hey, what's wrong with men? I tell you what, it's a man's world out there, and now just men taking over women's everything, and the women are just, I guess, letting it go.
Yeah,
men are trying to prove they're better women than women are.
Right. Let's go to
unbelievable.
It really is.
If I can quote Dan.
Todd in Birmingham. Todd Ruski, go ahead.
Hey guys,
the caller that talked about shooting paratroopers down, I don't know that it really applies in this case because I would have done it, but it's actually against the rules of war to shoot paratroopers down. If somebody is using a parachute coming down, it's against the rules of war to shoot them. But again, in this case, especially with the Second Amendment, I don't think I would really care much about that. Thanks.
This wasn't a declared war. This was an act of terrorism.
Yeah, well, you know, they have that as a rule, but I think that's probably a silly rule because nobody's going to follow it. And if you just wanted to, you know, work around it, Rick, you could shoot holes in the parachute, which would expedite their fall, or wait till they hit the ground to shoot them.
And don't forget now, them gliders, them flying go-karts, they had a guy on the front with a machine gun wearing everybody out.
Right. Yeah. Now, once you start shooting, you're a target.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and also it's one of those kind of things. If I win the war, I'm not going to get in trouble anyway.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, who you going to tell them? I mean,
who's going to tabloid?
Yeah.
Rick, we may have a rare instance that has been caught on video of an elected official, a politician, actually apologizing for the way they acted during COVID. Now, it took a Canadian to do it, but still.
Are you serious?
I think we need to give this a listen, and this should be a model.
I'm all in. We'll do that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh,
the demand is there.
The demand is there. The economy is booming. But now keep in mind, when he opens a restaurant in your city and in your state, he's giving you tax revenue and jobs.
Yep.
So, but he can't do that because he said, I'm at the point right now where a person, this is talking about entry-level jobs, he said when it gets to the point that the government will give you a handout of money we don't have now, we're in debt, but we'll give you a handout that is the same amount of money the restaurant will pay you at an entry-level job or with this other job you were talking about, Greg. Entry-level jobs are people having a hard time filling entry-level jobs because if they then raise the cost of an entry-level job to a place where you can't make a profit, well, then there's no need to open it. So there's a entry-level amount of money that these plans have figured out that, hey, we can make a profit. We'll have this many people on this. We'll have this, and then hopefully you'll move from entry-level to be one of their managers. He told me in restaurant business.
Shift leader, then a manager.
He said the manager is the most important person, and the quote was, and we take care of our managers because if you don't, you won't have them.
You want the good ones.
So you want to be the manager.
That's it.
You know, if that's the industry you want to be in. But if you don't, then you just work there till you move on to whatever you want to do.
Right.
He said, we can't get people to work. I said, let me ask you this. I said, if someone is mentally and physically able to work, right now they can work. He said, 100%. I said, so the people who are mentally and physically able to work are not working. Why? He said, because they would rather just take a handout from the government. I said, but who? See, that was the miscalculation when this started. We didn't think especially a grown man, we didn't think a grown man would take income for doing nothing and that just be his lifestyle that he then passes on to his kids.
Yeah.
But that's what's happened, and but you don't see the effects, and you go, well, first of all, that's your tax dollars, in case you are wondering. Mm-hmm. And this person could be being paid by a private entity who's a capitalist who's investing in your country, investing in your state, investing in your city. And that's not happening because we got people, our handouts have become a point where people say, this is not a great lifestyle, but it's good enough for me. I can drink, I can eat, I got clothes, and I'm in a so-so house.
Yeah.
Now, that's not American to say that's okay with me and not to try to, move. But I'm telling you, we got an economy that's booming right now, and you know what's stopping it? Can't find enough people to work. I mean, he said, I said, so you would open more restaurants? He said, oh, absolutely. I can't open anymore because I can't staff them. Wow. 16 minutes past the hour. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us today. She's a lady, comes from all around. Homeward bound. All right, so we're realizing, which is, it's the times we're living in, plus it's us. So, as we've said, it is what it is. We've realized that the quote that we have is a year old. So this is actually a Canadian politician that made this quote a year ago, and Adler even thinks that we've already played it.
I don't remember the clip, just reading what it was, so maybe we see it all.
Yeah, so it is an old clip, but it still will be good to hear it.
Do you remember it?
I don't. No, I'd have to listen to it. Maybe while I'm listening to it, maybe. But it clearly says it's a year old, so it's not. We do know that. Whether we played it or not, I don't know. But it's still good to hear it. And then we have the latest information from Rand Paul, which is trying to do his part to say, look, the people of America need to know what did or didn't happen involving Fauci and the government and gain of function research and the lies that we were told and blah, blah, blah. So we'll do that second. But first we'll go back to what was said by a Canadian politician, because, they went just completely bonkers on the whole pandemic thing. And this is one of their politicians admitting that some of the things that were done were wrong. And again, this is from a year ago.
Danielle Smith.
Here's Danielle Smith.
The community that faced the most restrictions on their freedoms in the last year were those who made a choice not to be vaccinated. I don't think I've ever experienced a situation in my lifetime where a person was fired from their job, or not allowed to watch their kids play hockey, or not allowed to go visit a loved one in long-term care or hospital, or not allowed to go get on a plane to either go across the country to see family or even travel across the border. So they have been the most discriminated against group that I've ever witnessed in my lifetime. That's a pretty extreme level of discrimination that we have seen. I don't take away any of the discrimination that I've seen in those other groups that you mentioned, but this has been an extraordinary time in the last year in particular. And I want people to know that I find that unacceptable, that we are not going to create a segregated society on the basis of a medical choice.
Yeah, and
I remember it now.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, but I see the date on the video. I know it's
I
old.
wish you'd have gone. Hey,
yeah, right.
When she started,
right. But I still like what she said.
Yeah,
no matter when she said it, or if I ever said. If I played it last year, I'm glad I played it again.
Yeah, I know.
And
it
I
was
have
good both times.
I have no memory of that, but it doesn't matter, because the point. And even though this is Canada. But what was taking place, and it was the thing from the very beginning, and I don't know, maybe because running through my blood is still, and I remember saying this at the time, are people like Patrick Henry, our ancestors and all that. And when I kept hearing that the government was going to force me to take a shot, just something about that was just creepy on just its basic foundation, and all of that. So here's Rand Paul. This is current. As he continues to be the bulldog on this, to try to get to the bottom of what was done to us, all under the guise, which is the way they always overreach, is if they can scare us and say that we have to relinquish some of our freedom now, all under in the pursuit of security and safety. But here he is with his latest updates.
From the very beginning, Anthony Fauci knew he was involved with funding this lab, and he did everything possible. It's throughout our government. 8 different agencies in our government are covering up their support for this lab in Wuhan. It's ongoing as we speak. Even though we've had unanimous Congress declassify the information, I have classified, unclassified information that's being withheld from me to this day. But we have evidence, yes, that they were dishonest, that Anthony Fauci lied in hearings to me, which is a felony, punishable up to 5 years. We now have emails that show him saying that he knew it was gain of function, that the virus looked manipulated, and that he was worried that this came from the Wuhan lab. February 1st of 2020. Then he spent the last 3 years saying nothing to see here. We also know that there was a safety committee that should have reviewed this, and we know that Anthony Fauci went around the safety committee. The safety committee set up in place to make sure this wouldn't happen, never saw the Wuhan funding because Anthony Fauci allowed the funding to go around the safety committee. This is a bombshell revelation, and this will eventually bring down Anthony Fauci.
Deception, the great COVID cover-up.
So
that's his book, I guess.
I want you to think about that. I mean,
that is bombshell.
He says if we have emails of his concern, because I think all along any of us would be upset, but I think that we would have at least been more understanding if Fauci had come out like he should have done for his country and for the world and said, I know what's going on here. You know, we y'all, it's undeniable. We all knew that we sent inspectors to the lab who came back and said the lab is not secure enough for what they're doing.
We had reports of that years before this.
So when it came out, if he had concerns that this was part of gain-of-function research in Wuhan that he absolutely knew was going on, he should have stepped into the spotlight and said, I know where this came from. I know what's going on. So as we begin to try to combat it, I'm going to tell you what we're up against.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have faulted him for that. I mean, I might have said, well, it was foolish for us to not do something in Wuhan, but we're in China. There's only so much you can do.
How much quicker, though, could we got a response? We could have got a vaccine. Could we have better engineered the vaccine? Could we have got it out quicker if he'd have just come forward with what he knew instead of trying to play CYA in the cat box?
And the government did what governments have done since the fall of mankind. What they did is they took any narrative that would suggest that it had gotten out of Wuhan and it was part of gain of function, that people in our country and people who are now going to try to get us a shot were all part of. What they did is they did what governments always do. Let's demonize those people and let's shut down their voice.
Not just demonize them, destroy them.
And destroy them and cancel them from all platforms. They're not allowed to say that. And any time we are being told that we're not allowed to have a narrative, that's always a red flag.
See, we should be able to discuss it. The truth will eventually rise to the top like cream. And keep in mind, too, Rick, for them to be able to move forward with this vaccine, there was a problem. They had to get rid of hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do they work? Are they effective? I don't know. There's tests that,
some say yes, some say no. Yeah.
But they had to discredit them so they could get emergency authorization. That is the dirty part of it.
Yep. Couldn't have done it without that being declared.
Yep.
As long as those two drugs were available, they couldn't do what they did. And all that's dirty, and dangerous.
If you give a shot, people get well, don't get sick, people will want that shot.
You're right. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Waking on their blubber.
Rick and